assembled our usual cast of characters. From New York to points beyond, we're ready.
This is the strongest and deepest draft I've ever been associated with. These kids will play on Sunday.
You see the face on the TV screen, coming at you every Sunday. See the face on the billboard, well, that man is me. On the cover of the magazine, there's no question why I'm smiling. You buy a piece of paradise, you buy a piece of me. I'll get you everything you wanted, I'll get you everything you need. You don't need to believe it hereafter, just believe in me.
Draft in New York, the 57th annual selection meeting of the National Football League. Thanks to our friend Phil Collins, there is no jacket required for the guys that are about to become members in the National Football League. Inside at the Marriott Marquis, we're ready to rock. Hello once again, everybody. I'm Chris Berman, and welcome to the oldest established permanent floating crap game in New York. Now, that's a line out of a song in Guys and Dolls, one of the great musicals of our or any other time, which coincidentally is reopened on Broadway about 2 blocks from where we are right now at the Marriott Marquis. There are 28 guys, if you will, 28 teams in the NFL. Today is the day they have a chance to select their dolls, who will be the best looking and who will come out poorly dressed. We shall find out as our coverage goes for the next 5.5 hours live. The first guy on the block, the Indianapolis Colts, who have a chance to pick 2 pretty good-looking dolls. Chris Mortensen is in Indianapolis right now, and the Colts have been kind of on the clock for a while here. Mort, you reported a little while ago, Steve Entman, Quentin Coriat, just about done deals. Anything new out at Colts headquarters?
Well, Chris, Quentin Coriat just walked into the Colts headquarters with his agent, Steve Zucker, so they're getting ready to sign their contract as the number 2 pick of the Colts. The number 1 pick, Steve Entman, his agent is here, Marvin Demoff. Entman has agreed to a deal. We hear about 4 years, $9 million, a $4 million signing bonus, which I think the happiest guy out of this whole thing might be Reggie White of the Philadelphia Eagles. He's a free agent after this year, Chris.
Well, Steve Entman is probably pretty happy as well, and we know the Colts are very, very happy because all of a sudden they have a chance to improve their defense in a hurry with these 2 guys. The Washington Redskins, I mean, do they really need to improve themselves? All they did was roll in the Super Bowl and beat everybody else. They were the best team in football last year, but they have 2 first-round picks, and Mort, they want to move up even higher than the 6th overall selection. What's brewing with the Skins?
They would love to move up to that number 4 spot, the Redskins would, to take Desmond Howard, because they know Green Bay has their sights on Howard. That's not a done deal, but there's going to be a lot of jockeying around because Sean Gilbert is kind of a wild card here. He falls to the Rams, but who knows? Maybe he slips more.
All right, Mort, we'll check in with you and see what happens, as we know that Indianapolis is a buzzing place right now, that's for sure. All right, let's welcome some of our cast of characters. I think you know these faces, you know these voices, and if you don't, in the next 5.5 hours, they become members of your family. Joe Theismann, Tom Jackson.
Johnson, why are you naked? Because my t-shirt sucks. Look at Gibson. He's wearing a true classic tee. It fits him tight in all the right places, but leaves the perfect amount of room in the front. God, I hate that guy. He looks so damn good in that shirt, he can basically do whatever the hell he wants around here. Gibson! Yeah, boss? You're a goddamn stud. Thanks, boss. True Classic is designed to enhance the male physique in all the right places. Right, Jimson?
That's right, boss. I have strong arms, but also a little bit of a gut. But you wouldn't know because I wear True Classic.
And if you're a skinny guy, True Classic fits tight around the arms and accentuates your biceps.
But how can Jimson afford premium t-shirts? He's the worst salesman here, and I don't even think he can read.
Damn it, Johnson, we all know Jimson can't read. But at least he knows that True Classic is completely affordable. And if you buy right now, you can get 20% off your first order.
I don't need to know how to read to know that over 200,000 people gave True Classic a 5 stars.
Good job, Jimson. That's right. 5 stars.
5 stars? Let me try one on.
My God, Johnson, I don't know how I never noticed before, but you're stunning.
I want a raise.
Consider it done. But wait a minute. Are those true classic pants?
That's right. I just got them off the website, and get this. They even have activewear, polos, long sleeve tees, fleeces, and even socks and underwear.
Incredible. Jimson, why can't you be more like Johnson?
Well, what should I do, boss?
Jimson, you sexy fool. Isn't it obvious? You need to go to the True Classic website and buy all of those items right now. Click it.
Click it.
Click link.
Click it. Click it now. Click it. Click the link. Click it. Click the link.
On August 22nd, I told viewers that the road to artificial general intelligence was already bringing massive changes to society and disrupting industries around the world. And to take advantage, I recommended buying a group of stocks, including these. Then, I told them to sell a group of stocks before they got wiped out on the road to AGI, including these three. All three of my buy recommendations beat the market, while all three of my sell recommendations fell. This isn't a one-off. I've been issuing sell this, buy that recommendations for 30 years. In fact, knowing what to buy and what to sell at the same time is what earned me the title of America's top trader in a head-to-head competition against Wall Street's most well-known investing legends. Here's why this is more important than ever right now. In the next 12 to 24 months, I believe America will endure an age of chaos that is likely to be more difficult to navigate than any other period of your lifetime so far. Large, reliable companies will crumble, while smaller, little-known firms will dominate. I've put together a presentation for you right here that gives you 7 stock investment ideas completely free. You get my #1 sell this, buy that idea for the age of chaos when you click the button on your screen. To be clear, I have never given away this much research at no cost before. So take advantage of it while you can still get into these companies at great prices. Click now to see the names, tickers, and my full analysis while you still can.
Mel Kiper, as we sit and analyze what the Indianapolis Colts are about to do, and that is to take a 1-15 ball club, despite the fact that they have a new head coach who's an offensive guru in Teddy Marchibroda, yet he's going defense, defense, defense. Tommy applauds it. Do you, Joe?
Absolutely, Chris. You know, as a quarterback, you have to have people to stop the other team from scoring. So obviously, if you get defensive players, it makes your job a whole lot easier on the other side of the ball. Last year, or 2 years ago, they made the commitment. They got George. They got the quarterback they were looking for. He's the guy that's going to handle the offensive side of the ball. I talked to Ted Marchibroda this week. He's very pleased with the progress Jeff George is making in that system offensively. But defensively has got to be the way that Teddy's going to go. This draft and Ted Marchibroda's reign as coach of the Colts will be looked upon very, very critically, because this is the first decision that he gets to take part in. And it's very important that he makes the right choices. And for him, the right choices are definitely defensive players.
I'll tell you what, it's unusual that a team has the first 2 picks of the draft. This is only the second time it's ever happened, the Colts having it this year. The old Chicago Cardinals drafted quarterback King Hill and running back John David Crow, 1-2, back in 1958. Empman and Coriat is the only other time that will happen. Of course, the man presiding over the proceedings here in New York, the commissioner of the NFL, Paul Tagliabue, and he has the cards from the Colts to make it official. The walk up to the podium, here he is.
Good morning. Welcome to the National Football League's 57th annual selection meeting. The selection meeting is now underway. The Indianapolis Colts have the first 2 choices, and so they will have 30 minutes on the board to make those choices.
Well, I'll tell you what, the cards are coming up, but if you're the Colts and you're paying millions and millions and millions of dollars to these 2 guys, I take my 30 minutes. You burn your 30 minutes, but they won't take that long.
They burned 30 minutes. They burned 30 million is what they did.
Well, how will they pay for that phone call now after paying these 2 contracts?
Collect.
You love these guys, Tommy, Entman and Coryat.
Yeah, I think the key to the game, you look at the Indianapolis Colts last year, a lot of problems offensively because of injury, but this is a team that had 29 sacks on the year. What you get from these two players, and I don't think they could have missed even if they had chosen Sean Gilbert, you get very aggressive guys, great attitudes, and Quentin Coryat is not only this great hitter, he's also a great rusher.
He can play inside or outside, and so can this man, Paul Tagliabue. Now, maybe they're going over Quentin Coryat, the pronunciation. Steve Entman, see, that's Val Pinchback on the left. Greg Mello Aiello on the right. And Entman, E-M-T-M-A-N. They have 2 picks, and I tell you what, there's some excitement brewing in Indy.
The Indianapolis Colts' first choice is Steve Entman, defensive end, University of Washington. The Indianapolis Colts' second choice, obtained from Tampa Bay, is Quentin Coryat, linebacker, Texas A&M.
Entman and Coryat, defensive tackle extraordinaire, linebacker extraordinaire, now drafted by the Indianapolis Colts. You saw Steve Entman with his family and friends, the Lombardi and Outland Trophy winner, and every play, Mel, he's a monster.
Probably the most productive player in the draft overall, Chris. Clear-cut #1 guy. You see him here stuffing the run, collapsing the pocket, getting after the quarterback. I remember talking to Buddy Ryan, former Eagle coach, early in the year. Buddy said this was the best player in the country, the guy that really excited him as far as future pro potential. Excitable individual, comes to play, hardest worker on the football team in practice. And when you're investing all this money, you want a guy who's a hard worker, very disciplined, and Steve Entman brings not only production to the table, but that great attitude which could carry over to the rest of his teammates at Indianapolis, a team that needs an infusion of winning attitude considering they're coming off that 1-15 year.
And you take a look at Steve live right now. We're going to be talking to Steve in a moment because, I mean, what did you work to this moment being the first overall pick in the draft? Tell you what, it's not bad being #2 either, and he may try harder. Quentin Coryat, linebacker, Texas A&M, inside linebacker, but Cornelius Bennett went inside this year with the Buffalo Bills, so he's got outside skills as well, Mel.
Brings that versatility and very, comparable to Bennett. That's why Marcia Broda, I think, wanted these two guys. You see Coryat here, a guy who can move around, get after the quarterback in pursuit, tremendously physical player, and a guy that's certainly going to very much upgrade a porous Colt defense. So these 2 picks, you saw this game Thursday night on ESPN when he just destroyed the wide receiver here, one-on-one hit. This guy, another guy, comes to play, an enforcer, which changes the whole chemistry of your defense when you're bringing a guy like Entman and a guy like Coryat to team with a John Hand, a Dwayne Bickett, a Jeff Harrod. Now all of a sudden your front 7 on the Indianapolis Colts football team is pretty good and gives them a chance to build on that throughout the rest of this great draft.
You know, it's not often the teams in the AFC East are starting to worry about the Colts, but I talked to a couple of teams this weekend in the division, and no matter how it shook down, Entman and Coryat, Entman and Gilbert, they're definitely doing the right thing. I wish they didn't do the right thing. Why couldn't they trade these picks? Tommy, you know a little bit about linebacking. Coryat, they can really move him around. He can create havoc, can't he, with opposing offense?
Yeah, Chris, he is not strictly an inside linebacker. Quentin Coryat can do a lot of things for you. He's a great run stopper, gets back in the zones. You saw his hitting ability there on the tape. The other thing is Quentin Coryat has the knack of getting to the passer. I think that was a great thing I saw when I watched him on film. And the other thing that impressed me was his closing speed when he's going after the football. He has great closing speed.
So all of a sudden, the Indianapolis Colts
have a front 7.
Starting to build. That's right. They will be no pushover, at least defensively. The Rams, who need big-time defensive help as well, they're on the clock. We think it's Sean Gilbert. We'll be back to tell you who in a moment. Maybe a gray day in Manhattan, but it's not a gray day for Steve Entman, the first selection in the 1992 draft. For the second straight year, a defensive lineman has been the first overall pick and the 9th time overall since the merger of the AFL. If you're wondering and keeping score at home, Bubba Smith by the Colts in '67. Walt Patulski never made it really with the Bills. The twos with the Oilers, Too Tall and Leroy Selman. Need we say more about the ability of those two gentlemen? Other first-round picks that were defensive linemen, Kenneth Sims never really panned with the Pats. I'd say Bruce Smith has with the Bills. Russell Maryland came on strong late last year with the Cowboys, and now Steve Entman with the Colts. The Rams selection is up. They've got about 9 minutes to go, but that's not just any phone. That's the Rams phone. So you can be sure that he's talking to perhaps Chuck Knox, who certainly knows that he needs some defensive help. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But with Sean Gilbert on the phone, this is the, it's not exactly going out on a limb to say that Gilbert will be the 3rd overall selection, and he'll be and a great pick by the Los Angeles Rams. So let's go back to Seattle, Washington, where Steve Entman got some very good news earlier this morning. You remember the Indianapolis Colts. Congratulations. I know, Steve, for a while you were sending out signals that you weren't interested in Indianapolis. You sound like you're a lot more interested now. Why the change?
Well, those were never from me. I never sent anything out. I've always been happy to be a Colt, and I'm extremely happy right now. I couldn't be happier.
The Colts are totally different from the team that you just played for, the national champions, Washington Huskies. Now you're going to a team that is 1-15. Does that challenge appeal to you, kind of helping a team that's been downtrodden and helping them move their way up the ladder?
It really appeals to me. I was 6-5 my first year here, and now we're 12-0, and hopefully I can play a part in doing the same thing in Indianapolis.
Steve, we're going to come back to you in just a moment. The Rams are going to make their selection. The card is up with the commissioner. So now let's check. We anticipated Sean Gilbert, who certainly got the phone call. And Chuck Knox, remember now the new coach of the Rams. When he was last with the Rams, he had guys like Merlin Olsen and Deacon Jones on the front four. Now he's got guys like Alvin Wright and David Rocker. He likes Sean
Los
Gilbert.
Angeles Rams, with the 3rd pick in the draft, select Sean Gilbert, defensive end, Pittsburgh. Cincinnati is next up.
All right, so Sean Gilbert, we go.
This is the Mill Food Recycler. It's strong, it's beautiful, and it's doing the dirty work in this kitchen. Mill was engineered for you to drive it hard every day. With 288 pounds of force on deck, it can take anything you throw at it, from turkey bones to avocado pits. Mill has room for you to keep filling it for weeks. Every night, it automatically dries and grinds your food down to a fraction of their volume, so it can go to sleep full and wake up with room to go. But most importantly, you can depend on it for years. Every machine is built by hand with rigorous attention to detail and workhorse components of stainless steel. Then we test it, and test it again, so you can trust it every day, every week, for years to come. So get the Mill Food Recycler. You might never waste food again.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one, to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality, right now.
Defense, defense, defense to start this draft. And by the way, about half of the 28 first-round picks will probably, but could very well be, either defensive line or defensive back, something to keep track of. Let's get back now to Seattle with Steve Entman. And Steve, you grew up in Cheney, Washington. For those in the country that aren't familiar with that, that's in the eastern portion of the state where the Seahawks used to train. Now, you tell me your idol is not a defensive player at all, but a pretty good wide receiver with the Seahawks. Tell me about that.
Well, I don't know. When I was growing up, I always went up and watched Steve Largent play, and I kind of idolized the guy because he didn't have all the athletic ability, but he really made do for what he had, and he became a great player by working really hard.
Well, hard work is certainly what you're all about. Joining us now from Indianapolis on a three-way hookup now is Jimmy Irsay, general manager of the Indianapolis Colts. Now, Jimmy, obviously you've You've spoken to Steve before. Now you get to do it video-wise. You guys, you don't have to negotiate on our air here, Jimmy, but tell me what went through your mind early when there were signals that Entman didn't want to be a Colt. Now that you got him, tell me what you're feeling right now.
Well, we're ecstatic, Chris. I think some of those things that were out there as rumors, I think were unconfirmed, and we really never had that message from Marvin Demoff, his agent, or from Steve, and meeting Steve myself out in Seattle, and when he came out to Indianapolis, it always went well, and we've always gotten along.
Jimmy, hold on a second, and Steve, hold on. We get a trade up at the podium. This may be Washington moving up to the 4 spot to take Cincinnati's selection. We shall see. Let's go up to the podium, and I'll tell you, there will be a lot of moves today with 5 teams having 2 first-round picks. Jim, Steve.
Okay, we have a trade involving the pick that is on the clock. The Cincinnati Bengals have traded this choice, the 4th choice in the first round, and their 3rd choice with a 58th choice overall to the Washington Redskins. Redskins have traded the first-round choice they obtained from the San Diego Chargers, the 6th overall, their choice in the first round, the 28th overall, and their 3rd choice in this draft, the 84th overall. Once again, Cincinnati has traded their 1st and 3rd choices in this draft to Washington for San Diego's 1st choice in this draft, Washington's 1st and 3rd choices in this draft.
All right, so the Redskins are now picking 4th. The Bengals now picking 6th. We'll clean up the rest of it. Jimmy, let's go back to you. The top 2 picks in the draft, that's a lot of money to lay out. Was there any thought at all to bail one of the picks, or is this kind of a statement that the Colts are making to their fans that we're doing the best we can to get the best team?
Well, we're ecstatic with the 2 picks, Chris. We really didn't consider trading them. I think if someone would have offered us something that was something that we couldn't turn down, we would have considered that. But I think you went with defense, and we really feel these 2 individuals can come in and make our defense just better than average. Definitely
Jimmy,
much better.
Anything you want to say to Steve Entman? I mean, he's not there. You'll see him very shortly. Anything you want to add that you didn't talk about last night or this morning?
Well, we talked a few minutes ago, and he gave me his requests, on how we need to change the weight room and bring a few things in. So as an ex-weightlifter to another weightlifter right now, Tom, I just want to say we're getting more weights brought in, and Tom Zupancic's waiting for him as I speak.
Steve, anything you want to say to Jimmy? It's your world today.
This is great to be a Colt.
Those are the best words you could hear, Jimmy. Steve Entman, Jimmy Irsay, congratulations. Hopefully a marriage that will be very long and very fruitful for you, the Colts, and a player that people compare to the likes of Merlin Olsen, Bob Lilly, Dan Hampton, Ray Childress. Those are pretty big names. Good luck, Steve. Good luck, Jimmy.
Thanks a lot.
Washington has selected.
All right, here's Washington.
Now on the clock.
We need to hold on a second.
Washington has made their choice, and you got to think it's for the Heisman Trophy winner.
With the 4th pick in the draft obtained by trade, the Washington Redskins select Desmond Howard, wide receiver from Michigan.
And there's Desmond at home in Cleveland. He's a member of the Super
Green
Bowl
Bay is
champs.
now on the board.
Heisman Trophy winner going to the Super Bowl champs. The rich just continue to get richer. Because I tell you, the Redskins really need another tough wideout and a tough return man, don't they, Joe?
Well, Chris, the Redskins are just a team that struggled along through this last year, barely eking into the playoffs, obviously barely maintaining a championship caliber play. They're really looking. Each one of their receivers, Sanders, Clark, and Monk, are all either at their 30s or getting close to it. It's the perfect opportunity to put another fast speed receiver. They do not expect Desmond Howard to come in and play right away, which I'm sure is fine with him. He'll spot that fourth receiver spot. He can do a great job for him returning kicks. This just solidifies Washington's position to give them an opportunity to move on and just constantly fill in the little pieces. I would love, Charlie Casserly, if you're listening, I will sign as the 9th quarterback. Just let me go out and throw the ball to all 4 of those guys just once. I'd love to be a QB with Desmond Howard being added to that bunch.
Might need 3 or 4 quarterbacks to
why
throw all
not?
of that. Now, Desmond Howard, Mel, you compare him favorably in many categories to Rocket Ismail, who would have been the first pick overall last year.
I think he is, Chris. I think when you look at Desmond Howard, you see a guy who has great speed. He might not run a 4.25 like the Rocket, but certainly good enough at 4.45, extends his body to make that acrobatic catch. The thing that scouts told me was he shows up every week. Every game he made an impact play. He never had a game where somebody took him out of the action. Washington tried to, and they were effective to a certain extent, but overall you see him running reverses here, a guy that can just do it all. And here you're getting a player for a team like the Redskins who can be and fit into that posse very well. Sanders had a down year last year. They need somebody. Art Monk can't go on forever, and Desmond Howard certainly ideal for the Redskins. And interesting thing here in the whole trade possibility, the Redskins moved up in the 3rd round from the 84th pick all the way up to the 58th pick. So in reality, when you look at this, they moved up those 2 spots because they wanted to get ahead of the Green Bay Packers. Mike Holmgren was sold on Desmond Howard. He wanted Howard to start building that Packer offense up, generate some excitement. So they knew they had to go from 6 to 4. Cincinnati moves and picks up the 28th pick. But the key for the Redskins is they move from the bottom of the 3rd round to near the top of the 3rd round, which will help them gain a better player at that point.
This note, this is the highest that a defending Super Bowl champion has ever picked, the 4th spot overall, the highest that they have ever picked in the 26 years that they've had the Super Bowl and gone into the draft. So the Washington Redskins breaking ground, and Desmond Howard is a guy that they can think will help their ball club a couple of years down the road. What a luxury to have if you're the champ. We'll be back. Back in New York, and already we've seen a whole lot of shaking going on, that's for sure. The Colts have their 2 men, the Rams have Sean Gilbert, and the Super Bowl champions have drafted the Heisman Trophy winner, Desmond Howard. We are not alone here in New York, that's for sure. In another part of the room, we've got every corner of this room covered. We've got Chris Fowler in the gang, and they're with a guy who's pretty happy right now. Chris?
All right, Chris, across the ballroom, Mike Gottfried, of course, our college football primetime analyst, and a guy he recruited to Pittsburgh, Sean Gilbert, the newest Ram. Congratulations. Your general feeling, because last night your agent thought the deal might be done with the Colts. You found out this morning it's the Rams.
Well, there was always a speculation of it. I never really placed myself with any specific team. I know that everything's out in the open, and you have to wait until the decision's made, which was today.
Mike, you know what a dominant player he was at Pittsburgh. You recruited him there. Talk about his strengths as a player and maybe project Sean into the NFL.
Well, the great thing is when you recruit a player like Sean, it's a great feeling for me. I'm proud of him. And Sean Gilbert is an outstanding player. Chuck Knox got Cortez Kennedy at Seattle a couple years ago. He gets the same type of player here. You see Sean Gilbert on the inside against Minnesota. He's got a great pass rush from the inside. He's a bull rusher, but he also plays the run well. But where I think they get the bonus, if you want to play Sean Gilbert outside, you see him on the interception here. He's a good athlete. He can go outside. He can play inside. You got 2 for 1. And he can, in a 4-3 front, I think his best spot is the defensive end spot.
Well, the Rams certainly need pass rush help. Only 17 sacks last year, dead last in the NFL. Do you have a preference where you'd like to play? Is rushing the passer what you'd like to bring to that team?
Making the Rams the best team defensively as possible.
Any doubts in your mind at all? You're ready for this level of competition? Only a year and a half of college football?
No doubt. To be a man, you have to beat the man.
I think I can get him to go buy me a Coke after this now.
All right, thanks very much. Congratulations again to the newest Ram. Let's go back across the ballroom to Chris.
All right, guys, thank you. And the Rams defensive, we told you once upon a time when Chuck Knox was there in the early 70s, Deacon Jones, Merlin Olsen. Well, it's a little bit different. Kevin Green can play, but they really had big-time defensive problems last year. And, Tommy, you just think about Sean Gilbert in there. He'd help any football team. Rams really need him. he'll be a big spark plug, should start immediately.
Well, Chris, this is a defensive line that accounted for only 7 sacks, the defensive line last year. Sean Gilbert is not only a great pass rusher, but as you saw on the tape, this kid is a great athlete at 330 pounds.
All right, the Green Bay Packers are up next, Tommy, and along with the Cincinnati Bengals, and you would think it's the 2 defensive backs coming, Troy Vincent, Terrell Buckley. Probably Buckley to the Packers. That's our guess. It's still our guess as the
The Green Bay Packers have selected Terrell Buckley, defensive back, Florida State. Cincinnati is now on the board.
Terrell Buckley now becomes, in the first 5 picks, the 4th of 5 underclassmen to go in this draft. Now, the Packers had an interesting situation, Mel, because there was some difference of opinion, but not an argument here. I mean, Mike Holmgren, an excellent offensive guru from the 49ers, obviously he's interested in Desmond Howard. The Skins were scared of that. They also are very interested, though, in Terrell Buckley, because Buckley comes in right away and helps them, and they liked him because of his maybe return. They liked him over Vincent, although that's really a tough call.
It is a tough call. You look at Terrell Buckley, he brings that added dimension to you. You're a guy that gambles a lot, but when he picks that pass off, he goes the distance, outstanding punt returner in the Darrell Green mold, and a guy that will fit in well with the Green Bay Packers. Here's a team that went out on plan B and signed Lewis Phillips. Last year, they drafted Vinnie Clark in the first round. The year before that, they drafted Leroy Butler from Florida State in round 2. Here's Buckley, intercepting a pass, and you see his ability in the open field, these moves. He's almost like a running back here in the open field, Deion Jr., as we said last night. And that's the dimension. Here is a punt returner. He's not only a defensive player, but an offensive weapon who can put 6 points on the board for you. And when you bring that kind of ability to a team, he's tough to pass up at this point. Obviously, Troy Vincent right up there. You see him intercepting a pass here in the first quarter. First series for Michigan against Elvis Grbac. That turned the tables on Michigan and allowed Florida State to pull away on their way to a one-sided victory in a key game early in the year. So you can see that impact capability. If this guy gets a little more consistent, settles down, doesn't gamble quite as much, he has definite future Pro Bowl ability, and that's why you take a guy this high. You have to have aspirations and feelings that this guy will be a dominant corner in that Darrell Green mold, and obviously Ron Wolf, the Packers, feel that way.
I tell you what, the Packers still may have wanted Buckley, whether they made the deal ahead of them to get Desmond Howard or not. One of the best-kept secrets, guys, last year was that the Packers had a pretty good defense. They ranked 10th overall in the National Football League. That's pretty good for a team that's 4-12. Now, Buckley fits right in, and he can make big plays for him.
Well, there's no question about it, Chris. I mean, you know his return ability. What I like about him is he has great ability to get out and make plays. Mel has referred that. Holmes, in particular, is the guy you have to look at. He's 34 years old. Terrell is going to be projected right now somewhere into that secondary. What's going to be key, though, for the Packers is they cannot get into the situation that other teams have gotten into with their first-round picks. They must sign Terrell Buckley. They must get him into camp so that he can fit into their plans and start contributing right away. To draft him in this spot and sit around and not have him would do absolutely no good for the Packers in that secondary.
The Bengals are up.
With the 6th pick in the draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select David Klingler, quarterback, Houston.
The first curveball of the morning has been hit by the Bengals. So there's where David Klingler goes. My goodness. There's Lee Steinberg, the agent of David Klingler in Newport Beach, California, and I think they are shocked. Certainly Boomer Esiason is there, and they're not looking for a quarterback right away. The Bengals are a team that, Tommy, does not exactly trot out the big bucks, yet they've taken the quarterback. Unbelievable wheeling and dealing from the team you would least expect it from.
Well, as I talked with Coach Shula a few times, the indication was that they were looking defense. They knew that a lot of defensive talent would be available. This is a curveball, as you said, Chris, but I think if you look at the past couple of years, Boomer Esiason, there's been speculation that something was wrong with his arm. He's had a couple off years. This is a guy who's going to take a little bit of time to develop as a pure drop-back quarterback, but I think it's a good move for him in the long run.
Before we get back to Klingler here, let me just say that son David Shula may have done Father Don a huge, huge favor. Miami wants defense, 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 and with the 7th pick, the next one, they didn't think they'd get the 5 really super players, any of them. Now they have a chance at quarterback Troy Vincent, which is perfect. And also, Klingler stays out of the division in case New England wanted. So I think the son has done his dad very proud.
You know, Chris, I'm going out to left field. We're all talking about Klingler in Cincinnati. We saw Lee sitting there. We saw David with their eyes go, oh my gosh, Cincinnati. I don't think he's going to stay in Cincinnati. I think Cincinnati took him to give them leverage with Kansas City, with Pittsburgh, and with a few other teams in this draft. So don't be surprised. And this is just the way I feel and believe. Don't be surprised that Klingler hasn't finished starting to move through the first round yet. I think it's a great opportunity to have somebody wants. The great thing that Cincinnati has done, they now have the gem. They have a gem that they can deal somewhere through this draft and say, okay, you want them? Let's start giving me some stuff over here. I wouldn't put the postage stamp on David Klingler being in Cincinnati or start mailing anything just quite yet.
We told you that there would be some intriguing moves here at the draft, and guess what? We have some. Let's go down to Craig James and find out what's going on. Craig, can you fill us in? What's the latest here?
Just as surprised as you all. Joe, that's a pretty bold statement that you made right there. Maybe using him as trade bait. It could happen. David, I don't think that you were expecting to go to Cincinnati, were you?
Gosh, it's hard to say. I'm just happy to be there. That's my home state. I couldn't pick a better place.
Now you sound like a politician at your home state.
I was born in Ohio, and just glad to be back.
Lee, how about you? You shocked?
Mind boggled. I was Mike Brown. Well, it'll be interesting. You know, we didn't really have a heavy inclination, although Dana Bible called yesterday morning and he said it might be, he said, don't count us out, because everyone was talking about Kansas City or New England, and but they've got a great offense and they throw the ball a lot, and could be real exciting. We'll be playing in Houston twice a year. Could be very interesting.
What team showed the most interest in David?
Well, we just always had a feeling that New England, Kansas City, New York Giants, a team like that, it might be, but I guess the trading has switched things around. But it's exciting to be the 6th pick in the draft.
Well, when you talk about the trading around, would it surprise you to see Cincinnati now take David and use him as bait to do something else in this draft?
You know, we really have no control over that at all, and you just don't know. I mean, my client Desmond Howard was the subject of a trade. David is the subject of a trade, so it switched both ways. I mean, Cincinnati is a great opportunity. Boomer's a great quarterback, but you know, David.
We got to interrupt you. I think we're going back to New York now. There's somebody else up ready to make another decision.
All right, Craig, thank you. And so, well, you saw a stunned left coast, or at least in Newport Beach it was. But Joe has already thrown it out immediately. Will David Klingler remain the property of the Bengals? Will he be moving elsewhere today? You don't want to leave. We'll be back.
New England is now on the board.
Well, we're back in New York, and the Dolphins have just made their selection, but all right, I'll do it. I was going to let the commissioner do it. It's his house. I just work.
Repeating the choice. With the 7th selection choice in the draft, the Miami Dolphins select Troy Vincent, University of Wisconsin.
And there is Troy, one of 5 players here in New York. Troy Vincent, in some ways, you'll say, boy, he could have gone the 3rd or 4th pick. Now he's 7th pick. That's not a slide. That's just the way it looked. And Don Shula can't believe the gift wrap package his son David just gave to him, because in Troy Vincent, they've got 2 good safeties. There's no question about that in Miami. When corners are a problem, he's going defense, defense, defense. This is the pick that he got from Phoenix by trading last year's #1 Randall Hill to the Cardinals. Miami has 2 first-round picks. They'll pick again with the 12th slot. They'll probably get a pass rusher there. Troy Vincent, Tommy, I mean, they're comparing him to guys like Michael Haynes, guys that can throw a blanket. They don't come along very often.
Yeah, I think the key to Troy Vincent is his consistency. As Mel talked about Terrell Buckley is a guy who will make some big plays for you. He likes to take a chance. Troy Vincent from Wisconsin is a guy very steady. In fact, the thing that I think a lot of people like about this kid is his consistency on the football field. Very fluid, along the lines of a Mike Haynes or Louis Wright, a guy that I played with. He's not going to make mistakes, and you only need really one great cover corner on the field for you when you have the kind of safeties that the Miami Dolphins do.
Well, you know, Tommy, the other thing is, with Vincent there, the cornerbacks for the Miami Dolphins only had one interception last year, so it's very important that they get some help there. But what else is you have to look at the style of defense that Vincent played in at Wisconsin. Not necessarily was asked to do a lot of man-to-man coverage. He's not going to be asked to do a lot of that in Miami either, so it really fits into the type of football player that he's already been. He doesn't have to make a transition and just go one-on-one with some of these receivers in the National Football League. It's going to make his slide into the secondary as an impact starter right away much easier.
So now our Super Six are gone with the addition of the quarterback. By the way, the first round selection of a quarterback by the Bengals since 1979. Boomer was a second-round pick. The throwing Samoan, Jack Thompson, was a #1 pick in 1979 by the Bengals. Now, David Klingler, Mel, a run-and-shoot quarterback type. Can he read? Can he develop? Everyone that looked at him said the arm is great. How about the poise? He struggled a little for him last year.
Well, he struggled, Chris, because he didn't have an offensive line, of course, with that run-and-shoot this year. But you saw him as a junior when he really developed into a great quarterback. He has that quick release, but it's a low delivery. Teams are a little concerned about that. In addition to the fact that he did take that pounding this year, but held up, which shows that he has that toughness to really take a pounding, withstand it. He's a big, strong kid. You got to like his arm, but he has to adjust mechanically and technically to a pro offense. He's not going to the Houston Oilers. There's only really one run-and-shoot team left. So now all of a sudden, he has to fit into the Bengals. Troy Vincent, of course, we talked about earlier, but Klingler fits in well with the Bengals. I thought Vincent would be the pick here, but they go a different direction, and they allow the Miami Dolphins to acquire a guy that really should not have been here. He is certainly one of the top 2 or 3 players in this draft, in my opinion. And here's the Dolphins sitting there at 7 thinking, no way we're going to get Buckley. No way Troy Vincent. He won't be here. We're probably going to end up with Alonzo Spellman, defensive end, Ohio State, who's a gamble. And we miss out on the Big Six that we've been talking about for 2 days. And now, because of that Klingler trade by Cincinnati, allows the Dolphins and Don Shula to acquire the one player that he thought there was no chance would still be there at #7. So obviously Troy Vincent, a great addition to the Dolphins, and in my opinion, the steal of this draft thus far.
Yes, the Miami Dolphins couldn't believe their fortune. Joe, on a run-and-shoot quarterback coming into the pros, Andre Ware came in with huge numbers. We've yet to really hear from him. Can a guy come in to a system that isn't a run and shoot and pick it up right away, or is it going to take a while for him? Of course, with Boomer, if he stays there, he doesn't have to pick it up right away.
Well, what happens is with Boomer, for example, they rated Klingler above Boomer from his college workout, so they felt like this kid was comparable to the quarterback they had. I still don't believe Klingler's going to be there, but when you talk about the transition from a run-and-shoot quarterback to play in the National Football League, need us not forget that there was a kid out of Portland State by the name of Neil Lomax who played in the run and shoot that turned out to be one heck of a National Football League quarterback. So I don't think Klingler will have any problem whatsoever making the transition from a run and shoot college quarterback to a professional semi-drop back or drop back style of offense.
The New England Patriots are next on the board. We got to think they're going to pick the guard Ed Searcy from Miami. Let's go to Cleveland now. And the first-round pick of the Washington Redskins, the Heisman Trophy winner, Desmond Howard, is with our Andrea Kramer. Andrea.
Thank you, Chris. Poor Desmond's been sitting here saying, are they going to interview me? Finally, here we are. We have you here. Congratulations. Joe Gibbs had you on the phone. I know you were pretty excited about the selection by the Redskins. What did Gibbs say to you?
Basically, he said that they were making the trade up. They really were excited to get me, and that they
This sweater? New? Nope. I've washed it 30 times with Persil. The color's still vibrant for... Big game! Game plans. Starting early. Going late. Out cold. Outside. It always looks vibrant, thanks to Persil's fabric care ingredients, which help protect colors against fading over time. Wash after wash. Clothes look newer for longer with Persil.
It was going to be a fun time in Washington. I'm very happy to be going to Washington. I think it's a lovely area, and the chance to play under great veteran receivers like Art Monk and Sanders, and to learn with these guys is going to be a very good experience for me. I think that's what has helped me become a Heisman Trophy winner in Michigan, because the mentors that I had. This didn't happen overnight, so I'm very happy to go to Washington, the nation's capital.
We know that Green Bay was interested in you and Washington was interested in you, but were you surprised that Washington leapfrogged to take your pick? It's the highest that the defending Super Bowl champions have ever selected.
Yeah, I've heard that. I wasn't, I couldn't control the draft selection, so I just wanted to put myself in the most comfortable position, so whatever happens, happens. I'm glad this took place.
You have other goals going into Washington aside from just excelling on the football field. What are some of your goals?
My goals is to basically be a role model in the community and enjoy the town and try to help out as much as I possibly can.
Well, congratulations. And by the way, and I asked him about Canada, he said, we're not thinking about that right now. I don't think it's going to be much of a factor. Let's head back to Chris.
All right, Andrea and Desmond, that's a smile, as Tommy Jackson pointed out. There is a smile that of a Heisman Trophy winner that has gone to the Super Bowl champs. There is a trade right now involving the Falcons getting up in a New England spot. And we're going to get Gary Danielson is in Sewanee at the Falcons headquarters, who have 2 first-round picks. They want to move up. They're always active on draft day. Here we go again, Gary.
Yeah, their goal in the draft was to move up in this draft with those 2 number 1s. They didn't think they could get the player they wanted that late. They wanted one of those 2 cornerbacks because of the baseball success for Deion and Brian Jordan, but they wanted Bob Whitfield, and that's who they're going to take with this pick. It was their 2nd number 1 and a 2nd-round pick, and they're going to be able to take some age out of that offensive lineman with Bob Whitfield. Looks like a good pick for the Falcons, Chris.
Well, Gary, certainly this is a team that wants to put pressure on people offensively, and a guy like a Mike Ken at tackle had one of the best years he's ever had. But you mentioned the age in the line. If you're going to pressure offensively, you better have time. You certainly well know that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Mike Ken now 36 years old, Chris Hinton 30 years old. If you're going to run the run and shoot, you got to have somebody to protect the quarterback. Chris Miller had a great year last year, but they're looking down the road. This is a guy that can play 10, 12, 14 years for you at offensive tackle.
Gary, do you think that we haven't seen the last of the dealings of the Falcons? I mean, they like to move around. You were there last year. You know what happens.
No doubt about it. Another guy they covet, and they think they'll have to get in front of Pittsburgh, is Vaughn Dunbar. They're looking for a running back. You know, they've got the problems in the secondary with the 2 baseball players, but this is a team with 4 draft picks in the top 2 rounds that would like to move up and draft for need, really, is what they're trying to do in the secondary, running back, and offensive line.
All right, Gary, we'll check back with you shortly. So the Falcons have moved up in the New England spot, and here's what it is. To move up to that 8th overall slot, the Patriots get one of the Falcons' number 1 picks, the second one, number 19, a 2nd-round pick, and a 4th-round pick. New England did very well by sliding down in the draft last year. That's what they've been doing lately to build up that ball club. Speaking of trades, there's a guy who was one of the most prolific running backs in the history of the National Football League named Eric Dickerson. Began his career with the Los Angeles Rams. He's going home almost. The Colts and the Raiders have figured it out. Let's go to Indy now to Chris Mortensen and get the word on the Eric Dickerson deal. Is it all finished?
Chris, Marvin Demoff is not only the lawyer for Steve Entman, he is the lawyer for Eric Dickerson. And Jimmy Irsay told us a little while ago that he thought the Dickerson deal would happen to the Raiders for a 4th-round and 8th-round draft pick. Dickerson taking a slight pay cut, and Mr. Demoff is here now to tell us a little bit more about the Dickerson situation.
Hi, Chris. As far as I know, the Dickerson trade is being consummated right at this time for the 4th and 8th-round draft choice. And I think Eric's very appreciative of the Colts and the Raiders both giving him an opportunity to establish himself again in Los Angeles.
Now, we understand that Dickerson was willing to take a pay cut to play for the Raiders. Did he want out of Indianapolis that bad?
Well, I think Eric has always been misunderstood as money being more important to him than it really is. Football is very important to Eric, and Eric believes his best chance to have football success is with the Raiders.
Quickly on Entman, we heard a lot of things in the last 24 hours. Can you characterize the negotiations between the Colts and Steve Entman?
They were bizarre because the Colts had other interests also in dealing with Quentin Coriat and Sean Gilbert and Troy Vincent and Von Dunbar and to some degree Desmond Howard. And Steve was always their number one pick, but how they were going to do number two kept making it a very disjointed discussion for 2 days. And it finally came together this morning at 8 o'clock.
Marvin Demoff doesn't want to talk about contract numbers, but everybody knew he was going to have an impact just by his presence alone. We reported earlier it was $9 million, 4 years. No comment here on that contract. $4 million signing bonus. Steve Entman's going to be taken care of for quite a while, Chris.
All right, so we go back to the silent movies for a little bit. That was Chris Mortensen with Marvin Demoff. And what they're silent about, of course, is what kind of contract change will be involved with Eric Dickerson. He was scheduled to make $3.1 million this year with the Colts. Marcus Allen makes just over $1 million a year with the Raiders. Dickerson coming into the Raiders is not going to make $3 million with Marcus there for $1 million. How far he goes down, does Marcus get a raid out of all of it? Dickerson is a Raider. We'll be back. Back in New York, the Falcons have selected with the 8th overall pick. Here's the commissioner, Paul Tagliabue.
With the 8th choice in the draft obtained from New England by trade, the Atlanta Falcons select Bob Whitfield, offensive tackle, Stanford.
So Bob Whitfield, rated by just about every team, the top offensive lineman available. Atlanta has now moved up and taken the pick from New England. And even though that's not this year an area of need, they've decided that it will be shortly. You heard Gary Danielson talk about Mike Cann and Chris Hinton being up in their 30s. Here's the trade. So to move up from 19 to 8, to move up 11 spots, cost the Falcons a 2nd and a 4th round pick. So that's a pretty heavy price to pay unless Whitfield turns out to be a tackle as good as Mike Kent, in which case, Mel, it's a great price to pay.
I'll tell you, Chris, I don't like the deal at all for Atlanta. I think, in a deep draft like this where you know you're going to get players down the line, to give up a 2nd and a 4th round pick to move up 11 spots, you already have a number 1, sure. But if they're going to move up, go up to get a skilled person, not an offensive tackle like Whitfield, who, in my opinion, was maybe the 24th best player in the draft. I know some teams think highly of him, but I think he's somewhat suspect that early. And when you look at Atlanta's situation in this draft, now they lose a 2, they lose a 4. If they'd have retained that pick, they may have been able to acquire Sayapeli Malamala, who played in the same conference as Whitfield, and ultimately could, in my opinion, be a better pro. I think it's far too heavy a price to pay in a great draft like this, when we're talking about depth into the 2nd through 6th round, to part with a mid-2 and a mid-4 to go up and get an offensive tackle. Granted, he has potential, but in my opinion, he's a gamble that early.
Tommy, there's been a lot of talk of Whitfield, a great player out of Stanford. Again, like some of the others in the draft, coming out a year early. He is legally blind in his right eye. Does that mean that anywhere along the right side of the offensive line he couldn't play because he couldn't see well enough on the outside? Or is that something that we invent? Could that be a problem?
I don't know, Chris. I think that the Atlanta Falcons have to envision him strictly as a left tackle. I mean, that's the spot that he's always played, and that way it won't cause him a problem because it's simply, as simply put as I can, the guy has gotten used to playing with whatever the difficulty is, so it doesn't bother him. You know, the rap on the kid, and I had a chance to watch him a little bit in one of the All-Star games on tape, is that consistency might be a problem with him. So somebody's going to have to motivate this kid to be there every single down.
Well, when he plays, he is very, very powerful.
Yes.
We know that much.
Yes.
And but you mentioned the consistency. Bob Whitfield, I mean, if you can get a bookend tackle, it's not necessarily a mistake.
No, it's not. You know, I sort of disagree with Mel a little bit here. I thought New England was going to take Whitfield in this position because, see, one thing you have to understand, Harlow's about to have some more surgery on his back. So they're a little suspect in the offensive line. Now, he had it in college earlier. There's talk about him having it again. So their offensive line is not in the best shape. That's the only reason I thought that Whitfield might go there at that particular spot. He winds up going to Atlanta. Atlanta's real close, Mel, to becoming the next level of playoff contention for them. They feel like they have to protect Chris Miller, or else they're never going to be able to put the ball, put the points on the board necessary to win.
But, Joe, that's if you feel Whitfield is going to be a Pro Bowl player. I don't feel that way. I think when you look at Bob Whitfield, and I talked to Bob last week, I talked about the Aloha Bowl when Marco Coleman had 3 sacks, numerous pressures. I said, what happened? Was it Coleman's moves, or what really bothered you in that game? And Bob said, hey, I just didn't feel I was up for the game. I was just kind of going through the motions out there. This is the Aloha Bowl when you're coming out as a junior. That is your focal point, the game that you have to be super motivated. And Marco Coleman just really dominated the football game. Other games this year he had trouble. So he doesn't show up every week with that high intensity level. And I think when you're investing all this to move up, give up a 2 and a 4 to get a guy that's very inconsistent, in my opinion, very questionable. And, I think it's a bad move. I think it's a great move for New England. You mentioned the offensive line problems. Searcy was a guy we talked about there, maybe Whitfield, but now they move down. They still get the lineman, but they pick up a 2 and a 4.
Well, we can debate that up here, but there is no debate in Sewanee because they've made the move to get Bob Whitfield. Let's go back down to Gary Danielson in Sewanee and talk some Falcons. Gary?
Yeah, Chris, nobody really knows. It's all a crapshoot, I think, when you get down into this first round. There wasn't very many impact players in last year's first-round draft, but Ken Herrock, vice president, told us yesterday, kind of tipped his hand a little bit, telling us that they looked at the right eye problem. Even went so far as to simulate blocking drills, covering their right eye. Didn't think it was that big of a deal. I kind of have to agree with them. You could smell these defensive linemen from a half a foot. I don't know if you have to see them that good. So if he can play, he can play. I don't see the one eye being that big of a deal. Chris?
Well, the Falcons, it's something we'll keep our keep track. I didn't mean to say that. Keep track of. I didn't. Keep track of this afternoon. Is what they do to address the problem, and we'll get into this, Gary. Deion Sanders perhaps becoming more of a full-time baseball player, Brian Jordan becoming a full-time baseball player, or more succinctly, a part-time football player, an 8 to 10 week type of guy. So the Falcons used to think that they were very deep at DB. Jordan coming off a great year. Deion, we know what he does. So that's something they might have to think about.
Yeah, there's no doubt the Falcons went into this draft looking at the problem. There's their best cornerback playing baseball on the cover of SI. They knew the type of style that Jerry Glanville likes to play. Pressure the quarterback, lock his corners in one-on-one. Remember, they took the 3rd pick last year, Bruce Pickens. They got McKyer. They really can't count on Deion long-term, but I believe he'll be there for a while. They really like Buckley, but they had to address that offensive line problem also. I think Ken Herrock is going to add a new tool when he goes out on the road from now on. Besides the vertical jump and the 40-yard dash, he's going to take a batting machine, give them 10 swings. If they hit one, they're going to mark them off on their list.
So they know that Bob Whitfield's not the second coming of Babe Ruth. They think he's going to play some football, that's for sure.
No, he can't hit the right field.
We'll keep that in mind. We'll get back to you later, Gary, as the draft continues from New York. The Cleveland Browns have the next selection. Back in New York, first 8 picks have been done in, under an hour, which is pretty interesting, that's for sure. But we're so far. Oh, boy, there it goes. I've talked about a no-hitter in the second inning. It's a lot quicker than last year's first round, which took about 5 hours, or the equivalent of about a 14-inning baseball game. The Cleveland Browns are up, and I think now, guys, this is where the draft starts to turn. There was some thought, Joe, that they might look for a backup to Kosar and Klingler, tight end, running back. They get Belichick, a defensive guy. Now is where I think the draft takes a turn. Agree?
I do. I think the thing you have to take into consideration here is Billy Belichick, first of all, has got the blessing of Art Modell. Art Modell has made a commitment to this football team to say, we're going to go out and get big, tough, fast football players. They signed 11 Plan B guys this year. Last year, every one of their draft choices was in camp. That's responsibility of management. Art's doing his part. Now it's important that Bill takes the players on the field and gets it done. I think running back is an obvious position. Tommy Vardell may be there. But look for Cleveland to use up every second they can of this 15. They're in the enviable position that Cincinnati was before, that maybe they have a chance to deal. Let's see if we can get the deals we want, because all they want is somebody big, tough, and fast. Think of Turner and King last year. You got to look at this year's draft and say, who's there like that?
To get everybody caught up to date a little bit on what happened to the Browns last year, well, they certainly made an improvement under Bill Belichick. Let's take a quick look at Cleveland in '91. The Natalie-clad Bill Belichick helped make the Browns one of the most improved teams in the league. He had Bernie Kosar operating a low-risk offense that saw him throw 18 touchdown passes, 9 to second-year fullback Leroy Hoard. Belichick's influence on the defense was evident. The Browns forced 33 takeaways, ranking among the best in the AFC. First-round pick Eric Turner missed the first half of the season, but became a force, registering 84 tackles and 2 interceptions. So the Cleveland Browns certainly improved in opportunistic football. They also made a big move in getting James Brooks. I mean, and that to add him, Mel, to the running back core. Kevin Mack is still there. Leroy Hoard, the guy that made the most unlikely of catches all throughout the season from Kosar. But yet, could they go running back? Could they go touchdown Tommy Vardell?
I know, Joe, you're liable to lose a lunch on this with Mike Godfrey. I know Mike Godfrey yesterday said, hey, Tommy Vardell's the man for the Cleveland Browns, and I can't disagree with Mike on that. I think Tommy Vardell, we talked about it yesterday for 4 hours, is a guy that is viewed by, I know Bill Walsh had said it, the best pick will be Tommy Vardell. Not necessarily as the best player, but he will be the best pick overall by the team that selects him. And, of course, the Cleveland Browns, when you look at what they really need in the backfield, Belichick wants a pound at teams. He has Hoard. You know, he had a bad year, bounced back strong last year. He also has Mack, who's kind of iffy. You don't know if he's going to show up and be as good this year. And Tommy Vardell is just a productive, dominant player. When he worked out a couple weeks ago, he had never run for the clock. That time of 4.73 estimated. The first time he ran 2 weeks ago, 4.48. Belichick, Ernie Accorsi, Mike Lombardi were out there for that workout. Have been keeping a track of the situation. And evidently, from what Jack Mills has told me and Tommy tells me, the Browns are interested. But also 2 other players, tight ends, Derek Brown from Notre Dame, Johnny Mitchell from Nebraska are there right now as well.
Man, that would add up, because think about the low-risk offense that the Browns now run with the short, dinky passes. And remember, they're used to having a guy named Ozzie Newsome to catch some balls at tight end. They don't have one now. Will they get one? Let's quickly check in with Chris Myers, who's chomping at the bit in Big D, but you got some word on the Browns, Chris.
Yeah, we're waiting for the Cowboys to happen, Chris, but the Cleveland Browns love Tommy Vardell. In fact, they've labeled him a modern-day Larry Zonka, the bruising fullback who, of course, was so dominant with the Miami Dolphins. A Cleveland official told us this morning they were blown out of the water when the Bengals selected David Klingler. That's who the Browns were eyeing, was David Klingler. Now that he's gone, in fact, Cleveland thinks that Cincinnati will deal with Kansas City still in a possible trade, sending Klingler to the Chiefs. But at this moment, the Browns are considering trading down. San Francisco has also reportedly been interested in Tommy Vardell. At this moment, they're in love with Tommy Vardell, and they'll take him with their pick unless they get a better offer and trade down. Chris?
All right, Chris, we'll check back with you. Less than 2 minutes to go on the pick by the Cleveland Browns. Very quickly, guys, you mentioned 2 names, Mitchell, Mel, and Derek Brown. Like Klingler, it may be the only quarterback to go in the first round. All of a sudden, there are 2 stud tight ends. They haven't been this deep, at least in the first round, for a while. Teams looking for tight ends. Maybe Giants, maybe Jets. There are several others, maybe Cleveland. This is a place where there might be some movement right now.
Well, Brown is the #1 guy right now, but Mitchell has really surged up because of his great speed. He runs a 4.6 at 262 now. He wasn't a dominant blocker, but they feel that will improve. And because of his great pass receiving ability, he's very intriguing to teams picking this early. Dallas Cowboys, I learned from Joel Siegel just now, his agent, that the Dallas Cowboys have 2 representative scouts with Dale Carter. So you have to think Dallas wants Dale Carter from Tennessee, maybe a trade-up possibility involving the Cleveland Browns here. Moving down, knowing they're going to get one of those players they really want, pick up an extra choice, and here's Dallas sitting there with the defensive back, Dale Carter, that they may not want to gamble, will still be there at 13.
Just about 44 seconds to go on the Browns pick. The card's on the way. We will know. Let's go to the commissioner. All right, let's not go to the commissioner. There he is.
Cleveland has selected. The Seattle Seahawks are on the clock.
With the 9th choice in the selection meeting, the Cleveland Browns select Tommy Vardell, running back, Stanford.
And there he is. Touchdown Tommy Vardell, one of the real nice stories of guys coming out this year. So Stanford has gone back-to-back here in the draft. The 8th pick to Atlanta, the 9th pick to the Cleveland Browns. Tommy Vardell, who appeared at one workout with a 3-piece suit, apologized for coming late to the workout, said he had to go down to Silicon Valley to present a computer program that he had written, and then could he change and get into workout gear. He's working out with the Browns. We'll be back.
Ready, set, go like 1, 2, 3. Coming in hot, I guarantee. Jealous ain't quiet, I got that thing. Better turn up the heat, gotta raise my feet like. And you know I'm the realest. Never seen it done, so you put it on your wish list. Go ahead, dance big, get the gist. Better do your thing, cause you can't resist. Here we go. Let's go.
Here's Tommy Vardell with the commissioner. Vardell, first-round draft pick of the Cleveland Browns. More on Touchdown Tommy in a moment. But now let's kick it over to Chris Fowler and company, who have an earlier first-round selection.
That's right, Chris. We have the man of many hats here. Troy Vincent has 3 Dolphin hats already. I know you're ecstatic about going down to Miami. You thought it might be David Shula with the Bengals when we talked yesterday. Instead, it's Don Shula. What about the jump up in competition? You didn't have to recover the receivers in the Big Ten that you now have to face in the AFC East with Lofton and Reed and Toon.
Well, Al Toon is somebody I always, he's from Wisconsin, and I'm always reading about him, seeing him walking around the facility. Now I know that he's in my conference. I'm going to have to play this living legend. I got my hands full.
Because Troy's a 6-foot corner that I think is going to play a long time because of your size and your ability to cover. But your toughest coverage assignment might be you're going to negotiate your own contract with your mom against Don Shula. What do you think about that?
I'm going to leave that up to my godparents and my advisors, Zachary Jones, and, I guess they'll do it,
Have you had any discussions with them? Have they made an offer? Have you talked financial terms at all with them?
Not yet, no.
Dolphins obviously a big hole at cornerback. Can you come in right in and start for this team?
Well, I hope so. I'm just going to go and do whatever I can do. If I have to just work into special teams, a nickel package, whatever. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I'm going to immediately start, but I'm going to work for that.
You think you're going in with a goal that you want to be the starter of the Miami Dolphins?
Oh, yes.
I guess at this moment you're pretty glad your coaches in high school convinced you to switch sports from basketball to football.
Yep, my old coach Jim Dundala a lot. He asked me in the hallway going into my senior year to come on out for the football team and help out and contribute, and it paid off.
Yeah, lucky number 7 in Miami. Let's go back now to Chris.
All right, Chris and Troy Chang, thank you very much. Troy Vincent pretty much going to negotiate his own deal. I mean, he's going to have some help, his folks, a lawyer. But, Joe, now, you negotiated your own deal with Miami. Is it safe to say that it was a figure or two less on yours?
I think, the thing is there's going to be quite a few more zeros, I think, on mine. I did choose to take my own fate in my own hands when I came out of college and try and negotiate with the Miami Dolphins. Now, we went through a negotiation process of which I was very unfamiliar with, and Coach Shula was there at the time. Joe Thomas was the GM at the time. I never had a chance to really sit down with Mr. Thomas. I did it with Mr. Robbie at that time. The fact is I really think that Troy might want to reconsider. Not that the Dolphins are not a fair organization, that he won't get a good deal, but it's always good to have a buffer in between you and the organization. Sometimes you sell yourself a little short and you wind up second guessing. Other times you get lucky and somebody maybe gives you a little bit more. But you don't necessarily want to just have control of that fate in your hands. He might want to just sit down and reconsider. There are some very good representatives available that will do a good job for him as well as the ball club. You just don't want to turn this thing into a personal confrontation, Chris.
Sounds like you're saying that you could be a personal representative.
Not me, no. I don't think the Dolphins want to talk to me.
I tell you what, the Cleveland Browns, Joe and Tommy, want to talk to Tommy Vardell. And really, although they covet him, and he could be a unique player, a fullback, this sort of speed, this sort of hands, this sort of attitude, you still, they have running backs now.
They have some, but not dependable. And when you look at Tommy Vardell, he is that dependable, productive back who has done it all for Stanford, be it running with the football, goal line, short yardage, catching the football out of the backfield. This guy is a power football player, great attitude, just stampedes people. You see him wearing number 44, John Riggins type, just a bowling ball type, just overpowers people, and a guy, like I say, that shows up every week with that same intensity level. And when you're investing an early round pick, you see speed here as well. 4.48 speed at 235 pounds. I mentioned that 4.73. It's been with his name all year. He never ran for the clock. That was an estimated time. When he ran a couple weeks ago, 4.48, 38-inch vertical jump. Bill Belichick, Ernie Accorsi, Mike Lombardi were out there at Stanford for that workout. Since that time, Tommy's been keeping me up to date, and he said all along, the Cleveland Browns have been showing a tremendous amount of interest, and it paid off today when they were able to acquire him with that 9th pick and get a player who's going to fit in very well with Belichick's offense, working in unison with Mack, with Brooks, and with also Leroy Horde.
Cleveland does have a decent history of running backs, don't they?
I tell you, when you look, Bynard was a deal that did not pay off, and they've been paying the price a little bit. But Leroy Horde was a fine pick. He had that rookie year, which was considered a bust, Chris. But he did bounce back last year and played outstanding football. And James Brooks, they were able to pay him the kind of money he wanted, nudged out Philadelphia in Plan B to acquire his services. And now you throw in a Kevin Mack, who he's the veteran that they need, along with Vardell. And now you can just keep the ball away, as what the Giants did against the Bills in the Super Bowl when Belichick was on hand. And that's the kind of football this Cleveland Brown team will be able to play this year.
Seattle Seahawks are next on the clock. I got to guess tackle Ray Roberts. That's just a guess. We'll be back to see what the Seahawks do in a moment.
And welcome back to the draft in New York City. As we rearrange some things on the set here, we're all set now. Already in the first 9 picks, actually the first 8, 5 juniors selected. As we see Steve Entman, the number 1 overall, Sean Gilbert, the 2nd consecutive junior defensive lineman to go to the Rams. Desmond Howard, of course, the Heisman Trophy winner, going to the Redskins. Terrell Buckley, the cornerback, headed for the Packers. Bob Whitfield to the Falcons. So teams obviously very confident these juniors are ready to come in and start in the NFL. 6 underclassmen did start at the end of last season that were taken in last year's draft, so no doubts that these guys are ready to step in and contribute right away. Let's go back across the ballroom now to Chris Berman.
All right, Chris, thank you. We're fixing up our set here, too. A lot of things going on here as we have reached the lunch hour here in New York, but teams are lunching on their first-round picks. Mel, let's look at your board. We had that the pick 6, as we called it last night, and they are now all gone. As you move with Entman and Vincent and Howard and Coryat and Buckley. Now let's look to the next group. And if you're rating best available athlete, that's the first time that statement's been made. Mark it down, 12-15. These are your guys.
Derek Brown, tight end, Notre Dame, figures to go somewhere in this next group of 5 teams. Chet McLaughlin, a guy that has great physical ability, figures in the middle of round 1. Carl Pickens, wouldn't he look good in a Bronco uniform with their wide receiver problem? So these guys are prime athletes and very good picks in the middle, late first round. Dale Carter, I still think he'll be a Cowboy. Kevin Smith, the Dolphins, very high on him. Leon Searcy, we know the Patriots, how they feel about him. Tommy Vardell just went. Chuck Smith, a guy that's a great football player, but teams are now projecting him down a little bit because they say he's not a true linebacker. So you're going to steal Chuck Smith at a bargain point in the draft.
The Seattle Seahawks are next up, and there's about 4.5 minutes to go for their selection, and I believe offensive line, and I believe that'll be Ray Roberts. But think about what the Seahawks did, oh, by the way, last night. Yeah, you say sometimes you take these established players, and they're coming off injuries. But if you missed it, they have Keith Millard, who missed all of last year's serious knee injury with the Vikings. They got him for a 2nd-round pick from the Vikings and a conditional the year after. They get Reuben Mays, who was a real productive running back, certainly in college, and a good one with the Saints, but he's been retired for a year, really a year and a half. They get him in a deal, too. So Seattle, think in the middle, Tommy. If Millard can play, along with Cortez Kennedy in the middle of their defensive line on a good defense.
You solidified your front 7, and Jacob Green he's still on that defense.
He'll play 10 more years.
Still playing well. You know, people keep talking about the fact that Jacob Green's getting older, but he's still playing well. I think their whole situation up front is dependent on if the deal with Millard, if Millard can recover from that knee injury. He took the year off last year, so he's had a complete year off from playing now. That deal will be if he can play and be healthy.
They've got a good defense, but they've got questions on offense. To refresh your memory on the Seattle Seahawks, let's have a look. Tom Flores has left the friendly confines of the president's booth to once again return to the sidelines. And for the first time since '82, Dave Craig will not be the Seattle quarterback. It's either the untested Kelly Stoffer or the untested Dan McGuire, last year's #1. On defense, Tom Catlin decided to stay in Seattle. That's good news for Flores, for the unheralded defense was among the best in the league in '91. So the Seattle Seahawks, an underrated defense, and you saw the veteran coach Tom Catlin who stayed. The one thing they don't have is a quarterback. They're going to start with Kelly Stoffer, but maybe look to Dan McGuire as the year goes on, the 6'8" quarterback drafted in the first round last year. If Ruben Mays can play, Joe, John L. Williams goes to a fullback. Mays at a tail. They got a young guy named Chris Warren, who the coaches like a lot. They don't have a lot on offense, but with a real good defense, if they get a running game going, they might grind out some wins.
Well, Chris Warren was the only tailback that they wound up keeping after the Plan B acquisitions were all said and done. I think with John L. wanting to go back to fullback, gives him a chance. He's yet not as young as he used to be. Gives him a chance to be used as the versatile back that he is. Has been to the Pro Bowl a couple of years. The important thing about this is they still need a young running back. Seattle still, I believe, has to invest in a young running back. Also, you know, Chris, you project Ray Roberts going there. I don't think there's any question that the offensive line is the first place that you start to build to protect the quarterback. I know for a fact that they want Dan McGuire to be their quarterback. That's why Chuck Knox is not coaching in Seattle anymore, because he didn't necessarily want him to be the quarterback, didn't feel he was ready yet. They got to get him ready now, and they got to do with some offensive line help.
Well, you talked about the running back, and you look at the depth chart, and they lost some people, and it's not very deep. Although, you know, James Jones, a veteran, but John L. is certainly a productive and a Pro Bowl player, the fullback now. But Ruben Mays, how he fits into the equation will be intriguing. We have yet to see, Mel, a true running back. We saw Vardell go. You've got Vaughn Dunbar, who's out there and actually is here in New York from Indiana. You had Tony Smith, Southern Miss, along with Vardell. Those are the only 3 first-round running backs we're likely to see today?
That's it, Chris. I think when you look at Vaughn Dunbar, the Pittsburgh Steelers who are picking after Seattle, hoping that he will slide down that far. Tony Smith, I think, to Atlanta a little later in the first round.
All right, Seattle is selected, Mel, so we'll keep an eye on the running backs. Now we'll keep an eye on the commissioner.
Chris, Ray Roberts goes here, Dunbar goes to Pittsburgh.
Yes, yes.
With the 10th choice in the selection meeting, the Seattle Seahawks select Ray Roberts, tackle, University of Virginia.
Well, every now and then you get one right. Ray Roberts, the tackle from Virginia, 6'5½", 298. What they will do, the Seahawks, is as soon as Roberts is ready, they drafted in the first round a guy they think is a very good player at left tackle a couple years ago, Andy Heck. Roberts would go to left tackle, and Andy Heck would move over to guard to give them the power side to run. Tell me about Roberts, Mel.
Well, he's a steady player. He really played well throughout his career, pass blocking, run blocking. They were a very balanced offense at Virginia. Matt London, of course, the quarterback. And you see Roberts, the way he just handles people at the line of scrimmage. There he was neutralizing Marco Coleman. Here he's working against Chuck Smith in the Senior Bowl. So a guy who's been experienced, going up against top players, one-on-one situations, and certainly a guy that, you know, after you get a pass Whitfield, and there was a lot of people around the league that thought, hey, Roberts may be long-term a better player than Bob Whitfield. You're getting him here at the 10th spot. I'm sure there was some debate, though, with the Seahawks as to whether you go tight end Derek Brown or Ray Roberts, and certainly with only Andy Heck and Brian Millard coming back, they really had no other recourse. But, you know, Derek Brown, still a guy, very tough to pass up for these teams coming up in the first round.
One other thing to mention about the Seahawks, they now lead the league in Millards, Brian Millard and Keith Millard, something to keep track of. It's always very important to know that. The Washington Redskins led the league in everything last year, and guess what? They lead the league in providing pressure on offense now that they've drafted Desmond Howard. A guy that knows a little bit about offensive football is standing by with our Mike Patrick. Mike?
Chris, thanks very much. Joe Gibbs is right here, and it seems unbelievable that it's the first time since you've been here that you've had a chance to take somebody this high in the first round.
Yeah, particularly, too, Mike, the fact that it's the first time we've ever been able to say, well, we're going to get the 6th player, and so you can work on 6 guys trying to get 6. It was exciting for us, and it was a new position for us. I was excited about being in that position, I'll tell you that.
Desmond Howard's certainly a quality pick. Some people will say, is his size going to be a problem, as small as he is playing in the tough NFC East?
Well, we got Gary Clark on our team, and I think we like Gary Clark a lot. And he's shown that he can be as good, just as good as anybody, really, playing at this level. We got Art Monk is a little bigger, and we got in the middle Ricky Sanders. We like all of them. I think, we're not worried about size. I think Desmond's shown when you can play at Michigan in that league, I think you can play with the Redskins.
Of course, you just named 3 quality wide receivers that you have on your roster that you expect to play for quite a while, but this team has always drafted for the future, not tomorrow.
Well, I think, we were looking at a situation here trying to find somebody that really, when you pick that high, you want somebody preferably. Normally, if you give us enough time, we'll find a hole in anybody. But in this case, we couldn't find holes in Desmond, so we were going to try and pick a player that we really, picking that high, was a real quality guy that we felt like would have a chance to really come in and do a great job for us at the Redskins. And I don't. We do have very good receivers on our team. I'd rather work with that problem, though, and we've had that before at other positions, and that's a good problem to have. I don't think any of the guys that are here now are going to worry about this because they're all very confident in themselves, and I don't think Desmond's going to worry about it because I've seen some of his comments. I think he'd be coming in the right way, just looking to help our football team.
All right, Joe, thanks very much. Congratulations on the pick. I know he'll help the Redskins.
Well, thanks. We're excited, Mike.
And let's go to Desmond right now. He's with Andrea Kramer. Andrea?
Thanks a lot, Mike. Well, there's your new head coach there talking about you. He's saying that he's not worried that there's too much depth now in the Redskins. How do you feel about coming in where you have 3 receivers, the caliber of Monk, Clark, and Sanders?
I feel great about coming into a situation like this. I think I can learn a lot from these guys. They can be my mentors just like the individuals were at Michigan.
How do you think you're going to handle how physical the NFC East is? I mean, unfortunately, we hear about Andre Waters from the Eagles. He's got a reputation as a bit of a headhunter, maybe deservedly so. How will you handle the physicalness of that division?
I don't worry about those things. I don't let them get to me. I think that Coach Gibbs said it best when he said, playing in Michigan, you're playing against some of the top competitors in the nation. So if you can play there and excel, I think you can play in the NFL and do a pretty good job.
Okay, thanks very much, Desmond. Right now, let's go back to New York.
All right, Andrea and Desmond and folks, Joe Gibbs, very happy. Pittsburgh Steelers, you got to think they might look running back like Vaughn Dunbar. That's the phone conversation. The card is up. Oh, and Joe had it. We all had that. We don't get dinners on this one if it's right.
No, we don't. But the fact is I think you have to, you sit down, you look at teams, and the needs are at running back for the Steelers.
With the 11th pick, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Leon Searcy,
like we said,
tackle, University of Miami.
Like we said, we don't win dinners on this one.
Another need is somebody to block for those running backs.
Well, Leon Searcy, an outstanding player from Miami, originally thought was coveted by the old athletic director at Miami, Sam Jankovic, but it was now with New England. But so the Steelers go with an offensive lineman. So now that's 3 offensive linemen that have gone in the top 11. And Mel, is this a bit of a surprise that they don't go running back?
I don't think so, Chris. I think they need a left guard desperately. Certainly a running back would have filled the void, but they may be able to get a Derek Moore from Northeast Oklahoma in round 2. Leon Searcy maybe wasn't expected to be there. Everybody thought he would go to New England earlier. When they traded down, that allowed him to slide to Pittsburgh, who needs to plug in a left guard as a starter immediately. Leon Searcy played a left tackle spot for Miami in that pro-style offense, so he's experienced in pass protection, had to go up during his career against the likes of Hawkins and Cortez Kennedy, Jerome Brown, so you know he can go against top players and handle them in one-on-one situations. And he projects inside the guard. He played that position earlier in his career, and he's a guy that they figure coming out of Miami will be able to step in immediately as a rookie and start at left guard, and also signability factor for the Steelers. A bit of a conservative organization, you have to say. Running back Vaughn Dunbar in the first round, economically not as sound as maybe going left guard. With Searcy, you can come in immediately, go through the mini camps, and be in training camp on time, something you have to wonder about when you talk about running backs in this day and age of your long holdouts.
The Miami Dolphins are next up on the clock, Mel. Their second first-round selection. Their first pick was Troy Vincent. And after the Dolphins, the Dallas Cowboys. We usually hear from them by now, and there's our War Room Cam. Jimmy. We're watching. We'll be back.
Sometimes I dream that he is me. You got to see that's how I dream to be. I dream I move. I dream I groove. Like Mike.
Grainger knows that if you're a lineman in charge of keeping the lights on, you go to great lengths and sometimes heights to ensure the power is always flowing. Which is why you can count on Grainger for professional-grade products and next-day delivery, so you have everything you need to get the job done. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If I could be like Mike, I'm gonna be like Mike. If I could be like Mike, be like Mike. If I could be like Mike, be like
Welcome back to the draft in New York City. The Steelers have just selected Leon Searcy, the offensive lineman out of Miami. Hurricanes no stranger to the first round. If you look back at the last 6 years, Searcy becomes the 12th Miami player to go in the first round. By far the most of any school. All those national championships are not an accident. They could get a 13th before the first round is over with Darrell Williams, the fine defensive back. The Steelers get that solid citizen they like so much in Leon Searcy. Meanwhile, a team in the division, the Cleveland Browns, get the solid citizen they like so much in Stanford running back Tommy Vardell. You have to feel great about what the Browns believe about your ability, because it's not exactly like they're drafting a real need. They do have running backs there.
Yeah, I'm real happy that they consider me the best athlete on the board, because that's how I understood they were going to pick. They showed some interest early and really backed off toward the end, so it's a big surprise. I'm real excited.
Chris, I think the Browns made a great choice, and if you're a Cleveland Brown fan like my family is in Crestline, Ohio, they've got to be happy today. But I think this is what you bring to the table at Cleveland. Because of the offense at Stanford, you played the fullback in the eye, you can block. You played the tailback in the eye against California, you can be that type of back. But you also played the split back, and you're a good receiver. I think the offense has really helped you and will benefit the Cleveland Browns. What do you feel like that's your best attribute?
I think the versatility aspect, what you said. One real nice thing, we played under a pro system. Our offense was a pro set offense, so we're used to a lot of different formations, having to read the different defensive fronts and everything, and it really has turned out to be an advantage.
Bill Walsh told me on Monday, Chris, that if he had a first choice, this is the young man that he would take, and that's quite a compliment.
A lot of teams would like this guy. Now, one of the things, Tommy, NFL teams do leading up to a pick, well, they probe and they ask all kinds of questions about everything to do with your personality. They did bring up the question of your faith, Christian Science, and what impact that might have, because some people of your faith do not accept medication for pain, do not accept needles. Is that a concern for any team you talk with?
It wasn't. It was a concern at the beginning. The owners and people wanted to know, because it's a big investment. But it wasn't a concern going into the draft. It hasn't been an issue. Growing up playing football, I played football for 15 years. It's only been an aid to me, and it wasn't a problem at all.
Well, congratulations. Good luck in Cleveland. Also very happy for his former blocker, Bob Whitfield, who's headed to the Falcons. Says Glanville and Whitfield are a great match. Whitfield's a different guy, fellas. Actually, we're going to take a break right here. We'll continue with more of the Fast and Furious draft in a minute.
Is there a player who means more to his team than Dan Marino does to Miami? For an NFL record 9th straight year, Marino threw at least 20 touchdown passes. But Don Shula's perennial problem is with defense. Once again in 91, the Dolphins were among the worst in the NFL at stopping opposing ball carriers. Plays like this one happen much too infrequently. The Dolphins finished near the bottom in takeaways with 21. Last year's number 1 Randall Hill ran himself out of Miami and into Phoenix in return for this year's first-round pick. The Miami Dolphins last year ranked 25th in total defense. They allowed 4.6 yards a carry, which is the worst in the National Football League. With one of his first-round selections, Don Shula got a gift. He got Troy Vincent, cornerback, Wisconsin, to be the first-round pick in the number 7 overall. Now he has the number 12 pick overall, and you got to think he's got to go defensive line. Now, the question is, guys, who along that defensive line? You've got Spellman from Ohio State. You got Johnson from Michigan State. You have Marco Coleman, who's a pass rusher, Robert Porcher. I mean, it depends who that, but you got to think D-line, don't you guys?
Chester McLaughlin is also along that list. I think that they've also addressed, I think they'll go D-line, of course, but I think they've also addressed 3 problems so far in this first round. They've got an outstanding return guy. Watching Troy Vincent return kicks, he will not fair catch the football. That's something that Joe loves. But yeah, I think now you start to build that front 7. You get a guy who can go after the passer and who will double as a guy who will protect Offerdahl and maybe keep him healthy during the course of the year.
You know, Tommy, I think we talked about Bill Johnson being possibly one of the guys they might take. I would have to think that Bill Johnson does not fit in right now in the Miami Dolphins. He's going to have surgery on, or he might not have to have surgery on that knee, but he did have a problem with that knee. They don't need a guy 2 years from now to come in and play for him. They need an impact player right now. That's why, you know, it's possibly Spellman, possibly McLaughlin. Those would be the 2 that I would guess at this particular time might be the pick.
Well, Johnson had a problem, fell down a flight of stairs, so that's why the recent knee problem. And they really do need clarification, really. That's a risk at this point if teams haven't examined him personally. Defensive lineman on your board. Do you have a selection here, or could there be 2 or 3 of them?
At this point, Chris, what I look at is who the best football player is. And I think when you look at it, sure, Chet McLaughlin is, but he's somewhat of a gamble at this point. I think what the Dolphins have to look at is the guy that everybody had associated with their pick at 7, Alonzo Spellman, defensive end, Ohio State, who was viewed as somewhat of a gamble. He's a guy with great physical ability, didn't take over a game on a regular basis. The other guy you consider probably one of the best football players in the draft, Marco Coleman from Georgia Tech. Here's the opposite of a Spellman. Here you have a guy who may be an overachiever type. He doesn't have the great 40 time like Alonzo Spellman, doesn't have the tremendous size. All he does is go out on that football field and just dominate and take over games and whip guys who have already been taken in the draft like a Bob Whitfield. So I think your debate here is, do you take the athlete in Spellman or the better football player in Marco Coleman?
Their defensive line, let's look at what the Dolphins have. And remember, Don Shula's got to be a little gun-shy. He's used high-round picks in recent years for Eric Kummerow, who never panned out. John Bosa, who had the knee problem, never really panned out. Here's their defensive line as it stands going into this pick, with Oglesby and Turner and Cross, who's a good defensive end. Gerald Nichols, the former Jet, Tim Downey. But obviously, they need impact player. Cross can be at times, was in one year, wasn't so much last year. But the Dolphins, think about that AFC East now. The Buffalo Bills still have the best talent of anyone probably in the entire conference. But yet, after their second straight Super Bowl loss, if they fall some to the Jets and Miami, those sort of teams able to slide up. And how is Miami going to move up? Got to improve the defense.
Well, you know, Chris, one thing that Teddy Marchibroda told me flat out, he said, if the Miami Dolphins get themselves a quality pass rusher on defense, they automatically become a bona fide problem for that AFC East. Now, Coach Marchibroda had to, as the offensive coordinator of the Buffalo Bills, had to face him twice a year. He knows exactly what that football team is capable of doing, and he saw that if they get that one guy, they automatically jump right up and become a major problem for him. And Teddy's seen it as well as anybody.
I tell you what, I think the reason the Dolphins are taking almost all of their 15 minutes here, and they've got about a minute and a half to go, is that there is legitimately a lot of debate. Spellman and McLaughlin you put down, but Mel, I think it might be Porcher or Marco Coleman. May not be rated as high, but less of a, quote, gamble.
I think so. I think Marco Coleman, football player-wise, when we talked about Tommy Vardell being a great pick, so is Marco Coleman. He's just productive. You have to throw out those computer numbers sometime and just draft a football player. They already have Troy Vincent's a great athlete. Why not take a Marco Coleman over an Alonzo Spellman?
We say Coleman or Porcher. Let's see what the pick is.
With the 12th choice, the Miami Dolphins have selected Marco Coleman, linebacker, Georgia Tech. Dallas is next up.
And there's Marco Coleman from Georgia Tech. Played for Bobby Ross, who's now coach of the Chargers. I'm sure he's a proud guy right now. Would have liked to be able to draft his player. And I'll tell you, in years, the reason we're here with Marco Coleman, he was going to be our, quote, bubble man. Now, if you've watched our draft in recent years, Thurman Thomas was a bubble guy. Will he go in the first round, second round? Ended up going in the second round. Mark Spindler, I mean, we all suffered with Mark a couple of years ago. Massey, the cornerback. Well, this year, before we even got the drama out, Marco Coleman, the bubble has burst. Marco Coleman is now a first-round selection, and I tell you, it adds up for the Dolphins. Less of a gamble, as you mentioned, Mel. McLaughlin, would he get too big? Spellman, sometimes great, sometimes we don't know. But Coleman and Porcher are more of put it down. They're the outside pass rush guy, and if they can complement Cross, he can be dangerous.
Well, PR-wise, Chris, when you look at drafting an Alonzo Spellman, a couple years ago they gambled on Eric Kumaro, same school, Ohio State. Spellman, a guy who had the physical tools but did not produce. Here with Coleman, you already had your 7th pick. You had Troy Vincent. Now you come back with a great football player, and here you see Marco Coleman, the size. He's up to about 257 now. He told me this past week he hasn't been running 5.05s, but in fact he's been running 4.8, 4.82. He gets around offensive tackles. You can move him up, move him down, use him like a Carl Mecklenburg in Denver. And for the Dolphins, who have on far too many occasions gambled on guys who are athletes, not necessarily football players, now they get a guy who fits the mold of what Don Shula wants, and that's a guy who's productive, intense. And when we hear Marco interviewed, probably in a few minutes to come, you'll hear a great kid, very well-spoken, intelligent. He can fit into any defensive structure because of the mental capacity that he brings to be able to pick up systems very quickly. And I think that's something you can't underestimate in a first-round draft choice.
And there's Marco as we look at him in Atlanta. And I'll tell you what, Marco Coleman was a linebacker at college, but he's projected as a pass-rushing defensive end, as so many of these guys are. And so now, I'll tell you what, the Miami Dolphins get exactly what they wanted. They've got the pass-rushing defensive end, and they got the corner. Speed was a question. Mel mentioned he ran about a 5, which is slow for that position, but Bobby Ross says, who cares?
Marco was one of the really productive football players that I've ever coached. He was a player that plays fast, even though in the eyes of some he may not have tested sprint-wise as well as a lot of people would like for him to have tested. He's a young man that plays fast. He plays in his football gear at a good speed and certainly well enough and quick enough and fast enough to play the game of football.
Bobby Ross ought to know, and he hopes he doesn't have to line up against him that many times, as Ross now the new head coach of the San Diego Chargers. Well, the 12th selection, that is a new record for our bubble man. That by far and away is the earliest any one of our bubble guys has gone. Marco Coleman now to the Miami Dolphins. Marco Polo was a discoverer. Marco Coleman has discovered Miami, and he's with Steve Cipher. Steve?
You're right about that, Chris. As far as crushing the bubble record, he crushed the pass sack record at the Georgia Tech as well. Marco, was it a complete surprise to you that you went number 12?
Yes, it was. I wasn't expecting to go as early as I did, considering the times that I ran in the 40 and things like that. But like Coach Ross had mentioned, I feel I do have the speed to play.
Now, in the combine in Indianapolis, you ran a 5.12 40-yard dash. What have you run for Miami since, and when did that happen, and why the difference in times?
Well, I had 3 workouts in April, and each time I ran a 4.8 or better. And I had practiced with a track coach, because I'm not a track runner. I play football, so, I worked on it just like anything else. If you work on it, you get better at it.
Track coach being Lawrence Seagrave on your sprinting ability?
Yes, he helped me out a lot, and I give him a lot of credit.
Everybody's calling you a tweener. You're 6'2 3/4, about 258 pounds this morning. Do you see yourself playing in a 2-point or down on the ground in a 3-point?
Well, I've been preparing myself really for whichever I have to do. So whatever position I fit best in the scheme of the Miami Dolphins, I'll be prepared to play.
When Miami talked with you, did they talk in terms of down lineman?
Well, a little bit of both. Basically about the same way I played at Georgia Tech. So like I said, I've been preparing for whichever position I have to play.
All right, fair enough. Now, what about Brian Ransom, your representative and the agent? What's the difference for a guy who's on the bubble, could go 26, 27, 28, now he's the 12th pick in the draft? What difference does that mean in terms of money?
Well, at this point, it's hard to say what the difference would be. I think it's obvious that it's going to mean more money for Marco, and we look forward to getting him in camp on time. The biggest thing is for him to prepare and be ready to play when he does get there.
All right, fair enough. One question I have to ask you. You came out as a junior. Why did you come out early?
Well, probably the same reason as all the rest of the juniors. You look forward to the competition, also the money, and and it's a lifelong dream. So at the earlier the chance, the quicker the opportunity, you just can't help but to, jump onto it.
Georgia Tech teammate Ken Swilling last year could have come out, and many people said he would have been a first-round pick at the time. Instead, he elects to stay his senior year, and now he may be a second, third, fourth-round pick. Did that influence you?
No, it didn't. That was Ken's situation, and mine is different. We both had totally different views on, the circumstances and the situation. So what happened with him had no bearing on my decision.
All right, Marco, thank you very much. Congratulations.
So what's up to my pops in Dayton, Ohio? What's up, pops, and my brother and my stepmom? Yeah, I'm in the house.
Whatever he said, we double it. Thank you, Brian. All right, back to you, Chris, in New York.
All right, Steve and Marco, congratulations. 12 picks made thus far. 6 of them are underclassmen. Next up, the Dallas Cowboys. War Room Cam is smoking. The Dallas Cowboys are one of 5 teams that owns 2 first-round selections. There's the phones in New York working as the Cowboys have about 6.5 minutes left on the clock. Now, word is that the Cowboys are talking to the New England Patriots. Certainly, you don't have to have that greater memory to think back to last year when the Cowboys dealt with the Patriots for the #1 overall slot. They got Russell Maryland. New England got extra picks. Both teams were happy then. Sam Jankovic, Jimmy Johnson used to work together at Miami. It all adds up, doesn't it? And if it doesn't add up, we've got Chris Myers to show all the work. We get full credit if you show your work, Chris.
All right, well, thanks, Chris. Yeah, the reason the Patriots may be talking is they have an interest in Dana Hall, the defensive back who the 49ers like. They choose ahead of them. The Cowboys also thinking defensive back. But last year, the catchphrase in Dallas was signability that Jerry Jones pushed. This year, it may be slotting. An interesting fact is we take a peek in the draft room and see what the Cowboys are doing. Jerry Jones has said the slotting is what he obviously can't negotiate with the draft choices before they are selected on the clock. But he has told a number of players beforehand that, hey, if you're the 10th pick, you're going to get this particular price, which was the 10th pick last year, plus a 12% increase. As we watch Jimmy and Jerry looking over their draft list, they're in the draft room here as we see. Across from Jimmy Johnson is Bob Ackles, the personnel director. Now, what Jerry Jones says the slotting does is obviously it tells the player about how much money he's going to make, and across the board, if he's a 10th pick, that's what he'll get. In this case, it would be the 13th selection. So again, Jerry Jones has 10 representatives out across the country physically on location with contracts ready, and if they can't sign that player that's on the board, then they will move down to the next player, the one that they can get to agree to a contract. There may be a deal with the Colts. The Cowboys could trade down. If not, Kevin Smith is the top defensive back on the board, followed by Darrell Williams out of the University of Miami. Let's go over to Indianapolis now and Chris Mortensen.
That's right, Chris. There's a lot of activity here with the Colts. They've traded Eric Dickerson. They have a void at running back. They would love to take Von Dunbar, the Indiana running back, and they've been talking to Miami. They've been talking to Dallas in this spot. But Dallas has also got something going with the Detroit Lions because the Lions want Derek Brown, the tight end from Notre Dame.
All right, Chris, thank you. Well, they've got a chance, and you know the Lions are interested in a tight end with Dan Henning now there. Forget the run and shoot totally. We'll talk about the Lions. They don't draft to the third to bottom. But both of the big tight ends, Derek Brown and Johnny Mitchell, name you should remember from Nebraska, also interested in them, are the next 2 teams perhaps after Dallas, the Giants and the Jets. So maybe that's why a lot of discussion is going on right now. 34 trades or 34 slots have been traded by the Jimmy and Jerry era in Dallas, and it hasn't been that long. So War Room Cam, phone line, let's see on the clock's about 3 minutes and 40 seconds left for the first of 2 selections for the Dallas Cowboys. Now, it's interesting, all those guys that are around the country that Chris Myers said. It sounds like Jerry Jones has more representatives than McDonald's has franchises, the way they're looking at all these players. But he mentioned, oh, there's a trade. We'll pick that up in a minute.
Details in a little bit.
It is Dallas and New England. So New England is now on the clock. So I was going to ask you, they mentioned the name Dana Hall, Mel, but it seemed too early to talk about him, but now we don't have to because New England's another story.
Well, New England needs a defensive back. Their safety position was woeful last year. Dana Hall's an interesting guy. He played cornerback at Washington, had some prior experience early in his career at that safety spot. A couple weeks ago, he was helping a friend fix his car, got his hand caught in the fan belt, and had some damage to his hand, which concerned some teams, but now they say that this morning that's not a big concern. But still, if you take Dana Hall this early, you're taking him ahead of Dale Carter, a guy that can play safety or cornerback, great productive player at Tennessee. Darrell Williams, safety at Miami, who if it goes back to Miami next year, say, probably would have been a top 5 pick. And also Kevin Smith, a cornerback from A&M. But if you're looking at Dana Hall as a safety, I don't know how you can take him ahead of Dale Carter and Darrell Williams, 2 of the most productive defensive backs in the country the last 2 years.
All right, here's the details of the trade, Mel. Let's listen in.
The Dallas Cowboys trade this selection, which they obtained from Minnesota, and the choice in the 3rd round that they obtained from Minnesota, which is the 71st choice in this draft, to New England for the 1st choice from Atlanta, number 19 in the draft, New England's 2nd choice, which is the 37th choice in this draft, and Atlanta's 4th round choice, which is the 104th in this draft. So Dallas trades Minnesota's 1st and 3rd to New England for Atlanta's 1st, New England's 2nd, and Atlanta's 4th.
All right, let us boil this down real quickly, because if I'm not mistaken, and guys correct me if I'm wrong, Dallas still has 2 first-round picks. And as I see it, they have, what, 3 second-round picks?
3 second-round picks.
So 5 picks in the first 2 rounds, 5 picks in the first, let's see, only 5 picks in the first 40, if I add that up correctly, which means, Mel, let's go back to something you said. We had a Super 6 and a couple of interesting players like Klingler, et cetera. We'll jumble. Here's New England's pick first. Pinchback, Paul Tagliabue comparing red ties.
With the 13th choice in this meeting, the New England Patriots select Eugene Chung, tackle, Virginia Tech. The Giants are up next.
Well,
that makes sense.
They wanted a guard. They have 2 good tackles in Harlow and certainly Bruce Armstrong. Searcy, who we mentioned before, and Chung are the guys that they may be tackles, but they can also play guard. All those sacks you mentioned, Joe, came up through the middle. It's a good pick, good solid pick for New England.
It's not only a good solid pick, Fritz, it's a pick they needed. We talked about Pat Harlow. Pat Harlow has a back problem. It's become obvious. He had problems last year, had surgery before, looking at maybe surgery again. Sam wants to solidify that offensive line. He and Coach McPherson know that if they can protect Millen, they've got the quarterback they want. The offensive line will take care of itself. Defensively, they're happy. They weren't looking for a quarterback controversy, so they weren't going to go after Klingler. That makes sense. They realized that they need a guy who can help them get the 3rd and 1s and protect the passer on the 3rd and 5s. Chung's going to be the guy. He'll step in and start right away and help them out, Mel.
I wouldn't go that direction, Joe. If I'm New England and I'm trading up, Eugene Chung's a fine player. He can play guard or tackle, but when you're trading up, you have to go for an impact defensive back as a safety, a guy that can come right in and do what a Ronnie Lott did. I think you take, at this point, a Dale Carter or a Darrell Williams. I think that's the area you have to improve if you're the New England Patriots, and trading up, to me, doesn't make a lot of sense at this point, simply because the 2 best players that will help them are the 2 defensive backs. Chung, a good player overall, versatile. Some question about how motivated he is to just blow people off the ball on a regular basis. And if you're looking at him as a guard, that's a projection inside from tackle to a certain extent, since he never really played that position. So a guy that would have figured, say, mid to late first round. In fact, some teams I talked to thought that maybe he could slide out of the first round into the early second round. And now you have the Patriots not only taking this guy, but trading up to acquire his services. I disagree with the choice.
Well, I'll tell you what, Ollie, you look at the depth chart of the Patriots and you're looking for the name John Hanna at guard. It's not there anymore. Their depth chart right in the middle is completely different. So now that's why you will know that the Patriots are singing Wang Chung tonight. He fits right in. He can move right in and perhaps start instead of Chilton or Williams or Redding or both Greg Riccozzi, who was once upon a time a highly ranked player, but he can move right in. And I'll tell you something else that Chung going to the Patriots can give them. He is a Virginia heavyweight gold medal champion in judo in 1990. Andre Tippett is an 8 million degree black belt. You do not want to get in a fight with the New England Patriots now. They're just going to be too tough. All right, now that we've gotten that straightened out, next up on the boards, the Giants and the Jets. The gallery gods are getting ready.
All a matter of... Welcome back. We approach the halfway point of round one of the NFL draft. The New York Giants are on the clock, just about 10 minutes to go before they select. The Jets are next, followed by the LA Raiders. Segueing now to Fred Edelstein, our specialist in matters behind the scene. With the Raiders pick coming up, Freddie, there have been some trade talk about Steve Young and the 49ers. You've had your ear to the phone. What's the latest?
Well, Chris, the 49ers have offered Steve Young to the Raiders for a number 1 pick, a number 2 pick, and Tim Brown. Now, so far they have not heard back from the Raiders. Al Davis, I am told, was very receptive to the deal when it was offered to him, but so far, as of a little while ago, Al Davis hasn't called back. I think they can make this deal for a little bit less, maybe a 1 and a 2 and a 1 and Tim Brown, but I am told by the 49ers that if they don't make this deal for the 1, the number 16 pick, that this deal is off. Now, earlier today, the Raiders people here were telling me that they thought that this deal was going to go through. Again, so far, Al Davis has not called.
Time may be running out in the deal with the Raiders pick coming up in just a couple. That could impact that. Another guy like Young, not totally satisfied with his situation, Bobby Humphrey. What's the status of a deal with him?
It doesn't look good for Bobby Humphrey right now. I just talked to John Beek, the general manager of the Broncos. I think he's a little bit depressed over the situation with Miami making their 2 picks. Miami is not coming forward. Atlanta made that trade up. It looks like Atlanta's not going to do it. Right now, I think that the Denver Broncos don't think they're going to move Bobby Humphrey.
Really? Yeah. You don't expect a Humphrey deal? That would be surprising.
Unless, John Beek said, unless somebody came up with something spectacular, it doesn't look good right now.
All right. Thanks a lot. Keep your ear to the phone. We'll keep you posted. The Giants are on the clock. About 8:45 to go before their pick, number 14 of the first round. The New York fans are getting ready. We'll be back.
In New York, it is New York, New York. Giants on the clock. Jets are next. Last year, the Giants went from champs to 500. Do they want to remember? New coach Ray Handley had 2 problems: defend a Super Bowl crown and a quarterback controversy. Go with veteran quarterback Phil Simms or Super Bowl hero Jeff Hostetler. The Haas got the call, but the Giants offense couldn't call the end zone their home enough, even though Rodney Hampton raced for over 1,000 yards. For LT, it was too much to take, as the once vaunted Giants defense blew 5 games in the 4th quarter. There it is, Tom. The Giants blew 5 games in the 4th quarter last year. The last 5 years, they've taken offense in the first round. Although they'd love a replacement for Bavaro at tight end, especially with Derek Brown from the same school, Notre Dame. Do they have to look defense here? Is it really a crumbling defense for them?
That's my feeling. I think when you look at the statistics and what happened to the Giants last year, especially with them faltering toward the end of the season and toward the end of football games, I think that it showed, their age showed. This defense has been allowed to age all at the same time. I think that they need to resurrect that front 7, and I look for them to get a guy like a Chester McGlockton and put him in there and give Leonard Marshall some help, and maybe put those 2 outside guys, and especially Lawrence Taylor, who I think is still a darn good outside linebacker, put him in some one-on-one situations where he can still make things happen.
You know, Joe, when you look at the Giants, I mean, what a difference a year makes. Now, last year they're coming back trying to defend their title. Now, they may be the number 4 team in that division behind the champion Washington, up-and-coming Dallas, and the Philadelphia Eagles with a healthy Randall. They got to make a move.
They realize that, Chris, and I don't think offensively is where they have to make the move. I think they have to go to the defensive side of the ball, and they have to try and get some defensive line help. Lawrence Taylor, this is going to be Lawrence Taylor's last year as a New York Giant or in football. Put that down. He's going to be gone. Carl Banks has unsigned. You don't know whether or not he's going to be there. So you've got your 2 big pass rushers on the outside. Leonard Marshall certainly needs some help, as Tommy mentioned. I think they have to go to the defensive side of the ball, especially considering the division that they're playing in, Chris. They know that they've got to put pressure on the quarterbacks. And, you know, world champion Washington Redskins, everybody's going to point towards them again. They got to get some pressure on Rippon if they want to compete.
All right, the rumbling has begun with the gallery gods because the Giants have made the pick. Let's go up to the commissioner.
With the 14th pick, the New York Giants select Derek Brown, tight end.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now, when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
And Notre Dame.
Well, they like that because he's a guy that you're going to see what kind of production he has next year. And I wonder, I don't think George Young really cares that much who's right behind him, except that the team right behind him are the New York Jets, playing in the same stadium, had the same record, except they made the playoffs and they're going one way. The Giants didn't and made the other. And I think if he didn't take Derek Brown, the Jets would have taken Derek Brown. I wonder if that influenced at all because of who the team was.
No, I really don't believe that's going to happen. I think we saw it with the Klingler move in Cincinnati, which I don't think we've heard the last of him yet. That was a situation where I think Cincinnati wanted a player that they could make some deals with. The Giants, obviously, when you think of the New York Giants, you don't think of speed wide receivers. You think of the tight end position. They've been void in that area for the last couple of years, ever since Mark Bavaro has not been able to play for them. Not a bad move. I still think they're going to need help somewhere along the line defensively, but it certainly fills a big hole for them offensively. It's going to give Jeff Hostetler or Phil Simms a chance to go someplace with the football and not have to wait for the receivers to move down the field, and he can get it off quicker.
Mel, the last time the Giants had a tight end from Notre Dame, he was okay. Mark Bavaro. Now they go to the same school, they take Derek Brown. Can he beat for them what Bavaro was?
They're hoping he can. Of course, Bavaro was a fourth-round pick. Here you're investing a first-round pick in a very deep draft for tight ends where you can get a guy in the third, fourth round can play. But here's a guy that's going to fit right into their offense, give them instant production. A guy who was really underutilized in Notre Dame's scheme where they really didn't throw to the tight end that often. In fact, they used 3 tight ends at various stages of each game. But Derek Brown, big kid, can maneuver in the open field. And I think when you look at what he can do there, it brings back memories of Mark Bavaro. Downfield blocking is okay. He can improve in that area. But certainly a guy that, when you look at that Giant football team last year, Howard Cross, good blocker, but no production as a pass receiver. And now with Derek Brown, he can really complement the wide receivers with the Giants, who aren't top flight receivers, but certainly can get the job done and give them some diversification now that they did not have last year. When Hostetler dropped back to throw, he was looking wide receivers to swing it out to Hampton. He had no threat at that tight end position, and Brown gives him now that dimension.
He can block, he can catch, he comes from a program like Notre Dame, and now he's a Giant. The Jets are up next, but before we do that, there are 2 tight ends we've talked about. Another guy named Johnny Mitchell from Nebraska, who, as we kick it over to Chris Fowler and Mike Gottfried, maybe, Coach, you might think that Mitchell might even be better than Brown. Clarify it.
Well, Chris, I think Johnny Mitchell is a great tight end. I think he's the nugget of this draft. I think he can do so many things, Chris. He can catch the football. There's a knock that he can't block. He has never started a game in Nebraska, but he has so much talent. You learn how to block through repetition. Whatever team takes him will teach him. He'll be a great player. I think he's the golden nugget in this draft. I like Derek Brown, but I think Johnny Mitchell can also be a fullback.
So Brown the golden domer, but Mitchell the golden nugget in your mind.
He's the golden nugget in this draft.
A tight end from Nebraska has got a weakness as a blocker. If that's true, why do you like the guy so much? He hasn't proven he can block yet. He may be able to.
Yeah,
what's the best thing about him?
He can block. That's a knock on him that he doesn't really deserve. They have some talent out there, and they use some other people in first down situations, and he played in passing situations, but he really has only played 2 years for Tom Osborne. I talked to those guys this week. They're very high on him, but as I said, I'll stick with it. And when we look back in this draft 5 years from now, you watch and see Johnny Mitchell contributes.
What about Derek Brown? Does he work out with the Giants?
Oh, I think it's a good choice. I think he's another strong blocker. Don't go by his statistics. If you went by Michael Jordan's statistics when he was in North Carolina as a basketball player, you wouldn't see what he's doing today. Derek Brown can catch the football. He can block. He can get down the middle, catch the ball against 2 deep coverage, so he's a good choice.
All right, the folks that share the stadium with the Giants, the Jets up next. Let's go back to Chris.
All right, Chris and Coach, thank you very much. The Giants now, 6 straight years, guys, have gone offense in the first round, starting with 87. You want me to sing it? Mark Ingram, he went in 87. Eric Moore in 88. Brian Williams in 89. Rodney Hampton in 90. Gerard Bunch in 91. Ray Handley says he was going to do it his way. And not so much the grind him out Parcells style. hey, we're going to move the ball. So maybe this, again, affirmation that we're going to sink or swim and do it my way, and picking the tight end is a way to get the offense going rather than solidify the D.
Well, reinforcing a little bit what Joe said, you know, both of those quarterbacks, Phil Simms and Hostetler, are both great, short, accurate throwers. This gives them another outlet as a receiver, so a big target, somebody, whenever you're in trouble, you're going to be able to actually look around and say, here's a guy who's always going to be open, and hit him with the football.
Joe, I mean, it's a Notre Dame guy, so I know where you stand, I think.
Oh, yeah, there's no question. I believe for sure he was going to be a first-round pick, and there were enough people in the first round that needed tight ends. One of the things they mentioned about Derek Brown was the fact that he was underused at the University of Notre Dame. He'll come back, and I will as well argue with you that there was another pretty good tight end by the name of Jackson who only had 62 catches in his college career at Oklahoma. Now his name is Keith, and he's with the Philadelphia Eagles and considered all-world. Not that Derek Brown's going to jump right into that mold, but you give the kid the right opportunity to play. First of all, he comes out of a great school with a great work ethic. He knows how to play big-time football. He's been exposed to big-time football. He understands the philosophy of going out and what it's going to take to be a professional. Those are intangibles that you can't drill into a kid. He has to have them. He has it. Fits right into the Giant system. I don't think there's any question that we're going to see him start. You got to remember one other thing. The tight end position today in football is not just a one-man position. The Redskins utilize 3 and 4 different players for the tight end position. Derek Brown may have a skill that develops higher than another. They may use him more as split him out as a little tight end, put him into running attacks. Let the other guys do the blocking. The game has become all specialized. I think it'll work out very well for him and the Giants.
The Jets are next up, and the way the board works out is not exactly what they would have wanted. They may be talking a swap with San Francisco. We'll find out in a moment.
Point of fact. It takes the average person an average of 20 keys.
The Giants have selected, but the only team at Giant Stadium that made the playoffs last year, the Jets, are on the clock next. Jets, 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 Jets. Let's look back. It took OT in the last game, but a giant kick by Raul Alegre put the Jets into the playoffs for the first time since '87. Bruce Coslet's second year saw the Jets showcase one of the most versatile and powerful rushing attacks, good for 5th in the NFL. But Ken O'Brien only threw 12 touchdown passes, none to Al Toon in the regular season. Defensive coordinator Pete Carroll turned in an outstanding performance, as did his Chargers, who were among the best at stopping the run and forcing turnovers. The Jets are a team on the come, but that 8-8 mark shows some wins against some great teams and a loss to the Indianapolis Colts, the only win that they had. So they still need to find some consistency. Plus 12 in giveaway takeaway means they're on their way. They got great skill positions at the receivers. They got good running back. They're waiting for Blair Thomas to emerge. They've got outstanding physical defensive backs. They would like a linebacker, Mel. He's not there. They would like another big pass rusher to complement Lageman. I'm not sure that they're that high on the guys that are left there. They would like a tight end. They would have liked Derek Brown. It kind of didn't fall the way for the Jets. They didn't get lucky like Shula did a little ahead.
They really didn't when you really look at it. Right now, you see Chester McLaughlin still there. The Raiders evidently high on him. We talked about Pickens maybe lasting to the Broncos pick near the end of the first round. So you can see in that top 10 some good players, McLaughlin and Pickens, still on the board. And see the defensive backs. You're going to have a run on defensive backs starting very quickly. Dale Carter, Kevin Smith. Chuck Smith is the one guy, Chris. I'll tell you, I talked about Marco Coleman earlier as being a great football player. He's a guy who can get after the quarterback. You see Williams, the #1 running back, which is debatable, either Dunbar or Tony Smith. Spellman, a guy who has a great talent but doesn't produce the results expected. But Chuck Smith, the outside linebacker at Tennessee, some people call him a projection. I call him a great football player. And I think he will be an ideal pick for a team looking to get some heat on the quarterback, be it the Jets or whoever. He's going to be one of the ultimate steals at the end of this first round or even into the second. But Johnny Mitchell's the interesting guy. Great speed, athletic ability, runs like a wide receiver, catches like a wide receiver. If you're considering Derek Brown, I don't know how you can't consider Johnny Mitchell at this point.
Well, he's a very good ball player. And the Jets, I'm going way back here, which I think I'm qualified to do here with the Jets. 20 years ago, They've drafted both. Well, Jerome Barkham was drafted as a wide receiver, later became a tight end. Richard Castor was once a tight end, became a wide receiver. I'm not trying to say 20 years ago to now, but a receiving tight end, a guy that can go deep, is in the Jets' heritage. Now what they got to do is find a replacement for Joe Namath, I guess. As O'Brien, he'll probably be Browning Nagel. If he looks well this summer, Nagel will be their quarterback. Mitchell may be the highest up. The Jets have the pick. They're ready in the gallery. See, there's Wesley Walker. There's Rob Moore, Buttle, Lance Mel.
With the 15th choice, the New York Jets select Johnny Mitchell, tight end, Nebraska.
So New York becomes tight end. Wow. The Giants do one, the Jets fire back. I'll tell you what. The fans don't like it, but they don't know Johnny Mitchell. Richard Castor, Jerome Barkham, we go to history. Mel, we like the pick.
I don't see anything wrong with Johnny Mitchell. Was one of the fast risers when people started to work this guy out. At 262 pounds, he's running 4.6s. You watched him against Colorado, against Oklahoma this year, in an offense that didn't really stress the pro offense, a passing game. All he did was get downfield and make spectacular catches, run in the open field like a 195-pound wide receiver. You talk to Johnny, very well-spoken kid, very dedicated. He's out to prove to people that he's a far better blocker than he's given credit for. You see him here in the open field. Look at these moves. This is a 262-pound tight end who can beat cornerbacks man-to-man. You can move him out, flank him outside. Here is blocking ability. Turns the guy out on the running play by Nebraska. Getting downfield on a regular basis. Extending his hands to catch the football. Here's a guy who can play football. If he can turn up the intensity level as a blocker, which Johnny claims he's ready to do, he could, in some NFL teams' minds, be the ultimate tight end in this draft and be a guy that can bring to the Jets what a Kellen Winslow brought to the Chargers.
You know, I mentioned Castor and Barkham. Really, in the 80s, Mickey Schuler was a very good, productive tight end for the Jets. But he's been gone for a couple of years, and they're the catches that Boyer, that Dressel had with the Chiefs. Pat was no day at the beach with Indianapolis. I mean, they don't have a lot there. All of a sudden, as they found that Buffalo can do by pressuring opposing defenses in that division, by running or passing, you now have Toon, Rob Moore, Johnny Mitchell to catch the ball. If Browning Nagel can deliver it, the Jets can put a lot of pressure and some heat on the Buffalo Bills. We'll be back in New York with the Raiders pick in a moment. So as we said before, New York has become tight end. Let's go over to Chris Fowler and company.
All right, Chris, Raiders up next, about 10.5 minutes before their pick. Fred Edelstein rejoins us now. Freddie, the Raiders were talking Steve Young trade with the Niners. Where does that stand?
Well, Chris, I just got off the phone with Carmen Policy, the president of the 49ers, and he tells me that this trade is dead. I think the 49ers are a little bit upset. I think Al Davis could have had Steve Young for pretty much a song when you consider a franchise quarterback, and he is refusing to give up this #1 pick. And the 49ers are now saying, and I think they're in a little bit of a huff, that they're not trading any of their quarterbacks.
So once again, the quarterback eludes Al Davis and the Raiders. Are they still looking elsewhere?
Well, I don't know if they're looking elsewhere, but again, I think that the nerves are a little bit frayed on the 49ers side, and sometimes the 49ers and the Raiders don't have a good relationship, and I think right now the 49ers-Raider relationship is not very good at all.
All right, Fred, back to Mike Gottfried now. Your guy, Johnny Mitchell, the golden nugget of the draft, goes to the Jets for the 15th pick. Great situation for him, do you think?
No, I think it's great with Bruce Cozza and the offense that the Bengals used to run. The Jets are running now the one-back offense. I think it's perfect for him. They'll move him around in the offense to be the receiver they need. He can block. He'll be just a great player. So he'll be mined in New York.
One other aspect with Johnny Mitchell, he's a very quotable guy, a little bit of a cocky guy, and the New York tabloids will listen if Mr. Mitchell wants to say things.
He can back it up.
Okay. Raiders are picking us up next. We'll return for the first round of the NFL draft right after this.
Pick in the first round belongs to the Raiders. The Los Angeles Raiders, who earlier today completed the deal that got Eric Dickerson back to the left coast. Dickerson now a member of the Raiders to run with Marcus Allen and Nick Bell. It cost them a 4th-round pick and an 8th-round pick, and probably a reduction in salary for Eric Dickerson, who was making about $3 million a year with the Colts. Marcus made only 1.1 last year with the Raiders, but the money isn't the issue. Dickerson, Marcus, Bell behind a good offensive line. They hope that they get even a half. They hope they get from Dickerson what they would have out of Bo Jackson, a half a productive season, but over the 16 games. The Raiders, they made the playoffs last year, but they're a team in flux, let's remember. The end was not so sweet for Archell last season as he watched his Raiders drop their last 4 games, including the playoffs. Jay Schrader was inconsistent, then injured. In his place, number 1 pick Todd Marinovich threw 3 TD passes in his first ever start. But 1 week later, 4 INTs in a wild card loss to the Chiefs. But the Silver and Black did win the grand prize in Plan B. Ronnie Lott's 8 interceptions led the NFL. So the Raiders next up on the clock, and a 9-7 record. You know, they got the question with Todd Marinovich. Will he be their quarterback? It looks like now Steve Young deal. You heard Freddie Edelstein say that is not going to happen. And so Eric Dickerson, getting back to that for a moment, kind of fills the bill that they hope Roger Craig would do last year. Now, what?
I'm shaking my head here. I'm sitting here thinking to myself, poor Marcus Allen. This guy here has been probably the best, most versatile back in football. And first he's got to deal with Bo. Now he's got to deal with Eric back there. I mean, when is this guy finally going to get the respect that he deserves from an organization that has really underpaid him for a long time? Marcus Allen just can't, you know, just because he isn't quite what he used to be, still is the featured back out there. They keep bringing people in, Bell and Dickerson and Jackson. Marcus Allen should be the guy that's going to carry and has carried that offense for a long time. I don't know whether running backs are the problems for the Los Angeles Raiders on offense. I still think the Raiders got to look somewhere in this draft for somebody who can stand behind the center and win some football games for him and get the ball down the field to some football players.
Yeah, Joe, I think that Marcus Allen also should be the guy who's going to carry the load, but I think to maximize his potential at this point in his career, I think that Al Davis and Art Shell feel that they need a guy to back him up at least half the season. That guy was Bo Jackson. I don't think that he should look at it as a situation where something is being taken away from him. I think he's being given an extra few years in his career because he's not taking the punishment that he took earlier.
Tommy, that's the same thing they sold him with Bo Jackson. Geez, Marcus, look at it this way. Bo will carry the ball some of the time you come in. At this rate, Marcus Allen, we're going to be here at the year 2000, and Marcus Allen's still going to be a Los Angeles Raider. I think, by the way, the Raiders going from the offensive side to the defensive side could be Steve Israel here. I mean, defensive back is an area where they can certainly use some help, and there's enough of them on the board, like Mel said. Well, here comes the run.
I would think, as I look at their defense, that they've got good DBs, but, you know, they're getting long in the tooth up front, especially in the middle, and a guy we all know and love, Bob Golick. Could this be the place that Chester McGlockton goes? Possibly. Let's check in with Chris Myers, who has some thoughts. Chris?
Yeah, that is one theory, Chris. A club official said he's a great physical defensive lineman. The question about him is a bad attitude, but that, of course, never steers Al Davis away. So McGlockton could be, although the Raiders think he's a bright player, just a guy who needs to be motivated. You have to push the right buttons with him, and that might scare other teams like the Miami Dolphins, but it doesn't scare Al Davis. He's more noted for drafting touchdown makers than Tim Brown, so Carl Pickens might be a choice here, but it looks like Chester McGlockton is somebody the Raiders are considering.
Chris, that would make sense. And Chester is on. Do we have a shot? I think he's on the phone with the Raiders right now. Well, then, we may have guessed correctly. You know, the Raiders really need to address their linebacker spot. But guess what? Just like the Jets wanted another linebacker, this just simply is not the draft for linebackers. That would be their place. But there isn't a player that high up. And really, as we mentioned with our friend Bob Golick, they had a tough time. They were 22nd against the rush last year, defending the rush with the Raiders. Big size, that's never scared the Raiders. If there's a question about a guy with a quote, and we say this quote, questionable attitude, I think it's safe to say the Raiders have never been worried about that. You figure play a Raider football and you can get them going. And no matter how big Chester McGlockton is, he isn't as big as the head coach, Art Shell. So if there's any problem, that'll get ironed out right away. Does McGlockton make sense, Mel?
I think at this point in the draft he does, Chris. You're looking at a guy that was projected at one time as maybe a top 15 pick, top 10 pick, a guy that physically probably had top pick ability up there with Empman and Gilbert. The only thing that pushed him down this far. And the reason you're getting a 340-pound destroyer with 5.05 speed is because of the fact that at Clemson, they rotate their linemen. Chester wasn't a guy who was considered a great practice player, and some teams got off of him a little bit. And for the Giants, because Derek Brown was there, they had to go that direction, allowing McLaughlin to slide down to the Raiders, which may have influenced that trade with Steve Young, one of the reasons Davis wanted to hold on to that choice.
Well, he comes from Clemson, and our colleague, Dr. Z, Paul Zimmerman, had in Sports Illustrated this week, McLaughlin is another Perry. But the question is, which one? Is it Michael Dean, one of the best nose tackles anywhere? Or is it the Fridge, who is okay, but certainly didn't pan out the way his brother did? Could McLaughlin be just too big, or is he a fast guy that you think could be a force?
Well, at the weight that he's at right now, he's an animal on the football field. I mean, he can really go after it. You watch this kid, you'll see him pick up fumbles and run them 70 yards. You see him intercepting a pass and going 40 yards down the football field, running it into the end zone. So he doesn't have a problem right now. But when you consider a kid is 21, 22, 23 years old and they weigh 330, you don't know what's going to happen as they get into the NFL. But I think, as you said, it's a problem maybe that could be controlled by the coach.
Well, and the Raiders, they like size, they like speed. I mean, those are two things that they certainly have always looked at. They got size.
And you got Howie Long. I mean, you got to wonder, how long is Howie going to be able to keep on playing? I think they use that dominant defensive line.
Here's the pick, Joe. Let's check out the commissioner.
With the 16th choice, the Los Angeles Raiders select Chester McLaughlin, defensive tackle, Clemson.
It's just such a happy day for any one of these guys.
It's really interesting. I think you really hit the nail on the head with this. Every one of the draft choices, other than David Klingler, who is still in a state of shock with Lee Steinberg somewhere on the left coast, it seems like every one of these draft choices has just been elated with the fact that they're going to a football team that they feel like they can contribute to, and the football team is very satisfied. I really think you've coined it so well. This is a very happy day, not only for the teams, but also for the young men that are having the chance to go there.
Well, McLaughlin is a Raider, and I'll tell you what, you want to go with a team with an attitude, that for sure is where he's on his way. And we all root for him, because if he proves to be as fast and as big as he is, he could be a force. Next up, the Falcons. We'll be back.
At the NCAA Foundation, we care about the lives of all of our college and university students. That's why, with help from Anheuser-Busch, we're offering grants through our Choices program. These grants are used to provide funding for campus-wide alcohol education programs. The goal is to eliminate underage drinking and encourage responsible decision-making in all aspects of our students' lives. Working together as a team, we can make a difference.
A message from Anheuser-Busch and the NCAA Foundation.
There's a way to virtually guarantee a safer suspension system. A way to eliminate pulling, shaking, and loss of control. It's the suspension technology of Midas. Diagnostic tools so advanced, they can pinpoint the problem. So you know your car's fixed absolutely right. And for a limited time, buy one Shocker strut, get the second for 50% off. For a safer suspension, nobody beats Midas.
Why do sports fans turn to ESPN first? Because baseball is always...
in your face. In your face.
In your face.
ESPN, ESPN, your face.
All right, welcome back to the draft, and Chester McLaughlin has just gone with the first pick of the Los Angeles Raiders. Atlanta up with their second first-round pick. There's Chester with the Raiders cap. It's good that they have all these caps available. It's very nice. But, Mel, McLaughlin, I mean, you have him very high on your board, so obviously you think he's going to be a great pro.
Potentially he can be as good as Empton or Gilbert. I talked to Kenny Hatfield, his coach at Clemson. He told me he had never been around a defensive lineman that could separate from a blocker and close on the quarterback as quickly as Chester McLaughlin at 330 pounds is capable of doing. Watch him here. Look at that speed. This is 330, 335 pounds we're talking about here. A guy that moves exceptionally well, is aggressive, upfield player. Number 91 here getting around that right tackle in for the sack against NC State. And what Clemson does not allow their players to do is play 60 minutes. They like to rotate, and that's the system. There's nothing you're going to do about it. That's the way Clemson, goes about attacking people in the ACC, and they do it very well. Naturally, the weight is a concern. He has to maintain it right around 325. Some teams would prefer him be around 315, 320. Either way, though, at this point in the draft, a guy that has as good as physical tools as an Empton or a Gilbert, certainly where the Raiders are picking at 16, you can't argue with the choice.
Well, I was down on my last dollar and then I started saving because the bank said fiscal restraint is what you're craving. So I put my earnings in a high yield account, let the savings compound and the interest mount. I'm optimizing cash flow, putting debt in check now. Time is my friend and not a pain in the neck. And we've got a little cash to rebuild the old debt.
Boring money moves make kind of lame songs, but they sound pretty sweet to your wallet. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
I'll tell you what else the Raiders are doing. They're stockpiling first-round picks. McLaughlin and Dickerson give them number 8 and number 9 now on the roster that are first-round selections. So that's they may lead the league in first-round picks. Atlanta has their second first-round pick right now. Earlier on, they moved up to get Bob Whitfield, moving up in a deal with New England. Now this is their pick that they've had, the 17th selection, one that they got from the Packers for Brett Favre. They can't believe Vaughn Dunbar is still there. Gary Danielson, is that the feeling down there right now?
Oh, that's who I believe they should take. I mean, I think Vaughn Dunbar is sitting there. I talked to Jerry Glanville this morning. The word he gave me, unless it was a good sell job, they were willing to give up 2 number 1s for Vaughn Dunbar. Now he's sitting there. We just heard, though, that they're going to make a trade with Dallas and move down. They're going to move down back to that number 19 spot that New England has and pick up that spot with a trade with Dallas, and they're also going to pick up a 4th spot. I think some of the players on the board that are still available, they think will be there in the 19th spot. Dale Carter, Dana Hall to fill that need at the defensive backfield spot, and it must be that pressing need in the backfield spot that is good, and Chris Smith also, that allows them to move down and pick up a later draft choice in the 4th round, Chris.
Well, Gary, as you said, Atlanta always moving left and right. I think that they know. Well, here's the trade. Let's pick that up. Hold on a second.
Details will follow. Dallas is presently on the clock.
So that trade that Gary Danielson just spoke about has happened. It is for Dallas. So the Cowboys have got to be looking for that DB right here. Either Darrell Williams or Kevin Smith. I would think it's one of those 2 guys.
I'll tell you, I think Dale Carter is one of the best defensive backs in the country. I think when you're Dallas, you're worrying about the 49ers. We know the 49ers want defensive backs, and you have Kevin Smith, you have Dale Carter, Darrell Williams, Dana Hall, all these DBs. You're going to see a run on that position. You're going to see Vaughn Dunbar, Tony Smith go as well. I think Atlanta knows by moving down 2 spots, they're still going to get a Dunbar or Tony Smith. Dallas had to move ahead of Frisco to guarantee the acquisition of one of those defensive backs.
Well, San Francisco, yes, but the thing is for Atlanta, I mean, if they're not totally sold on Dunbar, Tony Smith will be there, as you say. So they only moved 2 slots down. Here's the details on the trade. Jim Stieg, your trade man.
Okay, the trade involving this selection choice, Atlanta trades this choice, which they obtained from Philadelphia, and the 5th round choice they obtained from New England, which is the 120th choice in the draft, for the 2 selection choices Dallas had previously obtained from Atlanta, the 19th choice in the 1st round, and the 4th round choice from Atlanta, which is the 104th choice. So Atlanta trades Philadelphia's number 1 and New England's 5th for Atlanta's own number 1 and Atlanta's own number 4.
Well, basically, there'll be a quiz on that in a couple of hours. Basically, what happens is Atlanta to go down 2 spots, as I get it, they get a 4 for a 5. Is that essentially right? Forget Philly, Green Bay. It's all getting confusing now. It's just a smokescreen anyway. So Atlanta goes down from 17 to 19. Dallas now up. And, I mean, this is a team about to make, they've made quantum leaps the last couple of years. but this is a team about to make the next move they feel if they get corners.
You know, Chris, the last couple of years, we've seen the Dallas Cowboys just really positioning and stockpiling draft choices, making a lot of trades to get those draft choices. It's been fairly easy the last couple of years for Jimmy Johnson and Jerry Jones because there was so much need on that football team. Now we're in a situation where that particular football team has got to make some key acquisitions to help them out. You see them in the war room. You see Jerry Jones standing there, Jimmy Johnson on his right on the phone. They've sort of made the decision they want to go with. I believe, and well, it's made. There's no doubt about it. He's taken a drink. They shook their hands.
They're all set.
There's absolutely positive the fact that they have taken probably a defensive back here, and that's going to be very critical for them because they realize that the Redskins are sitting there in that division. They can't beat the Redskins. They aren't going to win a Super Bowl, and now they have to make very careful choices of the people they want. Going to have to be a defensive back. Smith, Hall, Williams, you pick them. It's going to be one of them.
Let's go to Chris Myers, who is lurking somewhere outside our war room camp.
It looks like the Cowboys made the trade to get a defensive back, obviously. Kevin Smith is the corner they like. They also like Darrell Williams and Dale Carter at safety. Let's take a peek back in the draft room because the celebration and high-fiving that was going on indicated that Jerry Jones and Jimmy Johnson made the deal with the player, who we still don't know who that officially is, in the white shirt, who was in there before standing up, Mike McCoy, vice president and the key finance guy. And Jerry had the situation set up where if he got to that player and he didn't agree to the terms of the contract, yes or no, he would say to the player. If the player says no, he goes, thank you, I'm moving on to the next guy who we had. So that's probably why they had Kevin Smith, Williams, or Carter. So they have completed their contract. We'll come back when they announce their player. Let's go back to Chris Berman in New York.
All right, Chris, we look at War Room Cam there. I couldn't tell if they were diagramming plays on those sheets of paper, if they were writing down a list of what figure they've offered. Here's the pick right now. Well, here's the commissioner.
With the 17th pick, the Dallas Cowboys select Kevin Smith, defensive back, Texas A&M.
Well, this certainly makes sense. The second player from Texas A&M to go today, Coriat, going with the second overall pick to the Colts. This is a well-traveled pick. It was Philly's, it became Green Bay's, it became Atlanta's, now it's Dallas's. And in a pick that's so well traveled, they've got Kevin Smith. And this certainly, not only is he an excellent player, and probably a pretty good pick at this slot, that's a need pick for Dallas.
Well, he's the cornerback, Chris. You know, he's the only pure corner still there. Dale Carter was somewhat of a projection. Darrell Williams, a pure safety. Dana Hall moving from corner to safety. But Kevin Smith led the Southwest Conference with 20 career interceptions. You see his size there. Also a guy that's been productive. Like I say, with that interception, shows the hands there, which is something very important for defensive backs. A lot of DBs get their hands on the football, come away with an incompletion. This kid, 20 career pass thefts during his college stay at Texas A&M, and a guy that's all over the field, not only in this capacity, he's also a pretty good return man as well. And a guy that when you match him up against opposing team's top wide receiver, he's capable of shutting that guy down. Dallas didn't have that. They need that now, and certainly Dallas is going to look to draft not only Kevin Smith, but probably at least two other defensive backs in the first 3-4 rounds.
As I remember now, Dallas has the 2 first-round picks, and they got 3 picks in the second round, so 5 in the top 40, which costs a lot of money. But Dallas may have saved themselves some money. They would have looked at Kevin Smith with the 13th pick. They slide down 4 spots to 17, still get their guy, save a little bit, then now they'll be able to add to those other high picks that they're about to have. The 49ers are next on the clock. We'll be back.
Sometimes I dream that he is me. You got to see that's how I dream to be. A dream I move. A dream I groove. Like Mike. If I could be like Mike. I'm gonna be like Mike. Like Mike. If I could be like Mike. Be like Mike. Like Mike. If I could be like Mike. Be like
It began not with a clean sheet of paper, but with a 75-year history. A history of building automobiles that make the most of the driver's skill. Because how you drive is as important as what you drive. BMW introduces a car that could improve both. The BMW 325IS Coupe. Casio presents some of the hottest new faces in sports. He's 7'1", standing still. But when he lifts off, that's another story. He goes basket to basket in seconds flat. And energy, he's got plenty to burn. David Robinson and Casio. Because Casio watches do more than keep time. They keep you ahead of the game. It's a little flimsy. It's made of cardboard and cotton. Yet no other headgear comes more strongly recommended by the NFL.
Welcome back. The 49ers are up next, 10-20 to pick in their first round. Frustrated, very frustrated earlier about their inability to make a deal with the Raiders on Steve Young. Fred Edelstein rejoins us. Now with this pick, are they thinking running back? And if so, did they roll the dice? Because they know that the Falcons, who pick next, also want a running back.
Well, Chris, I think that the 49ers have to be really ecstatic here. They came into this draft hoping to get a safety and a running back. The reason they wanted to make the trade for Steve Young was they wanted to get both of them in the first round. It turns out that the highest rated guys on their board are still available. Their highest rated running back was Vaughn Dunbar. There were some in the organization who liked Tommy Vardell, but most liked Vaughn Dunbar. At safety, they love Dale Carter. There are also people there that like Darrell Williams. Right now, they're sitting there and they have their pick of any of those guys. I kind of think it'll probably be Dunbar, although in the 49ers organization, they will tell you that safety is their #1 pick.
We won't have to wait very long to find out if you're right. The pick has already been made, and Paul Tagliabue has the 49ers choice.
If they
Brady
take Tony,
says Vaughn Dunbar.
If they take Tony Smith,
With the 18th choice, the San Francisco 49ers select Dana Hall, defensive back, University of Washington.
They lied.
So they cross us up and don't go with a running back. They go with a defensive back instead. Another need for their team, no doubt.
Well, I'll tell you, they were telling me Carter and they were telling me Darrell Williams, but I do know that, as I said right before we went to this pick, that they felt that their #1 need was safety. They felt that their whole defense corralled around that. Now, they also like Dunbar. I think, if they would have made that deal with the Raiders, it would have been Vaughn Dunbar and Dana Hall.
So there are running backs there for the Falcons, who are up next. And Chris, the 49ers, maybe they're looking for the next Ronnie Lott. If there is one on the planet, they go defensive back with Dana Hall.
Well, I think, Chris, that's a very good comment that you just made, sending it over here. I'll tell you exactly why the Niners made that move. They do not any longer, except for Charles Haley, which we'll mention in a moment, they've got a very nice defense, but they don't have guys that make big plays like they used to, like a Ronnie Lott. They wanted very much to get a big enforcer type safety. That's why they went with Dana Hall over Darrell Williams, a safety who just brings it with size and forces things. So Dana Hall is he's certainly a first-round pick, but also a slight need pick for them. They've drafted running backs high in the early rounds the last 3 years with Henderson and Dexter Carter, and also with Ricky Water. They've done that. Now they have a chance to try and rebuild what they once had in Ronnie Lott and a fearsome safety. So that's the Dana Hall pick, and if you add that up, Mel, then it makes sense.
Yeah, here's a guy who was a former cornerback, who played there, is going to be projected to safety. And when you look at Dana Hall, you see size. When you're looking at a guy 6'2", 202 pounds, runs exceptionally well, and has proven to be a matchup cover corner. So now if you're going to move him into safety, a position he played early in his career, you feel he'll be ideal at that spot. Comes up to really handle the run responsibilities with a lot of aggressiveness, deflecting the pass away here against Stanford, and Christian Walsh, their fine wide receiver. Here coming up in the Japan Bowl, where he was the defensive MVP in that football game. And really, that was the game that really moved him up from maybe the 3rd round into a possible first round position. You look at the hand injury we talked about. that car accident, but that's not something of concern. He got the hand caught in a fan belt, her friend's car when he was helping him fix the car, but it wasn't something that lately has concerned NFL teams. They think he'll be certainly ready for training camp, ready to go, and a guy that can play cornerback or safety.
MVP in that East-West Shrine game played out in the Bay Area. The safety depth chart, and I remember they got Dave Waymer a couple of years ago in Plan B to kind of replace Ronnie Lott. He, too, has followed Lott to the Raiders. So what they have are the starters, Bowles and Jackson. They don't have guys that picked up Thane Gash Plan B, guys to make big plays. They're pretty comfortable with Griffin on one corner, Pollard okay at the other one. But safety, does it make sense, Tom?
Big plays and big hits, yeah, it does. I think that what they've missed, and they missed it last year, even though Dave Waymer had a good year, he wasn't the hitter that Ronnie Lott was. You watch this kid play in an all-star game, the one thing that you come away with is that he is a tremendous hitter, and I think that's what they're looking for, somebody to intimidate in their secondary.
I'll tell you what else, lost in the fact that the Steve Young trade never went down. There was some talk quietly a couple days ago that maybe Charles Haley underwent rotator cuff surgery, but is fine. They think he's going to be a better player. The Detroit was interested in Charles Haley. Now that San Francisco has picked, I mean, it doesn't look like that's going to happen. That sort of trade kind of waned in the last day or so. And if that was the case, then they would have had to replace a Haley. But Haley can make big plays. They hope Dana Hall can make big plays. That's what the Niners were thinking. Falcons are next. Back-to-back NFC West picks. The 49ers have selected Dana Hall. The Falcons, with the 19th overall selection, they're on the clock with their second first-round pick. And Gary Danielson, Vaughn Dunbar, and Tony Smith are there. If they want it back, they got a good choice.
Hey, you're talking to the Big Ten guy right here. I say take Vaughn Dunbar. He doesn't put the ball in the turf. He runs hard every play. He'll block. He's a perfect one-back guy, and Jerry Glanville will love this guy's work ethic. Hey, and Chris, when's the last time you've seen the Big Ten have three skilled players, Desmond Howard, Troy Vincent, and Vaughn Dunbar in the first round? I thought that was the tackles league and those big defensive linemen.
Well,
I'm selling Vaughn Dunbar.
Well, I mean, they also have to think perhaps about a defensive back because of what we talked about earlier in the show, the Deion Sanders question. Although his Nike contract means that he'll probably play both sports for a few more years than people thought. That, remember, Deion Sanders said, well, perhaps I would stop and not play football after this season. But I think it's running back. I agree with you, Gary. But you're sticking with the Big Ten. You're down.
I'm sticking with the Big Ten. I think they should take Vaughn Dunbar. You know, Deion Sanders under contract again next year to play for the team. They might get him in October and November. He might have to give up a little bit of that bonus money. They're going to get Deion back maybe middle of the year, but I still think they've got to address this need at running back. The other guy's name that you have to look at is Porsche. They need an outside rushing linebacker. They tried to draft Andre Bruce, didn't work out. That might be another need area that the Falcons have to address.
Well, that's for sure, Gary. I mean, there's no question the Falcons are light up front defensively. I mean, the two games against Washington, you saw what happened when they went up against the Hogs. So Atlanta not going to make a deal for Bobby Humphrey. They weren't going to make that. So now their running backs are there. We continue here in coverage in the first round. The Atlanta Falcons up with their second round pick. And Chris Myers has got Jerry Jones out of War Room Cam. He surfaced, didn't he, Chris?
He did. Yeah, the trading has stopped for the moment. The Cowboys with 2 first-round draft selections. They have traded their first pick. First they traded down, then they traded back up. And Jerry Jones with us for a moment. Still have another pick at 24, so we'll make this brief. The reason, obviously, to trade back up for Kevin Smith, you thought some other team was going to go after defensive back there.
Right. We decided to risk it a little bit and trade down considerably and hope that he wouldn't be picked. And then when we got within 2 of him, we had the opportunity for a reasonable cost to step back up there and make sure we got Kevin Smith. We're happy. He's a fine, quality player, and our fans are going to have a lot of years enjoying watching him play.
Played in the state of Texas and addresses the cornerback need. Were you close at all to trading up in that top 5 area? I know that's something that you had considered with guys like Buckley and Troy Vincent available early on.
We were not today. We had thought about it before today, but things had to fall just right for us to get interested in that area. It didn't happen, so we took this direction.
We have some video we want to show of the War Room draft room when you were making either the selection or the contract. And if you can just tell us what's going on. You obviously looked happy. You're on the phone either with the agent or the player, Kevin Smith.
We had just completed our negotiations with Kevin Smith. I had there, and he had agreed to all terms. We were able to get more implicit with the terms this year than we were, and Kevin and we were congratulating each other, and so it's signed, sealed, and done, and we're proud to have him on the team.
So he got his 12% increase over that slot of last year.
I'm not going to get into the details of the contract.
How long is that, by the way? Is it a 2-year deal?
We made a deal that would expand 4 years.
Okay, and a quick comment on the 24th pick, Robert Jones, the linebacker out of East Carolina. Would it be another need area, someone you guys like?
Well, as I told you yesterday, you're into some proprietary area there. We've still got the pick to come, and we'll see what happens when we get there.
That's a nice way of saying no comment. Thanks very much, Jerry. All right, and we'll see you after the 24th pick. All right, let's throw it to Chris Mortensen over in Indianapolis.
Well, signability is an issue in the NFL today, Chris, and this is a man who was on the other side of the gun. It was Steve Zucker, who signed 2 first-rounders already, Quentin Coriat with the Colts, and he had Kevin Smith of Texas A&M on the phone with the Cowboys. What's it like, Steve, to be on the other side of the gun and take it or leave it type deal?
It's been a busy day, but Jerry Jones and I spoke earlier in the week, and the ground rules were set. He told me he wanted Kevin, and if they were fortunate enough to pick him, would I be agreeable to a certain formula that he had established? I told him I would be. He said, just make sure we know where to reach you. I've been in touch with Kevin all morning and the Cowboys, and I'm here in Indianapolis with Quentin Coriat, who happens to be a teammate of Kevin, and Jerry Jones and his representative and myself were able to work out the deal, and it's a very fair deal for all parties.
Was it on the clock? It's against the rules to negotiate before today, if you had discussions before today, Steve.
No, we didn't talk about dollars at all before today. We did the deal on the clock within that 15-minute time frame, and but I understood what the ground rules would be going in.
They would not take Kevin Smith if he did not agree to a contract.
That was the impression that I had.
Okay, just one quick. Any other details on the contract? Terms, years, money?
No, other than it's a very fair contract, and we're very happy with it.
Very good. We're going to go back to Chris Berman in New York right now.
All right, guys, thank you very much. Now, you heard Chris Mortensen talking with Steve Zucker about negotiating until you're on the clock. Here is the clarification. When a club is on the board, as Atlanta is now with about 3 minutes and 40 seconds left in their first-round pick, then it may discuss financial arrangements involving signing a player before its selection. No club may make an offer or sign a player to a contract or any other type of agreement before it's making its selection. So I guess it's an interpretation, isn't it?
Come on.
I'm just reading it,
I
Joe.
know you're reading it, and it's you know what's nice is there's a lot of space in between everything that's printed there, so you have a lot of opportunity to sort of read between the lines and figure out that they're going to sit down and hammer out the next 4 years of a multi-million-dollar contract with a young man in 15 minutes. Right. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't necessarily think they're down to the hard dollars, but I think that the teams sit down and get close enough and say, if certain things happen, are you inclined to sort of lean this way, or would you care to go this way? And I think the rule is, it's nice, it's cute, but it's...
The guy who does the Federal Express ad did the deal in 15 minutes. Here's Atlanta's
Atlanta
Express
Falcons
pick.
have selected Tony Smith, running back, Southern Mississippi.
Well, he kind of fits Glanville's style a little more than Vaughn Dunbar, if you could say. I mean, we're amazed at where Vaughn Dunbar is going, but let's say this, whoever selects Vaughn Dunbar is going to get one heck of a football player, but Vaughn Dunbar, you know exactly what you're going to get. The upscale on Tony Smith, and Atlanta's a team that looks at the upscale. If he develops the way they hope he will, he could be a true center. Kind of like a guy like a Mitchell that the Jets drafted at tight end. So they had their pick of running backs. Boy, they've gone offense twice, though, guys.
It makes sense to me, Chris. I think that's the one area need. I think in the playoff game against the Redskins, the one thing they found out is if you can't run the football, you can't win football games. They needed a running back. Tony Smith, the only thing that concerned me about the young man was all the film that I looked at on him, whether he ran left or ran right, was that he carried the ball in his right hand, had a tendency to put it on the ground a little bit, didn't want to get it away from the defenders that were coming from that right inside. Now, I found out a little bit later, the reason why he didn't shift the ball was he had a broken left hand. So that was the only thing that I looked at as a concern for the young man, but it has a medical explanation, and we'll just have to see if it carries forth. In the run and shoot, or the red gun as Atlanta likes to call it, the running backs do catch the football. This kid certainly is exciting.
So the Golden Eagle from Southern Miss, the Golden Eagle, Tony Smith, becomes a Falcon. He's just changing feathers. Let's go down to Sewanee with Gary Danielson. Gary?
Hey, I feel like Peter Arnett here in Atlanta trying to get some disinformation and turning it into information for you. They tabbed all week. It's been Tony Smith, Von Dunbar. This morning, the information I had was Von Dunbar. Today, after the pick, we learned the reason they took Tony Smith, a little more versatility, the ability to return punts and kickoffs because of the possible loss of Deion Sanders. We should have Jerry Glanville in just a minute to react to the 2 draft picks in the first round. A little bit surprising. They slid. They got one of the projected running backs they needed. They haven't addressed defensive backfield yet, but I assume they'll do that in the second round. Chris?
All right, Gary, thank you. So offense, the Falcons are going to put pressure on. They still need big guys up front on the D-line, but they're really not there. And obviously they had a choice at Spellman, but Mel, they elected to go with Tony Smith, who could be great. You think he could project as a tremendous pro?
I'll tell you, I talked to Jerry Glanville about a month ago. He loved Tony Smith. The key with Jerry Glanville, he doesn't go to the combine workout. Probably the only head coach that does not attend the combine workout. He relied on Senior Bowl. He fell in love with Smith there when Smith ran tremendous in that quagmire down in Mobile at Ladd Memorial Stadium. He was the offensive MVP in that game. 6'1½", 213 pounds. In a recent workout on grass, ran a 4.49, and that's what Glanville wants. A home run hitter who can bust a long gainer. And even though Dunbar ran under 4.5, there were questions whether he played that fast. This kid does.
So Tony Smith, running back along with Broussard now for the Atlanta Falcons, who of course have stockpiled receivers. They've stockpiled skilled players now, and they've drafted Whitfield to block. So it'll be intriguing to see at what sort of pressure that offense, who put a lot of pressure on everybody last year, now what kind of havoc they can wreak. Can they just outscore everybody? Will it be an NBA game when you watch the Atlanta Falcons? Let's go over to Chris Fowler.
All right, Chris. Tony Smith ecstatic about going to Atlanta. Talked to him. He said the Falcons have shown a lot of interest and wanted exactly his type of player. So he's from Vicksburg, Mississippi, plays his college football in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, stays in the southeast at Atlanta. Mike Gottfried, a guy you really like.
I think it's a good choice, too. I got to watch him down in Mobile, Alabama, and I was standing with Jimmy Vicarella, who's a linebacker coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, and he said, boy, this guy really is impressive. But I think the reason Atlanta takes him is because he was a receiver, and then he transferred to be a running back. And in the run and shoot, you have to catch the football, whether he's going to be a slot or whether he's going to be the run back in the attack. He has to catch football, and I think that's the reason they chose him over Von Dunbar.
So on some of the tape, the cast on his left hand is because he broke his hand in the 4th game right there. Didn't catch a lot of passes, Mike. That's why the stats don't really reflect a lot of the things he can do. And also, he fumbled the ball, which was kind of a rap on him, but it's tough when you can't switch the ball and you only have one hand to catch passes and to avoid fumbling.
Yeah, I think you get a big back here, and somebody else just mentioned the fact that he's a return specialist, but again, he fits the run and shoot offense of the Atlanta Falcons.
So the Falcons are happy with him. Tony Smith is happy. Let's go back to happy Chris Berman.
Well, we're all happy. This is a big day for us. This is like when we get to do the election night. We get to go over to the Senate board, the governor board, the congressional board, back to the president's board, and it's our election night coverage here at ESPN, and we hope you enjoy once again our live coverage of the NFL draft. Has become an event. Tony Smith could become an event in Atlanta. Tommy, you like him?
Yeah, I like him a lot. He carries an intangible too. You know, you saw him in the tape. Runs very fluidly, very much like a Marcus Allen kind of guy. He has great speed. The thing is that when you watch this kid, and I watched him in the Senior Bowl, which Mel did, very sloppy surface. This kid was the only guy who could keep his feet during the game. Very reminiscent of another guy, Gale Sayers, who used to keep his feet in the mud.
Well, if he becomes Gale Sayers,
then we won't. Yeah, that's exactly right here.
That's for sure. All right, next up, the Kansas City Chiefs. We'll be back.
There are 2 kinds of cars. The cars you love to drive and the cars you need to drive. The cars that really handle and the cars that handle the groceries. The cars you don't want to stop driving and the cars that make the stops you need. With standard anti-lock brakes and a 200 horsepower V6, Chevy Lumina Euro 3.4 is 2 kinds of car for 1 kind of driver. You. The cars more people depend on. And now it's easy to win with the heartbeat.
Tan. From mocha to khaki, beige to desert sand, tan's a color with 1,000 faces. A color that always seems to say, hey pal, how about me? And you say, of course. Tan. Couldn't be easier. And nobody does tan like Dockers.
This ESPN NFL Special, the 1992 Draft, is brought to you by Chevrolet, the heartbeat of America, the cars more people depend on, and by Levi's Dockers. Nobody does colors like Dockers.
All right, the Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock. There was talk that maybe that they would want David Klingler, who was chosen very early by the Cincinnati Bengals. It seems preposterous to think that the Kansas City Chiefs would have to draft in the secondary. I mean, that secondary was so good for so long with Lewis and Cherry and Ross and Burris, but yet that's probably a need right now. And in this draft, defensive backs are there. Ambrose if they want a corner, Darrell Williams if they want a safety, Dale Carter if they want a safety or a corner. We got word that it's going to be Carter because he could play either position. And I think now for the Kansas City Chiefs, Cherry had been hurt. Lewis, people have been looking at him, that they need that secondary. All of a sudden, that's what Kansas City needs. And would Carter be the smartest pick for them, Mel?
I don't think Carl Peterson is believing it right now that a guy like Dale Carter, a 2-year starter after coming over from the JUCO ranks at Tennessee, major college football in the SEC at its best, is still there at 20. You had New England pass on Carter. I think that was a mistake. You had Dallas take Kevin Smith, good pick, pure cornerback. But for Dale Carter, who probably is certainly one of the 10 best players in this draft, to still be here at 20 gives you an idea up front as to how strong and deep this draft really is.
All right, we'll get back to the Chiefs in a moment, Mel. Let's get set to go back to Atlanta. Now, Jerry Glanville, by the way, how did he prepare for the draft yesterday? He raced in a stock car race, and he has a new music video. Here's Jerry.
Angel, I think we should see other people.
I hated like the devil. Tell her we were through. I was sure it would break her heart and tear her world in two. She is such a fragile thing. Lord, I hate to make her cry. So I broke it to her gently when I told her goodbye.
Wait, let me get in uniform down here in Atlanta, okay?
You look a lot better.
You know, by the time I learned everything, it's out of vogue, too legit to quit and everything. You got the girl in the commercial. Did you get the people you wanted in the draft?
Well, so far, I think really Kenny Herrock, the guy that directs our draft, has done a great job. And we had some needs, and we thought if we stayed right where we were, we wouldn't be able to fulfill those needs. And we needed a good offensive lineman, and he made a great move there. And then we looked around, and there's about 4 players we really liked, so we were able to move down and still be able to get the player that we wanted.
Why Tony Smith instead of Von Dunbar? I went on TV here, ruined my reputation, said you're going to take Von Dunbar.
It's hard to hurt your reputation, too, because I knew it when it was. You know how it was. But we like both backs, but we thought Dunbar's build is very similar to Broussard, same size, short, stocky guy. And we thought with the other back, Tony, that we could get a 225-pound back, a guy that could be a little bit bigger. So we have backs that are not identical, backs that are separate. We like to alternate backs, and we'd like the backs to give the defense a different problem.
All right, one other need you had to take in this draft because 2 guys are playing in Major League Baseball, your secondary. The way you guys like to pressure the quarterback and play man-to-man defense, are you still going to be able to get another player to help you there?
We really wanted one of those top corners, and we tried as hard as we could to move up to get one of the top corners. And then we really liked Hall at a safety. We thought he was going to be an excellent football player. He went to San Francisco 49ers, and we thought a lot of him. We have to go to work and try to get something done in those areas, but we knew where we were picking, we couldn't get one of the corners.
All right, Jerry, let's go back to New York. There's going to be a pickup right here now. Thanks a lot.
All right, Gary, you look at that video of Jerry Glanville. Jerry Glanville, Vince Lombardi. You confuse the two of them all the time, don't you? Not. Kansas City has selected him. We think it's Dale Carter. Let's go to the podium.
The Kansas City Chiefs have selected Dale Carter, defensive back, University of Tennessee.
So Dale Carter from Tennessee volunteers to become a member of the Kansas City Chiefs. They've drafted a couple Tennessee guys high up at wide receiver before. But at DB, They really project that secondary is getting a little bit long in the tooth, and that's why they made the move, and you like it.
They really had no choice, Chris. Their defensive secondary, like you say, Albert Lewis on the trading block, Kevin Ross, a good corner, but getting up there in age. You know the problem at safety. Here's a guy, Dale Carter, because of his 4.43 speed, can play safety or move the cornerback. And certainly at safety, you have to match up in coverage, man to man. He can do that. You see his ability as a kick return. This game was 3-0 at halftime against Florida. Tennessee leading. He took the opening kickoff of the second half, like 98 yards for a touchdown. He went on to win the game like 38-0. Here you come up to support the run, a guy very physical, intense player, great in man coverage as well, tremendously instinctive when playing the football. So here's a guy you're getting at 20 when in reality in this draft by a lot of clubs' estimations he's a top 10 player. And I think Carl Peterson and his staff ecstatic right now at the possibility, and he made it count, taking Dale Carter with the 20th pick. Certainly a bargain. I think when you look back really at Atlanta, just to go back one pick and regress a little bit, you look at what they did. They gave up a second and a fourth. They end up with Tony Smith and Whitfield. If they remain where they are, they keep their second and their fourth. They get Tony Smith and maybe Porche, a defensive end, who would certainly help out an Atlanta team very undersized on the defensive line. You look at the top group right now. You see the players right there, defensive backs. Darrell Williams still there. These are safeties, pure safeties. Marquez Pope from Fresno State. Darren Williams, Arizona State. I expect Williams and possibly Pope to be first-round picks. Woodson to be probably a second-round choice. So you can see there is some strength at the top there with the guy right now that is the marquee name, and a guy that I thought if he would have gone back to Miami would have been a top 5 pick in next year's draft. So remember Darrell Williams. When he goes, if it's say to New Orleans or wherever in the late first round, maybe to Jimmy Johnson who recruited him, I think it will be one of the best picks in this draft.
We now have 3 of the last 4 picks being DBs. Smith to Dallas, Dana Hall to San Francisco, and Dale Carter to Kansas City. New Orleans is up next, and remember, they have no second-round pick. They've got to make this one count, as they've got about 12 and a half minutes on the clock. Kansas City Chiefs, before we leave them, we had this conversation yesterday in our 5-hour pre-draft meeting, which is longer than the first round. Next to the Buffalo Bills, who is the next best team in personnel in the AFC? Could it be the Chiefs? I mean, could it be Denver, Houston? There's some room for improvement there. Could it be Kansas City?
We know what Tommy's going to say.
I know what Tommy.
You mentioned Kansas City and Denver. You say to Tommy, what do you think? Being that you think Denver's there, Tom, I'll happen to say Kansas City. I think Kansas City's going in the right direction. I mean, Mel points out very aptly their defensive secondary, which at once was considered the best in football, has gotten a little long in the tooth. The interesting thing about Carter, too, is he has played wide receiver as well. He's a very versatile athlete. Now, I think playing wide receiver as well as defensive back allows that cornerback or that safety the opportunity to not only be able to play defensively, but with an offensive mind. You anticipate moves, you can read receivers a little bit better. I think it gives him a great sense of versatility as a defensive back, having played on the other side of the football. Now we can talk about how deep Denver is.
I agree with you. I think it's an excellent choice for the Kansas City Chiefs. I think that you're going to get a lot. That secondary has aged a little bit. But if we're talking about the second best team in the AFC, I just look at the record. And I see who goes to the show.
Of course, the Chiefs, in case people have missed it in the offseason, Plan B, DeBerg out, Dave Craig in, their quarterback. Still going to run the ball with Word and Okoye, et cetera. But David Craig is their new quarterback, and Dale Carter, a new member of their defensive backfield. He can return kicks, too. That's maybe where you look at him along with Harvey next year. We'll be back with the Saints.
Diet Pepsi introduces Aha Month. Aha will be everywhere this April. Grocery stores, restaurants, beaches, everywhere. And to kick it off, we're sending 1 million lucky Diet Coke drinkers a free case of Diet Pepsi. Guaranteed delivery by UPS.
It's the celebration of the year, baby. You got the right one, baby. Yeah.
With 100% Aha.
What's making big news? Look in the life section of USA Today for fun facts and daily Aha updates.
Who is the world's greatest athlete, Dan or Dave? Dan is a champion decathlete. Dave is a champion decathlete. Dan wears Reebok. Dave wears Reebok. Okay, so who makes the most noise? To be settled in Barcelona.
The
Darryl Strawberry and Eric Davis. Once they were boyhood friends. Now they're
in your face.
The Dodgers battle the Cardinals live at 10:30 Eastern on ESPN Monday Night Baseball.
The New Orleans Saints are up next, and they've been on the phone, and Vaughn Dunbar, who is here in New York, has been on the phone with them. So if we're to deduct that maybe that's their pick, we'll see. Chris Myers has some thoughts from Dallas. Chris?
Yes, Vaughn Dunbar, Chris, is the running back that they liked. On the Saints board, they did not think that he would slide that far down. The Saint priorities were offensive tackle and cornerback. Dunbar is a running back who would have to fit into a certain scheme. One of the club officials described him as an Emmitt Smith type of runner. Some others have said he could be more like a Thurman Thomas runner. The Saints traded for Alan Pinkett. They had more of an interest in a fullback in this draft. Ironhead Hayward fell off his workout program with Mackie Shilstone, which he began in January. It concludes in June. He supposedly is back on that program. His weight recently was just under 300 pounds, which is way over where Jim Mora and Jim Finks would like Craig Hayward to be. But it looks like Vaughn Dunbar is the guy. If they can work out some type of contract agreement, that would be the choice for the Saints in New Orleans. And again, according to their board, they did not think that he would slide down quite that far. Let's go back to Chris in New York.
All right, Chris, thank you. So the New Orleans Saints. Now, remember, they picked up Alan Pinkett in the offseason, but they had a marvelous back in Dalton Hilliard, but he's been hurt. He showed the flashes that Monday night game late against the Raiders, but they don't know about him. You heard Chris mention Ironhead falling off the training program. McAfee, what is he, a 6th-round pick? He ended up the year being their tailback. Reuben Mays never came back to play for them. He's now a member of the Seahawks. So Buford Jordan is a fullback type. They need stability with the running back, and the fact that Dunbar fell this far, I think, just fell into their hands, because I thought they'd go wide receiver, a big wide receiver. Dunbar is higher rated than Pickett.
Well, I think New Orleans is in a very interesting situation, Chris. I mean, they certainly could use a little help at wide receiver. Their defensive backfield, Vincey Buck got hurt last year, but everything looks like it's on track for him coming back, so that can help him out a little bit. They're still susceptible in the secondary, and obviously at the running back position, there's a lot of question marks. If I was the Saints at this particular position, which I'm not, but I'll take a chance anyway, I think I'd go with Vaughn Dunbar. Even though he got on the phone, I'm a little skeptical because he talked to the Saints on the telephone. He didn't pick up the hat. I'm a little scary because he didn't pick the hat up and carry it with him. I know it happens sometimes, but he didn't pick the hat up off the table, sort of walked away, maybe looking a little bit disgusted. New Orleans might have just said, hey, look, we'd like to take you here, but we've got other needs. If we get a chance to make a deal, maybe we'll get you a little bit later. I think Dunbar is certainly a first-round choice. But the problem is this New Orleans Saints team, again, 1 or 2 players away from maybe getting to that next level in the playoffs.
Well, they won the division last year, did the New Orleans Saints. They lost in the first round of the playoffs, but they feel with some offense they can really make a move. Cha-ching was the painful sound heard by quarterbacks throughout the league as linebacker Pat Swilling rang up an NFL-high 17 sacks. Ricky Jackson was equally as devastating as the Saints led the league with 48 takeaways. But burdened with an injury-depleted secondary down the stretch, the Saints were victimized often by the long pass. On offense, with Bobby Hebert running the show, the Saints clicked on all cylinders. But when he was injured, they struggled under Steve Walsh. Defensively, no question about the Saints. The second best in football, plus 18 giveaway takeaway, 50 sacks registered, only 19 allowed. However, offensively, when Hebert wasn't in, they just didn't move the ball well enough. Now, the Saints got some good news, is that Vince Buck, the neck injury, very scary neck injury, one of their corners who had played very, very well. Remember, they lost all the DBs, or many of them at the end of the year, that he got a very good grade, if you will, from the doctors. So that's, otherwise, if his neck was in a lot of trouble, they might have had to go defensive back even with Dunbar there. So that's good news for everybody. I mean, whether you root for the Saints or not, you want Vincent Buck to be fine. So he's in good shape. And the Saints, you're going to have to score. They got the defense. going to have to score with Atlanta and San Francisco in that division.
Yeah, but I think they still might further solidify that defensive backfield. I think Vince Buck is a question mark until he steps back on the football field. You know, after all, I mean, this team, the strength of this football team is not their offense. The strength of this football team is how well they stop people. When they had to depend on the offense to move the football to win football games, you know, they lost so many games at the end of the year, they almost didn't get into the playoffs. So I still look for this team, even though they've had the phone over there with Vaughn, that they might still take a defensive back.
Well, that's right. We've said it, Dunbar. He was on the phone, but it's not done yet. Mel, let's look at your board here now and see how things have gone as we wait for the 21st overall selection. First 5 are gone.
Well, I think Carl Pickens is an outstanding receiver. We'll go later portion of round 1, a guy that excuse me, is still there.
Get choked up over Pickens, Mel. Come on.
Another Tennessee player, Chris. Number 15 linebacker Chuck Smith, a guy that is a projection, but I think is a very good football player. You know, of course, Darrell Williams, a DB, Vaughn Dunbar, running back. We know why Bill Johnson's sliding because of that injury. Alonzo Spellman, not the production to match his athletic ability. And, of course, Robert Porcher, a guy that's going to be coming up here. You know, Buffalo very high on Porcher. Mala, a fast riser. Mims, one of the best pass rushers. So some very good players, Chris, still there. Certainly, like I keep saying, showing the depth in this draft that you have all these players still on the board at this point.
Well, so far, Mum or Mims is the word with the Saints, who have about 3 minutes and 20 seconds left. Remember, the Saints do not have a second-round pick, so if they think they can slide down a little bit, get somebody they want to pick up a second-round pick in the process, that will help them out. I mean, Vaughn Dunbar must be wondering, did he have a bad connection? That is unusual. It's 10 minutes ago they had that conversation.
Well, it is. You know, that's the thing. He's probably going, hello? Hello? Who was like, was it a tape recording? Was it a message? Like I said, the whole thing about Vaughn Dunbar, what scared me is when he left the table, he didn't even look at the hat. And I got bad vibes. When a guy picks up the hat and starts holding the hat, checking it out, see if it fits on his head, he didn't even look at the hat. He just sort of walked away, walked to the back of the room. See, he looks, glances at the hat. Now, that's not the look of a guy who's about to sign a first-round draft choice. Maybe he's looking at that hat and saying, well, maybe it's not for me. Maybe it doesn't fit. I don't know.
Tell you a man who wears many hats for us is Chris Fowler. Let's see what they have to say over there.
All right, Chris. Pickens, Mel's highest-rated player still on the board, had him rated 9th overall. A guy you love, still there.
I really like Carl Pickens. I think when you look at wide receivers, he could be the best wide receiver in this draft. And when you look at him, I think he's the Shaquille O'Neal of college football. Shaquille saw so many defenses, 4 people converging back on him. This kid saw 2 people covering, 3 people triple coverage a lot of times. When I went during the spring, he wore a green jersey. Usually give that to the quarterbacks, not hit them. He wore the green jersey. So that told you what Johnny Majors and the staff thought of it.
What's a good fit for Pickens? A big, rangy guy, extremely long arms, maybe not the speed burner over 100 yards as some other guys are in the draft. What's a good fit for him of teams that are coming up?
Well, I really think he can help any team, but when you say, you know, speed and being a factor, this kid only knows one thing, how to get to the end zone. And if you're coaching offense, you want the ball in the end zone, he can get it there for you. He just did such a great job with the long ball. Even though people tried to take him away in Tennessee's ball games, when they got him the ball, they won the football game.
Interesting to see if he goes in the first round. Only Dale Carter, his teammate, has gone from the SEC. They've had a minimum of 5 first-round picks each of the last 4 years. Only 1 from that conference so far, fellas.
Well, it's a big comeback for SEC. The Saints have about a minute 12 left on their selection. So it's nighttime in the city of New Orleans, changing cars in Memphis, Tennessee. They're using all 50 minutes. Maybe they're trying to do a deal here.
You know, Chris, I was just going to say that. When you're taking it down to 4, now you're inside 14 minutes. I don't think there's any question that if they can't work the deal, he probably told him. This is what I think Finks told, and Mora told Dunbar. If we can't work a trade, we're going to take you. But I wouldn't be surprised if Dallas, who's sitting down there at 24, isn't trying to stay active in the trading market, maybe moving up, maybe take another shot at the DB there, huh, Mel?
That's what they need. We thought they would go at least 3 defensive backs in the first 3 or 4 rounds, and the guy that Jimmy Johnson recruited, Darrell Williams from Miami, is still there. So that would make a lot of sense, Joe.
It's going to take them 15 minutes to walk up. You know, it's going to take 15 seconds to walk to the podium. So I mean, they're running close.
Here's the first, if you can hear in the background, here's the first time that the gallery got to doing the Jeopardy theme. Can you hear that? 12, 11, 10, 9. There's the card. Oh, it's always fun here at the draft. New Orleans has made their selection just under the gun. Chicago's next up, followed by the Chargers, and then Dallas again. It's the 21st overall pick. May we have the envelope, please?
The New Orleans Saints select Vaughn Dunbar, running back, Indiana University.
Maybe they got him signed in those 15 minutes.
Well, I think that could have happened. Like I said, he did a good job of acting. Maybe I think they tried.
Look,
now he's got the hat. See, I'm telling you, well, as soon as you get the hat, that means it's a done deal. Then the kiss is like, a little bit of a bonus on top of it. But the hat's worth the contract. The kiss is worth the bonus.
I think Vaughn's a little down right now because here everyone had said that he was going to be the top back, and he ends up being the third back. That he was the most productive. You know exactly what he's going to get with him. And he's a little down for the moment. I think he's relieved in that view right there. I think he's a little bit down. But you know what? When you are somebody's first-round pick, you are the top pick of a team that's won the division last year. He won't be down for that long. We'll be back with the Bears in a moment.
It's not easy being a truck.
Like a rock, I was strong as I could be. Like a rock, nothing ever got to me.
But through it all, Chevy full-size has the best resale value in the business. Chevy trucks.
Like a rock.
The trucks you can depend on. The trucks that last. Now it's easy to own a Chevy truck.
Who wears Team NFL clothing? Some thick-necked ex-jock?
Not your everyday friend. Well, baby, that's what you are. Woo!
You couldn't be further from the truth. Right, girls?
Right, Martin.
For Team NFL, Martin Mull and friends.
Your everyday friend.
Get on the inside of the NFL. Call 1-900-535-9000.
We've got a bit of an edge with the driver we have. We've got the best driver out there. So it's a matter of the mechanics just not overlooking anything. Al and I stay in constant communication during the race. I have to be aware of what he wants or needs, at all times. I think the small details are is what makes the difference between winning and running second.
What's so daring about new Prism car polish? It's not how you put it on, but how you take it off.
Introducing new Prism car polish. It's the first and only spray-away approach to car polishing. Just wipe it on and spray it off. And in half the time, you get a durable shine. No huffing, no puffing, no buffing. New Prism, the only spray-away car polish.
So Vaughn Dunbar has been selected, first-round pick by the New Orleans Saints. The Chicago Bears next up, followed by the Chargers. And Mel, and Vaughn Dunbar, I mean, you talking production? 1,699 yards last year at Indiana, 1,143 yards the year before. You know what you get, and that fits in to the Jim Mora-type offense. He doesn't like a lot of surprises. He likes a lot of givens, and he's got a given in Vaughn Dunbar.
Well, Dunbar averaged 5 yards per carry, carried the football in excess of 30 times on numerous occasions. Here's a guy for 2 years after coming over from the JUCO level, did it in the Big Ten Conference. Now with Dunbar, he runs 4.49, but he doesn't play that fast. I think Joe agreed from what he saw on film. You watch him here, he's a slasher, can get outside. Big kid, compact, 5'10 and a half, about 208 pounds. The guy that can break some tackles, but a guy that overall, pretty good football player, but not in the caliber of some of the other game breakers as far as going the distance every time he touches, the football. Here, he's caught from behind. You see him running tough between the tackles. He gets low, has a good base, and is tough to bring down. He's, like I say, a low base, 5'10 and a half, 208 pounder. So for the Saints, a team that likes to keep the chains moving, running the football. He works in unison with an Alan Pinkett. They have a slasher and McAfee. A guy gives him a little bit more quickness, but overall, a pretty good stable of running backs for Moore and company.
Yeah, and that's it. Like we said, a steady back. Vaughn Dunbar certainly is. He's so steady, he's already over with our Chris Fowler. Chris?
All right, Chris, Mr. Dunbar's flight late getting to New York yesterday, perhaps going a little bit late in round one today, going to the Saints. Got to ask you, when you first spoke with them, put the phone down, you didn't immediately grab the hat. You looked a little bit disappointed. Were they talking deal with you? You didn't seem to be up there.
Well, they hadn't figured out if they wanted to take me or not. They were still doing some deals or whatnot. So I didn't know for sure if they had selected me as their player. So that's why you had that look. That's why you got that look from me.
We're seeing that a lot this year. Teams talking deal right up front. Have you come to terms with the Saints, or at least reached a verbal agreement?
No, I haven't. To be honest, we really haven't went in depth about anything. Like I said, they were strong on me earlier on this season, but you know, this is a surprise to me, really.
Is it a surprise that you win as low as 21? A lot of teams had you rated as the #1 running back. Be honest, is this where you thought you might go, and your reaction to that?
I'm gonna be honest. No, I didn't think I would drop this far, but it's still, you know, it's an honor to be here, a privilege to go in the first round. So I'm content, and wherever I would have went, wherever I ended up in the NFL, you know, I was gonna, you know, play 110% anyway. So
quickly, can you be at the complete back that a lot of teams doubt that you can be? You didn't catch a lot of passes at Indiana.
Right. Well, I didn't really need to. We had great receivers, you know, and I got the job done coming out of the backfield. So our type of offense that we ran, we didn't really require me to catch the ball that much out of the backfield.
All right, well, enjoy New Orleans. Joining us now, Big Mac, Chester McLaughlin, headed to the Raiders with the 16th pick overall. We heard our guys over there on the other set say that some teams may have backed off of you because of perceived attitude. Are you a dude with the tude?
I wouldn't say that. It's just, you know, you hear a lot of stuff, rumors going around. But, I mean, I don't think I have an attitude. And, of course, the Raiders didn't think so either. Oh, I fit that kind of attitude that they have.
I don't think the Raiders shy away from attitudes. You go to a defensive line that certainly has a lot of veterans, but a line that needs some help right up the middle, didn't handle the run very well at the end of last year. What's your contribution, do you think, right away?
Well, I'm not really sure. Art Shield hasn't talked to me about doing anything. He just said we're going to come up from minicamp and go from there. And right now I've just made a commitment to getting in shape and really trying to come out and help them best I can.
Well, the shape that you're in is always a consideration. You do come from Clemson. The comparisons are made, of course, with the fridge. I'd like to know where you guys eat down there at Clemson. But talk about your weight. Is that something you're going to be able to keep under control? Are you going to be able to play at 330 or in that neighborhood, not let the weight balloon up?
What I've made a commitment to life. I'm not going to say football because life is the whole thing right now. And right now, if you look at a lot of people now, if they're overweight, they got to worry about heart problems and all this stuff. And I've looked at it that way and going about doing things like that, working on eating right and exercising, doing everything the right way.
All right, well, congratulations. Enjoy yourself in L.A. If you do have an attitude, one of many guys who have attitudes on the Raiders, Vaughn Dunbar and Chester McLaughlin, will continue here live from the Marriott Marquee with round 1 of the NFL draft right after this.
Who wears Team NFL clothing?
Porter, Catholic, and Whirlpool Employees Federal Credit Unions have money to loan for just about any reason at some of the best rates ever. Personal loans for home fix-up, a needed vacation, or whatever you may need. In most cases, we can approve your loan the very same day. Yes, LaPorter, Catholic, and Whirlpool Employees Federal Credit Unions have money to loan right now. So call us. It's in your best interest.
It's vacation time. Don't leave home without your Visa card.
Me too, Daddy.
At Catholic Federal Credit Union, we'll send you on your way with a package that includes
a credit limit up to $5,000, 25-day grace period, no annual fee, and interest beginning as low as 10.9%. And if that's not enough, we'll even sell you the traveler's checks with no fee. Get your Visa vacation package today.
Thursday nights, ESPN sets them up and knocks them down.
Knockdown Thursday, ESPN.
Ow! First, the ladies are ready to roll at the Blue Ribbon Ladies Classic. Then undefeated IBF champion Michael Carbajal slugs it out on Top Rank Boxing.
Knockdown Thursday, ESPN. Hey!
Back in New York, a pretty swift first round, especially remembering last year. It took about 5 hours. We're about, 3.5 hours in, and we've gotten 21 picks done. So that's à quelle vitesse, as they say north of the border, a pretty good speed. The Chicago Bears had a great offensive line for years. Jimbo Covert, he is retired. Jay Hilgenberg, one of the proudest people to play in the NFL, getting long in the tooth at center. Van Horn has been up there for a long, long time at tackle. Tommy Thayer has turned 30. Mark Bortz is 31. Now, they drafted Stan Thomas last year. We think he's going to be a pretty good player. But again, you got to think offensive line, and there isn't anybody bigger than Skrepanak from Michigan.
Yeah, I think that he's absolutely a Ditka kind of player, or can be turned into that. He's a giant guy. He's a force. I think he's going to be pretty good straight-ahead guy. They said they questioned his ability to block people when they're good quickness. Defensive ends giving him good quickness, but I think that he's going to be good.
All right, the Bears have made their pick pretty quickly, I might add. And because maybe, see, that's the pronunciation meeting. When three guys get in, it's Skrepanak. It's too long.
It's too many syllables.
With the 22nd pick, the Chicago Bears select Alonzo Spellman, defensive end, Ohio State.
See? Whoa! Now that is a strange curveball. Alonzo Spellman for a pass rusher on the Bears. Of course, they're getting a little long in the tooth up there as well. The whole team is, despite the fact that they're still a playoff squad. Alonzo Spellman, Mel, you wouldn't think that he would be a Mike Ditka pick, but yet, if he plays, they get a bargain.
They need defensive line help. That was one of their needs, along with offensive line and wide receiver. And when you look at Alonzo Spellman, he goes in the top 10. He's a major gamble. We talked about him from Miami at 7. All the way down the first round where the Bears are selecting, you limit the risk, really, with a guy like Alonzo Spellman. He's huge, 288, runs like a guy 250, runs consistent 4.9s. You see him as an outside pass rusher here, getting after the Minnesota quarterback. You see him here on the right side at down defensive end position, playing the run, playing the option here. As Minnesota tried to take it wide. Here was a guy, a linebacker, when he was recruited at Ohio State, was only about 240, 250. Now he's 290. You see him here getting after the Louisville quarterback early in the year. Problem, consistency. Some games, he was a non-factor. And when you're 290 at the college level and you're going up against redshirt freshman, sophomore offensive linemen, you should be a killer. You should be a Bruce Smith type. Spellman wasn't that player. That's why he's not the first, second, third pick in the draft, but rather a late first rounder to a team like the Bears.
I got to think that Tobin, they look at the board and he's way up and is there at 22, that it's that sort of number pick. Does this make sense for the Bears? You knew since Skrepanak was out there for 3 weeks as the Bears pick, we should have been smart enough to know that wasn't going to happen.
Well, I think, Chris, there are offensive linemen that are going to be out there in this draft. And I think Spellman's the kind of guy who's an impact player. I mean, you've got people down here. You've got Mike Moriarty out of Lehigh. And you've got a lot of different offensive linemen besides Skrepanak and the others that are left. You've got people that the Bears can go to. They can go and pick an offensive lineman later on. It's not a problem. There's no question. You have to look at the offensive and defensive lines of the Chicago Bears. Mike Ditka, ground the football out, keep the games close, don't make mistakes. How do you win? You win with defense. I think that's the way Ditka's got to look at that division.
Interesting, Joe. We were talking about Eric Kumaro, too, Chris, earlier. When he drafted by Miami of Ohio State, he ended up with the Bears. Now they take Spellman out of Ohio State. So we're talking about the Miami-Ohio State connection. Ends up being the Bears-Ohio State connection.
Well, we shall see if Big Ten playing in Big Ten country pays off. Next up, the San Diego Chargers. The draft continues in a moment.
Red Lobster may have gone too far this time. A full pound of tempting shrimp overflowing your plate. Red Lobster's never offered you, whoops, so much on one plate. 10 grilled shrimp, 15 butterfly, 11 scampi. A full pound of our biggest and best shrimp for a limited time. So much shrimp with all the extras, including a doggy bag.
Red Lobster for the seafood lover in you.
There's a place where the home team always wins, where fashion models cling to ordinary guys, and ordinary guys really know how to dance.
Why can't life be like beer commercials? Why? Ask why. Try Bud Dry. It's dry brewed, not watered down, to drink light yet satisfied completely. Because when all the world's a stage, your refreshment should be real.
Back at the Marriott Marquis at the 57th annual NFL selection meeting, i.e. the draft. The Chargers are on the board. This pick is originally the Oilers pick. They got it in the Lee Williams trade last year. The Chargers, who had a 4-12 season last year, would have picked a lot higher in the 6th spot. But last year, Bobby Beathard saw Eric Moten, offensive lineman, available. He gave a 1 to draft Moten with a 2nd-round pick in exchange for Washington. On paper, it looks like a crazy deal. We asked Bobby Beathard about it.
We got a lot of heat the day we did it, and we've been getting heat ever since. But the guard we picked, Eric Moten, was a starter all year, and he's going to be one of the real fine guards in the league. Now, I never would be one to look back and say we shouldn't have done it, because that's just not my nature. I think it was the thing. We had an opportunity to get a good football player then. He turned out to be a good football player, and we'll go on with it. Washington, I'm sure, will get a great player where we picked, but I think this draft is strong enough that I think we're going to get a heck of a player with the 23rd pick.
There's Bobby also did. These are the 2nd-round picks that he got last year, Moten being the one that he involved with this trade with Washington. George Thornton, just some 18 tackles at defensive tackle, and Eric sleeping with Bieniemy, who only carried the ball 3 times, running back last year. And Mel, on that deal, we all shook our heads last year, didn't we?
Well, the thing was, before they drafted and made the trade for Eric Moten, they had already selected in the 2nd round George Thornton, a defensive tackle from Alabama, who was projected as a 4th-round pick by most clubs. Eric Bieniemy, when they already had Butts, Bernstein, and Harmon. You only have 1 football. Now you're bringing in a 4th running back. And then to make that deal and give up a 1st-round pick in a strong draft, when last year was a weak draft, and you're drafting Moten at the end of round 2, I think it kind of boggled the mind of everybody in the National Football League as to what Bobby Beathard was really thinking at that point.
You don't try and figure out Bobby Beathard. That's the first thing you have to learn. Bobby sits there. Bobby sends people out into the most remote places. He has for years been considered sort of the guru of draft day with the selections he's made. I mean, San Diego, in my opinion, is probably going to go defense. It looks like it's going to be Mims. Now, where does that come from? Who knows? But Bobby likes him. He thinks it'll help his football team.
Bill Arnsparger might like him on defense.
Who's the defensive
coordinator. Here's the pick.
The San Diego Chargers select Chris Mims, defensive end, University of Tennessee.
You could tell how quickly Paul Tagliabue moved up to the podium that was a short name. Mims. I got it, and he went right up to the podium. Chris Mims is an interesting story, Mel. He, after the season was over, Tennessee, went back to Los Angeles, with his agent or whatever, and there was some question with some teams as to did he fall out of shape a little bit here in the spring? That's why some teams had him plummeting. Others definitely had him as a 1st-round pick. Obviously, San Diego saw the raw talent and wasn't scared off by the change.
I like the pick. You can never have enough good pass rushers, and San Diego needs to be generating some more pressure, and Chris Mims is the ultimate outside sack artist. He's 260, 265. People didn't think 3-4 teams did not feel he was a 2-gap, 3-4 defensive end. But for the Chargers, it fit in well. I know Bobby Ross was very high on him, and you see a guy here just made plays. We talked about the guy opposite him, Chuck Smith. These guys are football players. There he is, number 93, bull rushing his way in, deflecting the ball away from Tommy Maddox. You can see him here, stringing out the option, pursuing the play, recovering the fumble. Chris Mims, very active, very intense player who may be 260, but he plays bigger and he's productive. And you can't underestimate that at this point in the draft. A guy with his outside ability to get after the quarterback. The Chargers could throw him in with a guy like Grossman, the players they brought in last year, most notably George Thornton from Alabama, and really start to upgrade again. A front 7 that at one time, Joe, was a strength when they had Lee Williams.
Well, we got 2 Tennessee players now gone in the 1st round, 2 from Stanford, 2 from Texas A&M. Next up is Dallas. We'll have more from the draft in just a moment as coverage continues from New York and points beyond.
Inside your smooth-running engine is a torture chamber. And under these grueling conditions, only one leading motor oil in every grade meets the world's toughest requirements for viscosity breakdown. Castrol. Castrol provides maximum protection against viscosity and thermal breakdown. So use Castrol. After all, why make things tougher on your engine? Castrol GTX, engineered for today's smaller cars.
Being light is key when you run. You gotta be lightweight. So I wear the Pump Graphite. Me too. This arch design gives me lots of support with major weight reduction. Weight reduction? Big advantage. That's why I'm not wearing socks. That's why I'm gonna shave my head. Fine, I'll clip my toenails. I'll swab my ears. I'll floss my teeth. I'll pluck my eyebrows.
to be settled in Barcelona.
I wonder how much an appendix weighs.
Short turns, long straightaways. No car comes out unscathed at Martinsville. An early season points battle continues at the Haynes 500, Monday night on ESPN.
Back at the NFL draft, the Dallas Cowboys up with their second first-round selection, but the Saints, just a couple of picks ago, got a guy who they probably didn't think would be there. Running back Vaughn Dunbar, tremendously productive running back from Indiana. General Manager, President of the New Orleans Saints, Jim Finks, has been good enough to join us on the phone this afternoon. And Jim, you had to be a little bit surprised to see Dunbar fall that low. You probably weren't thinking him, were you, until the couple of picks before you?
No, he's what we call a no-brainer, Chris. Going through our mock drafts, we never realized that he would come down that far. So very frankly, I would say with about 4 picks before our choice, we were contemplating moving out of our first spot either to trade to a club for a veteran player or players or multiple choices in the second and third round. But as long as Dunbar kept remaining on the board, we were reluctant to do it, and lo and behold, he's there.
Is a deal done? Was that part of the full 15 minutes that you took?
No, it had nothing to do with making any kind of a deal with Dunbar or his agent. We haven't even talked to them, but it's just the fact that there were some options that we were considering by 3 different clubs, but we decided to stay with Dunbar because he's not only a fine football player, but he fits a need.
Jim, obviously, running back, you can never have enough of him, and that's the Jim Morris system, but am I to read between the lines here that Dalton Hilliard, who showed those signs in December, but you're still really not sure about him, Hayward? I mean, you're really up in the air at that running back spot, too, aren't you?
We are. Even though we have added Alan Pinkett through a trade with Houston a couple of months ago, we were concerned about our running back because Dalton has been injured. He was injured the 1990 season, has not come back yet. And we think a quality player like Dunbar is going to be given a real opportunity to show what he can do behind a very fine offensive line.
Well, I'll tell you what, you not only got a quality player, you got a quality individual, and congratulations on a selection falling right to you, and everybody thinks you did the right thing. Good luck,
Chris,
Jim.
we just hope that maybe we had the same kind of good fortune that the Bears had about 7 years ago when Neil Anderson fell in their lap, and then about 3 years ago when the kid from Oklahoma State fell in Buffalo's lap.
Well, yeah, those two guys have panned out in those places, Neil Anderson and Thurman Thomas. Good luck. And we make a promise to you, Jim, next year we're going to have your picture inside that helmet. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, Chris, my pleasure. Bye.
All right, Jim Finks, gentlemen, as always, Dallas is next up, and here's War Room Camp. Spying.
A mistake was made. Okay, we forgot. We overlooked it.
Say you need something sent overnight. There are a few companies you can call, but say you need it Saturday morning, guaranteed. There are 2, but only one is so efficient.
Bobby, just give me a couple of minutes.
They get it there on time for far less, which is why to some, there is only one, UPS.
12, who's 12? 40. Let's go get them up.
Last year, the average price of a car with standard anti-lock brakes was over $40,000. But today, all that's changed. Because the company that offers more models with standard anti-lock brakes than anyone also offers the lowest priced car in America with standard anti-lock brakes. Chevy Cavalier.
The heartbeat of America.
The cars more people depend on.
That's today's Chevrolet.
Boy, I had kind of a big year in my garden. So we're going to be making a lot of salads at Wendy's. It'll be a nice change of pace. Taco salads with rich and meaty chili, deluxe garden salad, and a delicious new grilled chicken salad with a breadstick. My daughter Wendy's idea. Made fresh every day because that's the way they're best.
It's Dave's Salad Days at Wendy's. 5 salads that are fresh, fast, and ready to go.
I think I used too much water.
Sometimes I dream that he is me. You got to see that's how I dream to be. I dream I move. I dream I groove. Like Mike. If I could be like Mike. I'm gonna be like Mike. Like Mike.
looking live at the Cowboys draft room. They are up with their second first-round pick. They've already taken Kevin Smith, defensive back from Texas A&M. Next year, we're negotiating with Jimmy Johnson to wear the helmet cam during this meeting. But right now, it's War Room Cam. Let's go to Chris Myers at Big D.
All right, thanks, Chris. And Kevin Smith signed, sealed, and delivered. That's part of that signability, that slotting that Jerry Jones spoke about. The Cowboys are going to go after one of two players here. We believe it'll be Darrell Williams, the junior safety, the free safety out of the University of Miami, someone who Jimmy Johnson recruited in his early years when he was back at the University of Miami. There are reports that Russell Maryland, former Hurricane, of course, with the Cowboys, went down this past year as kind of a recruiter for the Cowboys and encouraged Darrell Williams to come out of school early so that the Cowboys could choose him and pay him very well, and he could fit into what Jimmy and Jerry are doing here. Now, the other choice that the Cowboys are looking at is Robert Jones, the linebacker from East Carolina. The Cowboys recently hired as a defensive assistant a coach from East Carolina, Bobby Slowick, who obviously speaks very highly of this linebacker, a very quick linebacker who hits hard and plays inside. But at this point, looks like this pick will be Darrell Williams. We had a tip-off. If we can look into the draft room on our draft room cam. Moments ago, Dave Wannstedt, defensive coordinator, sitting across the table. That's Jimmy Johnson on your right, Jerry Jones. Across from Jerry is Dave Wannstedt. He reached across and picked up the phone after Jimmy and Jerry were speaking. That is the vice president, Mike McCoy, and Stephen Jones, Jerry's son, helping to negotiate the deal. So we await the Cowboys selection. Let's go back now to Chris Berman in New York.
All right, here is the pick, Chris. So
the Dallas Cowboys select Robert Jones, linebacker, East Carolina University.
Robert Jones, a guy that some did not have in the first round, but in people I talked with late this week, Mel, said that he is one heck of a football player.
Well, he was productive at East Carolina. Everything there was funneled in his direction. I don't see him as a first-round pick, though. I think Darrell Williams would have been a more ideal pick. I'm sure they debated that simply because Jimmy recruited Darrell Williams at Miami, and he would have fit a need. Robert Jones, a solid 240-pounder. Guy, like I said, at East Carolina, the average weight of their defensive lineman was about 232. So he had to make most of the plays. Like I say, everything was funneled in his direction. A guy, like you say, had 18, 20 tackles a game, playing a tough schedule. This is a team that went with 10, 11, and 1 this year. Played some of the top teams in the country. Here against Syracuse, in the Carrier Dome, when they were able to pull out that upset in the second half, he was all over the field. Had 18 stops in that game. Here against Southern Mississippi last year, he's going after Brett Favre, who was then the quarterback at Southern Miss. And a guy, production-wise, Chris, he makes some sense. But I think there were better players there. And if I'm the Cowboys making this pick, I take Darrell Williams. I know why they went with Jones. They need that middle linebacker. They need that productivity, and it fills a need. But to me, Darrell Williams is the better football player.
Yeah, but they're certainly going after need. They're close. They're a coming team in the NFC, and their middle linebackers, here's what it is. Smith, Clark, and Ken Norton. That's really all that they have thus far. And so if Robert Jones portrays himself into the middle linebacker that they're looking for, I mean, they just need DB and linebacker because, my goodness, have we all been impressed, Tommy? When Jones and Johnson came into the league a few years ago, it was like, well, they're out of their league. They're country guys in with the big city slickers. Wrong.
Yeah, I think as Mel said, they certainly could have taken the DB and they could fill all of those slots almost before you get out of the first round. But certainly this fills a need for them. And I think that as we get down toward these teams that now have a legitimate shot at a Super Bowl, at getting to a Super Bowl, we're finding teams that are picking their player to fill a specific need.
You know, I think the other thing, too, Tommy, is here's a kid that benches 500, squats 660, and the interesting thing about Robert Jones is he's not really what you'd call a real rookie, like a Tommy Maddox coming out as a sophomore. This guy's 23 years old. He's been around. He's got some maturity. He's actually going to add a lot to that defense, and that's the area that the Cowboys, after the game against Detroit, they know that they've got to improve that back seven of their football team, and I think they're doing it right here.
Bob Slowick, linebacker coach at East Carolina, now a linebacker coach with the Cowboys. He knows exactly what he's getting in Robert Jones on Jimmy Johnson's staff. When we return, Denver, Tom.
Anyone who says it's not worth
Dennis Hirsch from Hirsch Ford Lincoln Mercury. The Ford Tempo and Mercury Topaz are rated as some of the best built cars in the country. They are also rated as probably the best value available in a new car. During our sale, you can buy a loaded new 92 Tempo GL 2-door for under $9,000 or a new 92 Topaz GS 4-door, including power windows and everything else, for under $11,000, and that includes a 3-year or 36,000-mile bumper-to-bumper warranty and a full tank of gas. Another way to buy the best for less from Hirsch Ford Lincoln Mercury.
Get in shape before the holidays at Northwest Athletic Club. Melt away the inches in our aerobic classes. Work out in Nautilus, free weight, or our cardiovascular centers. Make that fast break down court in our basketball league or join our volleyball league. Sweat away those extra pounds by walking or running our indoor track. Sign up for karate classes now being offered. Reserve one of our racquetball or indoor tennis courts or let our tennis pro teach you the basics. After that long, hard workout, cool off with a drink in our lounge. Northwest Athletic Club in Michigan City.
If it's a money deal, then fine. Make the statement that we're trying to unload X amount of dollars, et cetera, so on. But don't insult our intelligence.
I mean, I don't know of any other business where you have to pay your employees based upon what your dumbest competitor pays.
I think there's just much too much whining on the part of people in ownership.
Baseball's a lot like democracy. Democracies have to get in trouble before they act.
It's a whole new ballgame Tuesday night on ESPN.
Just 4 picks left here in the first round of the draft. Denver, then Detroit, Buffalo, and Cincinnati picking a Washington spot. But the Broncos are up. This just in, John Elway is their quarterback. This not just in, Gary Kubiak, his longtime backup, is not there. The backup right now would be Steve Pellure, possibly Sean Moore. You know Elway's going to play for a few years. Do you reach and take a guy who has 2 years of college eligibility who came out like a Tommy Maddox? Know that you don't have to get him in the game, have him learn at the foot of John Elway? That's a question. Tommy Maddox is with us, where David Klingler was in Newport Beach, California. Craig James is on the scene, hanging around with all those quarterbacks, Craig.
Lee Steinberg, when you hang around him, you know you're going to be around quarterbacks. I have no alternative today. Lee, a lot of hope, or a little hope, I guess, with Kansas City and maybe Tommy going through there. But now that you look at it and you've got Denver, what's the chances of that?
Well, this is where we sort of thought that Tommy would go, as long as there were not any amazing surprises with players just so valuable that Denver couldn't pass him up. But they've shown real interest in him. Remember, quarterback's that key critical position. David Klingler went 6. No one has gone since then. And Tommy is the perfect pick for a team that doesn't need him to start tomorrow, but can have him be brought along a little bit and then have a very smooth, orderly quarterback transition.
Tommy, the decision to come out early, you getting antsy now?
I'm getting nervous. You know, if it would hurry up and get here, it'd be all right. But it's a lot of fun. You know, I think the nervous build-up adds to the excitement of it. And, you know, I'm just anxious to see where I'm going to go and get there.
Obviously, you see a lot of good players still on the draft board right now. As a sophomore coming into this season, looking at that, is no regrets at all that you made that choice?
Oh, no, I don't have any regrets. It's been fun, and I'm very excited. And like I say, I'm just anxious to find out where I'm going to go. But I have no regrets whatsoever.
Lee, I guess backing up a little bit, there was not a pre-draft deal done with Cincinnati and Klingler, was there?
There was, not only was there not a deal, they never called, and we never talked to them at all, so it was a little bit of a shock. I had a dream the other night that Mike Brown drafted David Klingler and said, well, we don't need to sign him until training camp. It was more like a nightmare. But we'll start with a fresh face and hope it goes well. With Klingler not going, with no trade happening with Kansas City, we assume that Cincinnati, you know, will actually take him.
We'll see what happens with the Denver choice. Let's go back to New York. Chris.
All right, Craig and Team Steinberg, we'll see if this is where Tommy Maddox goes or if we won't have a quarterback till the mid-second round. London, Pulaski, or Maddox. Joe Maddox comes out with 2 years of eligibility left. Good move. How much time does he have to learn to be an effective pro?
I think Tommy Maddox has got himself a pretty good career ahead of him. I think he came out way too early. I know Lee probably, you know, doesn't disagree with me, but Tommy made the decision, and that's his choice. I think that this young man has got a lot of opportunity for development, and that's the big word, development. Tommy Maddox, if he goes someplace, is not going to see much activity. You have to remember, if you're a backup quarterback, and he will be projected as the third-team quarterback on any football team he goes to, he's not going to see any kind of activity in any kind of an offense once the season starts in September until May comes around when they go to minicamp again. That's going to happen for the next 2 or 3 years. I'm going to see Tommy Maddox as the WFL, the World League most valuable player, because that's where he's going to get a chance to get his reps. So look for Tommy Maddox to maybe go here to Denver, but more quickly he's going to wind up in that spring league as quick as you can shake your head, because that's the only place he's going to get reps. And that's what scares me a little bit. He's really losing an opportunity to mature both mentally and physically in the college ranks. Tommy, I wish you all the luck in the world. I really wish you'd have stayed in school, though. I think you'd have done a little bit better for yourself in the pro ranks. You don't have to grab the big bucks today. If you're a quarterback in this game, you can play a long, 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 long time. But good luck in the World League, because I think that's where you're going to get your training. And I'm not saying it's bad, but I think that's where he's going to wind up.
Joe, I hope that's a Nielsen household, because they were watching.
I know, all of them are watching.
When we come back, we'll discuss the Broncos pick. They could be Carl Pickens, wide receiver. He's not a slim Pickens. We'll be back.
A lot of women find my looks intimidating. Do you?
My mother makes the best brisket. There I was in the Congo.
Why is a good man so hard to find?
Just a minute, okay?
Why ask why? Try Bud Dry. It's dry brewed, not watered down. To drink light, yet satisfy completely. So while men aren't perfect,
You finished up?
at least refreshment is.
Blue. A color that reached for the sky and got it. Dignified. Versatile. Always proper. Blue. The color of choice for every ocean and Royal Navy. And nobody does blue like Dockers.
There's a way to virtually guarantee a safer suspension system. A way to eliminate pulling, shaking, and loss of control. It's the suspension technology of Midas. Diagnostic tools so advanced, they can pinpoint the problem. So you know your car's fixed, absolutely right. And for a limited time, buy one Shocker strut, get the second for 50% off. For a safer suspension, nobody beats Midas.
Each year, corporate America spends over $10 billion on overnight shipping. Yet according to a report in the Wall Street Journal, $3 billion of that is wasted. If you find that kind of inefficiency alarming, call UPS. We can save you up to 40% on overnight deliveries and help prevent your profits from going up in smoke. UPS. We run the tightest ship in the shipping business.
Hi, I'm Gil Jankowicz. Ever wonder what Joe Theismann does when he's not announcing football?
I work out to Bodies in Motion.
Every weekday, right here on ESPN.
The Denver Broncos select Tommy Maddox, quarterback, UCLA.
As a former president once said,
well,
Tommy Maddox has been selected by the Denver Broncos, and congratulations all around out of Newport Beach, California. He's got the hat. That was right there.
That was the key. How many hats did he have there, though? You know, I'll guarantee you that you didn't see Klingler put a Cincinnati hat on earlier.
Well, I'll tell you what, now here, 2 years in a row, L.A. quarterback, USC Marinovich, and now Maddox, UCLA, come out, a couple years left, and they go late in the first round. So a gamble, at least with where they went, certainly paid off. And you gave Tommy Maddox your advice, and he's... The thing is, there is no pressure on him to play. That's for sure, Tommy, because, I mean, unless John Elway gets hurt, he's not going anywhere closer to the field than a clipboard.
Yeah, no pressure on him to play right away. You know, I was a bit surprised by the choice. My feeling was that they thought Pelluer would be a fairly decent backup, ready to go, at least for the next couple of years. When I spoke with the Broncos, they had talked in terms of wanting to get an offensive tackle, make a deal to try to get an offensive tackle, someone who could play right away, because, again, they feel like they're on the verge of. I know that John Elway has been interested in trying to get a wide receiver in there of the nature of a Carl Pickens, out of the mold of Mark Jackson and Vance Johnson, a guy who's a big target who can go get the football. So I'm a bit surprised by the choice.
Well, it certainly doesn't help them this next year as they try and make that step to get back to the Super Bowl. Joe, they played 2 years, Maddox did, and last year 2,500 yards throwing, in 1990 2,600 yards throwing.
I think Tommy Maddox, physically, from a tool standpoint, he carries the ball well, he delivers the ball well, he has a nice touch on the football. I don't think he's necessarily that strong yet. That only has to do with the fact that he's young. He's got an awful lot to learn, and he was in a system out there where Homer Smith, the offensive coordinator, gave him the ability to work within a system that works for him. Like I said, I think it's a great opportunity for him. You got Steve Pallure there to back John Elway up just in case something happens. Nothing is going to be requested of him or required of him early. I think Tommy Maddox is going to an excellent football team, got an excellent opportunity to learn to be a professional quarterback. It's all done now. We can talk about Tommy staying in school. It doesn't matter anymore. He's a #1 draft pick of the Denver Broncos. I want to congratulate him. I think he's embarking on a wonderful opportunity, and now he's just going to have to grow and learn. Going to have to get in the weight room, going to have to learn what it takes to be a pro.
Let's get some thoughts on from Coach Gottfried and Chris Fowler.
All right, Chris, thank you. We're also kicking it around on this side of the ballroom here. Mike, here's a guy who will have time to learn the system, Dan Reeves' system, not one of the easier ones to pick up. Even John Elway struggled early on when he was thrown in there. How many years for Maddox to make an impact as a quarterback?
Well, I don't know if you can say how many years, but first of all, I think he should have stayed in school also. Right. And I know he's now a first-round pick, but I really believe this kid has a lot of ability. I said that all along. I said that yesterday. I really had him rated as the best quarterback coming out in the draft. He has a strong arm. He moves well. He's a powerful guy, and he's going into a system with John Elway being the quarterback that'll give him time. If you say how many years you put on, I don't know, because it just depends how fast he matures in the pros. Somebody was just telling me he's the first quarterback that Denver picked in the first round, now making every NFL team in the history has drafted a first-round quarterback. But I think Tommy Maddox is a good choice for Denver.
Well, John Elway may have to drag him into the weight room. Matt Roan is a big weight room guy when he's at UCLA, needs to bulk up, and Elway, one of the bulkiest of quarterbacks. Let's go back down to Joe.
Thanks, Chris. Well, we have the opportunity now to talk to Denver's #1 draft pick, Tommy Maddox. Tommy, congratulations to you. I got to ask you, first of all, why did you make the decision to come out?
I think that goes back to just looking into it. I think I first started looking into it because of the talk of the pay scale and what that might affect me. But I was just anxious to get into the league, and I just really had to evaluate what was more important to me as far as winning the national championship or getting into the NFL and starting to grow as an NFL quarterback. And that's the decision that I made.
Have the Broncos talked to you about possibly spending some time in the World League to get a little bit better feel of the way this game is played?
No World League. No, they haven't talked to me at all about that. And, it's one of those things where, that might be something that I might need, but hopefully not. And I'm just ready to get in and learn the Bronco system and start to work very hard for them.
I hear that guy on the couch sitting next to you all the time. Lee and I are always prodding each other. Hey, I got one guy drafted for you last year, Lee. The important thing is do you feel like that you're willing to sit and take the time that's necessary in that Bronco organization to play? I mean, you're looking at 3, maybe 4 years down the road.
Well, I think I'm aware of that, but I think also I'm just looking that I want to get in there and start to work as soon as possible and learn. And, who's to say? I might sit over there 3 or 4 years, but something might happen, and I might be playing next year or the year after that. And, that's what I'm looking at, just to be ready. Whenever I get an opportunity to get in there, I just want to perform well.
Well, Tommy, I'll look forward to seeing you. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Our sub-host, Joe Theismann.
Just hanging out over here,
Maddox now makes 10 underclassmen picked in this year's draft. 8 2 years ago, 4 last year, but 10 this year. Detroit is next. Stay with us.
If you've looked at the high prices of luxury sports sedans, you're no doubt thinking maybe I should lower my expectations. Well, considering the Nissan Maxima SE has more power than a BMW 525i and more room than a Mercedes-Benz 300e, yet you pay thousands less than either of them, maybe you should keep your expectations high and just lower your payments. See your Nissan dealer for details, because right now you can lease a Maxima for as little as $279 a month.
looks of your car? Shoot it with Son of a Gun from STP. Shoot the dash, seats, tires, and roof. Son of a Gun protector. Man, what a difference.
To everyone out there looking to save a few dollars on a set of tires, Michelin offers this reminder. You get what you pay for. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Inside your smooth-running engine is a torture chamber. And under these grueling conditions, only one leading motor oil in every grade meets the world's toughest requirements for viscosity breakdown. Castrol. Castrol provides maximum protection against viscosity and thermal breakdown. So use Castrol. After all, why make things tougher on your engine? Castrol GTX, engineered for today's smaller cars.
Olympic glory used to depend on muscle, talent, and heart. Now you can add digital computer analysis, retinal scanners, and more, and that costs money. That's why every time you use your Visa card, money goes to help the U.S. Olympic team. So pull for the team and pull out your Visa card. Because at the Olympics, they don't take excuses, and they don't take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Selection of Tommy Madden.
Last year, the Detroit Lions certainly set out to restore the roar. They did exactly that, getting all the way to the NFC title game.
The time that
In '91, Wayne Fontes restored the roar in Detroit with the Central Division title. Barry Sanders finished second in rushing and first in touchdowns with 17. Rodney Peete started the year but couldn't finish. But Eric Kramer proved to be a most valuable replacement. The Lions also roared on defense with hits like that. And when it counted most, they forced turnovers and made the big play, especially at home. So the Detroit Lions last year went all the way up to the Central Division Championship, 12-4, and boy, at home they were unreal. I think Detroit has tipped their hand a little bit, guys, as they tried to get Pat Swilling, free agent offer sheet offered to the Saints, but the Saints decided, and correctly so, to leave him there. There were the rumors that we put out before that they at least inquired about Charles Haley. Someone that can pressure the passer. They're not sure that Mike Kofor can ever be the Mike Kofor that he once was. And so I think that they got Jerry Ball in the middle. Hopefully he's okay. A little more pressure on the passer. Gary Danielson, who certainly knows his Detroit Lions very well, is in Sewanee. Let's check in with Gary. What do you think?
Well, Chris, I think you're exactly right. The Lions went into this draft looking to try to get a Pat Swilling, Charles Haley. They've got the injury problem with their great outside linebacker, Mike Kofor, so they have to address that problem with an outside rush person. I look at Robert Prochet, Scroggins, this type of guys, but don't forget, they had a problem at right tackle last year also. The injury with Mike Utley has forced them to shuffle their line around, and they ended up finishing the year against Washington with Scott Conover, a rookie offensive tackle. So maybe Skripnik fits into their plans right here. I know there have been some disagreements within the brain trust with Detroit about Skripnik, but maybe he fits this late in the draft.
Gary, who else might they be looking at if they want to move a little bit? I mean, they wish that Johnny Mitchell was still there at tight end. Dan Henning wanted one, but he's long gone. Who else might we be looking at here?
You're right. They really tried and wanted to move up for Derek Brown, and they hope that Mitchell might be available. I think they're all set at wide receiver. It's a position that they really upgraded. Last year, they got Pritchard with the trade with Dallas, and they really like the way he's come on. At 305 pounds in their last minicamp, he ran a sub-540. He ran 4.9340. So they really think he's going to be a factor. I think you got it.
The Detroit Lions select Robert Prochet, defensive end, South Carolina State.
Now, he is an intriguing player, Robert Prochet from South Carolina State. And with the Buffalo Bills up next, they're just pretty disappointed because I think if Prochet was there for him, that's where they might have gone. But Prochet, I mean, you come out of a school like that, Harry Carson School, am I correct? Well, he worked out pretty well for the Giants. Porsche. Describe him a little bit, Mel, because he's an intriguing pass rush guy, isn't he?
I tell you, I thought he would have been a great pick for Atlanta, you know, with Glanville down here needing help on the defensive line. You look at the Detroit Lions, they need somebody to complement Spindler and Owens, two guys that are great against the run, are going to improve as the years go on, but they needed that dominant pass rusher, and Robert Porsche out of South Carolina State can get into the backfield, penetrate. He's 270, tremendously quick, played at a low level of competition, as you see here, caused a disturbance in every game, but the key for Porsche, in my opinion, was how he did that at the blue-gray practices in the blue-gray game when he went up against major college standouts on the offensive line and was still able to generate a pass rush. And I think that's what caught the NFL scouts' eyes and really allowed him to be a late first-round pick. Like I said, really, Chris, if I'm the Atlanta Falcons, he's my pick in the first round. Now he slides down to Detroit, a team that desperately needed somebody to get heat on the quarterback after they lost out on Swilling and really opted not to pursue Cornelius Bennett. So I think a fine pick for the Lions.
Yeah, and Mel, I think, you know, less and less to be made as years go on about small college competition to play with a guy, Barney Chavis, who was from South Carolina State, outstanding defensive player. The thing that was impressive about Porsche is the quickness, and I think at his size, you can move him either inside or outside on that defensive line. He's still going to give you great pressure on the quarterback.
All right, so Porsche goes to the Detroit Lions. The Buffalo Bills are up next. We might have to take a guess at that when we come back in a moment.
Anyone who says it's not worthy...
Life Back, Freedom from Smoking program of Memorial Hospital of Michigan City is a three-phase, multifaceted program to assist people with quitting smoking and quitting for good. One of the features of our program, which is indeed unique, is the introduction of acupuncture treatment.
I think the thing I liked most was the acupuncture.
Well, I feel really good about the whole thing. It's almost like a gift.
If you are the victim of an accident or have a claim against an insurance company, you need to consult an attorney. I'm Bob Harper of Harper & Rogers. Even if your injury seems slight at first, you need to talk to a lawyer so that you can learn your rights.
I'm Larry Rogers. Call our office at 762-9538 for a free consultation, or call our hotline at 763-6227 to get a free brochure explaining your rights.
ESPN's America's Cup 92. Dennis Conner launched a surprising comeback, but Bill Koch has his sights set on defending the cup. Plus the Battle of the Red Boats, New Zealand against Italy for the right to be called the Challenger. The America's Cup, the Defender and the Challenger finals today at 4:30 Eastern, live on ESPN.
Back at the draft, we'll talk the Bills in a moment, but Chris Myers with Jimmy Johnson. Dallas, always intriguing on draft day.
All right, thank you very much, Chris. We're with Jimmy Johnson. He addressed the cornerback area and the linebacker area, two spots you were looking at, and two players that you actually had in ahead of time when you brought in a group of players who stressed that they wanted to become Cowboys.
Well, you know, they're quality players, they're quality people. We know a lot about Kevin Smith. We were at Texas A&M. We watched him work out. He is a cover corner. He holds a career record for interceptions at Texas A&M. I think he really helps our football team, both in our nickel package and there at corner. Robert Jones is a player we studied probably more than any other player in this entire draft. He really fits what our need is. We hired an assistant coach from East Carolina, was a defensive coordinator there. He coached the linebackers, and so we know this player very well, and I think he really helps us. He gives us a speed middle linebacker that's an impact player.
Were there some anxious moments with Kevin? You traded down, then you traded back up?
Well, yeah, probably the most trying time is when we were on the clock and we were trying to figure out, could we trade down a few spots, pick up a second-round pick, and still get Kevin Smith. We hashed it back and forth. We knew we wanted Kevin Smith. But we were trying to pick up some extra picks, and we were able to move down. And like I said, it was a trying time, but we were able to get our player.
When the morning started, Jimmy, did you want to move up into that top five? Was there?
No, we had privately told some media people here earlier, even yesterday and before, that we were not going to move up into the top part of the draft unless there was something really bizarre happening. our whole thought was to stay at 13, maybe move down a spot or two. We did talk about possibly moving up to 11 because we were concerned that the Dolphins might pick Kevin Smith. The only thing is they got Vincent earlier on, so we knew that we were safe there at 13.
All right, 3 picks in the second round. I know you don't like to talk about specific players, but quickly, if you could, Darrell Williams, a guy who you know from Miami and could fit a need area.
Well, of course, we have to wait and see. I think Darrell is a quality player. He's a good football player and very deserving, and we'll have to wait and see what happens in the second round.
You have some players or areas targeted, though, with those particular...
Yeah, we've got a couple of players in particular that we would really like to pick up with the 8th, 9th, and 12th pick in the second round.
Okay, good luck the rest of the way.
All right,
Thanks very much. Jimmy Johnson of the Cowboys. Let's now go back to Chris Furman in New York. Chris?
All right, Chris, thank you very much. Buffalo Bills have about 8.5 minutes to make their selection, and for the second straight year, they represented the AFC in the Super Bowl. For the second straight year, not quite the ending they wanted. In Super Bowl 26, Jim Kelly tied a record with 4 interceptions, and Buffalo dropped its second straight Super encounter. Marv Levy still has the AFC's best talent, but how the team reacts to another loss and other changes remain to be seen. Gone, offensive guru Ted Marchibroda. But in Jim Kelly, Thurman Thomas, Andre Reed, James Lofton and company, the Bills can strike from anywhere. Defensively, until the end of the season, the Bills had their troubles. They finished ranked 27th in the league. There's hope that last year's #1 pick, safety Henry Jones, can earn a starting spot this season. The reason it is that they hope Henry Jones can earn a starting spot is because Leonard Smith, remember the injury he suffered right before the Super Bowl? They aren't sure. It doesn't look good for Leonard being able to play next year. But they'll take a look as they get closer to camp in July. That would mean Jones goes in along with Kelso, and they really could use a safety. They could use some extra help there. They feel comfortable at the corner. You say defense because they quote rank 27th, but with Porsche gone, if I'm the guess, maybe John Fina, tackle.
Ooh, really? What a stretch,
well,
huh?
Actually, Mel thinks it is a stretch.
Mel has him rated like off the board somewhere.
A lot of teams have him off the board too, Joe.
Well, but he's a guy that some teams had coming up in a flash. Fina, the tackle, and he reminds them very much of Will Wolford. And Will Wolford's been a great player for the Buffalo Bills. And that's the type of guy that he reminds them of. And so, once it worked, that may be their pick.
Some clubs feel he can play center. That's ultimately going to be his position. But John Fina, I think you're stretching it. Even the teams I talk to that like John Fina, I know you're a Bills man, Chris. I know you're going to disagree here. But even the teams that like John Fina thought he was at best a 3rd or 4th rounder. Now, teams that didn't, obviously 7, 8, 9. Taking a guy in the late 1st in a deep draft, you have to question it from that point of view. Now, I understand that the Bills like him. We'll see what happens. Nothing's a given in the draft. This isn't an exact science, but when you look at John Fina, he's not filling a major need. You have some defensive players there, particularly a Darrell Williams, a safety at Miami. If they like Dana Hall, why not Darrell Williams is my question. Well, and we'll see what happens.
If they think of safety, they might think Rod Smith. That might be their move at safety. But in Fina, I'm telling you, he reminds him of Wolford. And by the way, you saw some help on the defensive line. Bruce Smith, they say the knee is A-OK. They say the knee is fine. Of course, they said that last year. They weren't sure. Got scraped a couple of weeks ago. But he's well on target to be all set in July. That is not a question in the Bills as they make this selection.
No, and I think also when you're talking that those safety spots are needing a safety because of the Leonard Smith area, I think also you have to look at the fact that Kelso, even though he's still playing very, very well, it doesn't take long to start slowing down in this league. It just doesn't.
Well, and they certainly remember what happened last year as the Skins strafed him. The pick is up at the podium, and it's time to hear what the AFC champions have decided to do.
Buffalo has selected Cincinnati to be on the clock.
You get a huddle on this one. This is not a no-huddle offense on this card that the Bills are used to running.
The Buffalo Bills select John Fina, tackle from Arizona.
You're kidding.
Did you hear that, Chris?
John Fina?
Yeah, did you hear that?
Where did that come out?
I have no idea. I know Mel doesn't agree with you at all.
I don't see any of that here. I don't see it. Cincinnati's next up. We'll be back in New York tomorrow.
We're having way too much fun.
Selling a house is no vacation, but that's just what the Walkers got when they sold their house with our ERA office. The ERA Seller Security Plan guaranteed that if we didn't sell their house, ERA would buy it. ERA even agreed to take the risk of selling the house at a loss. When we sold it for more, the Walkers got the profit. They used the extra money to take a vacation. The ERA Seller Security Plan, just the kind of help you'd expect from a friend. Call 1-800-ERA-SOLD. ERA, first in service.
If you're into looking good, get into Bud Light. The clean, fresh taste won't fill you up, never let you down.
In cases you can feel it, you know you got it right. Everything else is just a lie. Everything else is just a lie. Keep your Bud Light shining.
This ESPN NFL special, the 1992 draft, has been brought to you by Nissan, built for the human race. And by Anheuser-Busch, who proudly brings you Family Talk. Let's stop underage drinking before it starts.
So just one pick left here at the NFL draft in New York. That belongs to the Bengals, a deal they made earlier. One pick left in the first round. Don't worry, there's 12 rounds altogether. There's many a pick going on later today and tomorrow. John Fina is a guy that you did not, in your regular blue book or the special red update book, Bell, have rated very high. Now the Bills do, and you can't question the way they've picked some players in this new era. So
they usually
what happened?
They usually like the small college guys. Now they're going out to Arizona, Pac-10 school, to get a guy here that has moved up. But whether he moved up to the first round, debatable. Obviously, the Bills were one team looking to go out on that limb and draft Fina in the first round. Here you see him playing that left tackle spot, operating against California in the Pac-10. Turns a guy out, allows a running back to make some yardage up the middle. The thing with Fina is he's gradually progressed, gaining weight. Here at left tackle in the East-West Shrine game, he was 255, 260. Now he's up to 285. But he's still not that wide body that a lot of teams are looking for, and that was the negative that a lot of teams had on Fina, which is the reason why a lot of teams even liked this guy and moved him up their charts, Chris. Thought he was a third or fourth rounder. Teams that didn't like him thought 7, 8, 9. Now you're talking about all of a sudden the 27th pick in round 1. But as you mentioned, Chris, if Robert Porsche is there, who knows if John Fina is the first round pick?
No, I wouldn't. Wait, you're asking if I know? I probably wouldn't have been. Why would you look at me? Cincinnati has Washington's pick, the last pick in the first round. The commissioner has the card. It better be defense.
The first round, the Cincinnati Bengals select Darrell Williams, defensive back, University of Miami.
Hello, my name is Kevin Rogers. I'm one of the sock designers here at Grip 6, and I'm going to give you 10 reasons why purchasing a pair of Grip 6 socks will be one of the best decisions you'll ever make. Stick around to the end of the video for a discount code that'll make testing a pair of Grip 6 socks that much easier. First, our socks are made with American Rambouillet merino wool that is 100% sourced from the Rocky Mountains. That's why USA wool is knit into the bottom of every single sock we make. Second, we use only high-quality, fine micron wool to make our socks. That means our socks are soft, comfortable, and unlike the wool socks of previous generations, our socks are 100% itch-free. Third, wool wicks moisture better than any synthetic fiber on the market. That means our socks work to regulate your body temperature in both hot and cold environments, allowing your feet to stay dry and comfortable all year long. Fourth, our socks are designed with a proprietary foot-mapped contour terry. This sock has been turned inside out to demonstrate how the padding helps contour the foot in the areas you need it most. This helps alleviate pressure points and blisters while increasing comfort, wicking, and breathability. Fifth, all of our socks come with a ventilated toe box. That helps to release moisture in the area that your foot needs it most. Sixth, all of our socks have an instep flex panel, which allows the sock to bend at the ankle without bunching up under the tongue, which can be incredibly uncomfortable. Seventh, our zonal elastic is used where the foot needs it most. First, around the center of the foot for arch support. Next, our proprietary heel trap elastic locks the heel into place, which helps alleviate friction on the heel to further reduce the risk of blisters. And finally, on all models with a calf
And that's
Darrell
a good
Williams,
pick for them.
University of Miami.
Darrell Williams, defensive back, Miami. We had him going as much as 10 slots higher. Now that's a good pick for them.
That's a good pick for them, but I would still reflect on the fact that this is a team that had no pass rush during the course of last year. Now, they'd have two outstanding outside linebackers. They're young. They're going to come along. But until you get pressure on the passer, I don't care who you are as a defensive back. If you try to cover over 4.2 seconds, somebody's going to get open.
The Bengals can use help anywhere on the defense. I mean,
I'm amazed at the fact that with all of the great defensive line pass rushers that you have in this draft, I'm rather amazed that with that first choice, they took a David Klingler. I just wouldn't have thought they would have done it.
I don't think they're done. Don't even, Tom.
Yeah, I heard that.
Tommy. My goodness gracious sakes. You know, we were talking a little bit earlier. The two draft choices in his first round that shock us are both quarterbacks. Yes. Maddox going to Denver and Klingler going to Cincinnati. Denver, you know, they don't need the need. They actually should have taken a wide receivers. And I'll tell you, to me, Tommy Maddox going to Denver, that puts that one more straw on the camel's back in the relationship between John Elway and Dan Reeves, which isn't exactly peachy keen, for lack of a better description. I just can't understand, and neither can Lee Steinberg or David Klingler, what purpose David Klingler is going to serve in Cincinnati unless David Shula says, hey, we got a young guy, we're just going to take this thing and go on. Economically, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense based on Cincinnati's history as far as dollars go, and from a need standpoint, it didn't seem to make a lot of sense. So, I don't know. They're there.
Well, the second round has begun. The Colts are on the board. Empman and Coriat long gone to them on defense, and here's their
Indianapolis
first pick in the second round.
to begin the second round is selected Ashley Ambrose, defensive back, Mississippi Valley.
Well, let's explain this now. And he's from
LA
Mississippi Valley State. Does that ring a bell with anybody?
Rice.
Jerry.
Jerry Rice?
Yes.
Vincent Brown?
Yes.
With linebacker with the Patriots. So now what have the Colts done? D-line and Empman, linebacker and Coriat, DB with Ashley Ambrose. And Ted Marchibroda is supposedly coming over with a big offensive coach. Tell you what, he knows you got to stop people before you get started with anything else. They've gotten one pick at each of those three slots on D. We'll be back.
Tan. From mocha to khaki, beige to desert sand. Tan's a color with 1,000 faces. A color that always seems to say, hey pal, how about me? And you say, of course. Tan. Couldn't be easier. And nobody does tan like Dockers.
Service to more cities across the Atlantic than any other U.S. airline, Delta now makes it easier than ever for the people of America to get to know the people of Europe.
Buongiorno.
Bonjour.
Sia.
Guten Tag.
Ritzy.
Delta, we love to fly and show.
Здравствуйте. If you've looked at the high prices of luxury sports sedans, you're no doubt thinking maybe I should lower my expectations. Well, considering the Nissan Maxima SE has more power than a BMW 525i and more room than a Mercedes-Benz 300e, yet you pay thousands less than either of them, maybe you should keep your expectations high and just lower your payments. See your Nissan dealer for details, because right now you can lease a Maxima for as little as $279 a month.
By the thousands, leaving an invisible chemical trail. But ants can be stopped by the exterminator, the Orkin Man. The exterminator wipes out ant armies with the awesome power of his advanced pest control technology. He destroys ants and their colony and makes sure they never return. Guaranteed. The exterminator, the Orkin Man. One call destroys them all.
Following the draft at 4:30 Eastern Time, race number 7 in the best of 13 series between America Cubed and Stars and Striped. America Cubed leads at 4-2 if you're scoring at home. That's going to start in a little while. We'll keep you track of what's going on in the America's Cup and the Defender Finals. The best of 13 series. As that continues here on ESPN. If the Titanic was sailing in a best of 13 series, it would still be in the water. At any rate, Eric Dickerson, is now a member of the Los Angeles Raiders. He is with us now. The trade was consummated earlier today with the Colts going on to the LA Raiders. And Eric joins us now live from Los Angeles. You happy? You relieved? You feel like you're 23 again? How do you feel?
Well, I feel all three of those, happy, relieved, and feel like I'm almost getting drafted all over again.
Obviously, Eric, I don't want to get into the dollars right away, but I guess I will. You were scheduled to make a big salary with maybe $3 million, 3.1. Do you have to take a pay cut to go to the Raiders, and is it maybe almost half of that contract?
Well, I don't want to get into the numbers, but looking at the Raiders' pay structure on their team and losing some of the money was really no problem to me because of, I don't want to start in dissension about a salary. This late in my career, I just want to play football and have a chance to win.
I think, Eric, you bring up the one key. This is Joe Theismann. The one thing that you and I have talked about over the years is you're a little bit misunderstood because everybody got involved in the dollars. But the one thing that you always told me, you said you want to go someplace where you got a chance to win a championship. Do you feel like the Raiders is the place now?
Well, yes, I most definitely feel like that. I've always wanted to be a part of the Raider organization, and I think this is the place I really have a chance to win a Super Bowl, and that's what I think every player's main goal is in the National Football League, is to win a Super Bowl.
How about splitting time with Marcus? I mean, Marcus has sort of been sharing time with everybody there. I know you're good friends. You've been friends a long time. Is there going to be enough of the football to be passed around so that you, Marcus, and Greg can all be effective as running backs in that Raider offense?
Well, I think so. I mean, the Raiders have been very effective in that type of football, which is splitting the time with the backs, and it's good because it gives every back a time to rest and give him a time to get his breath, because it's kind of hard to go, the whole game, at this late in the game.
Eric, this is Tom Jackson. At this point in your career, so much speculation made about the injuries and you slowing down. How are you feeling physically right now?
Physically, I feel fine. The only thing that I've ever had, really, physically was a hamstring. I've never had anything broken, which I thank God for that, or never had a surgery. And I think that is why I've played as long as I have played in the National Football League.
Eric, you're a guy that's run for over 2,000 yards in a season. 1,000 yards, I mean, it's not even a thought anymore. Sure, you're not going to play every down with the Raiders, but still, is a 1,000-yard, 1,100-yard season still in you? Do you think that, or are you thinking any number for this year?
Well, I can't say a number I'm thinking, but, I feel like I can get 1,000 yards. I mean, I think all any back wants is just a chance, and that's all I wanted, is a chance to be able to show what I can do and still can do.
Did you ever think you'd be a Los Angeles Raider? I mean, you played for the Rams. Did you think that would ever be possible?
Well, I'll say this much. I always hoped that I would be. I didn't never say for sure that I would be, but I always hoped and prayed to God that I would be one day.
Oh, you already got the dark shirt on. You're ready to go. You're silver and black. Eric Dickerson, thanks for joining us, and good luck. Huh?
I always have like black anyway, so it fits me.
You're all set. Your wardrobe doesn't have to be changed. Thanks for joining us. Good luck as a Raider.
Thank you.
All right, Eric Dickerson, one of the most prolific running backs in the history of the NFL, now a member of the Raiders. We'll be back.
There are roughly 800,000 words in the English language. So why is it so hard to say those three little words?
I love.
Try Bud Dry. It's dry brew, not watered down. To drink light, yet satisfy completely. So while words may fail you, refreshment won't.
John Daly gives Decathlete Dave a golf lesson.
How far did that go? I don't know, 350. I really didn't get all of it. Not bad for a wimpy little dimpled 4-ounce ball. Try my ball. Bite, baby, bite! Okay. Race to the green.
I used to have dandruff, so I tried Head & Shoulders. Then I tried Selsun Blue. Blue is better.
Selsun Blue relieves dandruff flaking better than Head & Shoulders, and doctors recommend it more than Head & Shoulders, Denorex, and Tegrin.
Blue is better.
Selsun Blue.
If you don't like the looks of your car, shoot it with Son of a Gun from STP. Shoot the dash, seats, tires, and roof. Son of a Gun protectant. Man, what a difference.
Back at the draft in New York, we are starting to have our run on a very deep position, defensive backs. The last pick in the first round, the Bengals went Darrell Williams from Miami. Then the first pick of the second round, Ashley Ambrose, Mississippi Valley State, goes to the Colts. And the Los Angeles Rams have just selected Steve Israel, defensive back at Pittsburgh, who was recruited to go to Pittsburgh by then head coach Mike Godfrey, who's over with Chris. Guys?
Okay, Chris, thank you. So 8 DBs by our count in the first 30. The importance of being able to find guys who can cover. You know a little bit about Steve Israel, and there has been a rap. You saw Mel not in love with the guy, and there's been a rap that he doesn't hit, that he's not physical enough, certainly speedy.
Mel's been walking around New York without a rain umbrella. He's all wet. Steve Israel is a tough football player that's played. I had him for 3 years. He got injured. He hurt his knee. Came back very strong. If you watched him, he came in the weight room. He rehabilitated his knee. He is an excellent cover guy. And LA's getting a great player. Chuck Knox can be happy with this choice. But I'll tell you what else he'll do for you. He's a Cecil Fielder of college football, because every time he comes up with a ball on the kick return, punt return, kickoff return, he's got a chance of hitting a home run for you. He is an excellent player.
He joined Sean Gilbert, his former Pitt teammate and also a teammate with the Rams. Cincinnati is up next in the second round, the third pick of the second round, so let's go to the podium.
Cincinnati selects Carl Pickens, wide receiver, Tennessee. Tampa Bay is up.
So Carl Pickens, one of the tumbling picks. We thought he might fall out of the first round. A lot of teams don't have him rated that highly. You like the guy, but now he falls all the way down to Tampa, their first pick.
I thought he was the best receiver in the draft. Now Cincinnati picks him up in the second round. But as I said before, I think when you look at a team and you look at a college and his productivity out of college and all the coverages he saw, he won't be when you get him in college, he's going to get a lot of one-on-one situations. And it just got a great ability to get the end zone and a great long ball catcher.
Let's take a look at some of the things that Carl Pickens brings you. Obviously an explosive wide receiver, a guy who's also dangerous as a returner, Mike.
Oh, he's an outstanding returner, just like Steve Israel. When he takes the football, he's got a chance. Here you see him on a deep route, but as I said, the games that I've seen him in the films, he catches the deep ball as well as any receiver I've seen the last 5-10 years. Here you see him on a return. He's just a lanky, tall receiver who's a tough kid who has a lot of moves but a lot of confidence in his ability. This is a confident football player that Cincinnati gets. Here you see him against Auburn, and you see the coverage here just breaks down. They try to pick him up with too deep. Look at him locate the football, readjust to the ball, which he can do as a big receiver, make the play, get in the end zone. I'm telling you, he's got something in his system to get into that checkered end zone.
Well, Buccaneer fans hope you're right. Desmond Howard going to Washington very early in the draft. Yet you really think that Pickens, as a pure receiver, better than Desmond Howard, turned out to be better?
I do. I really do. Not taking anything away from Desmond Howard. I think he's a fine football player, a good return man, does a good job in the Big Ten as a heavy zone league. He was very productive for Michigan. But I just think Carl Pickens, all the coverages he saw and the productivity he had for Tennessee, the height he has, the speed he has, the hands being able to adjust the ball, I just think he's an outstanding player.
All right, so the Volunteers of Tennessee, very, very strong. The third Volunteer goes in the draft, Dale Carter, Chris Mims, and now finally Carl Pickens, the first round pick by position, as we continue our draft coverage from New York.
Anyone who says it's not worth it.
Indiana, come to Peterson Pontiac GMC Truck for the Pontiac Super Sale on now. We've got over 40 hot new Grand Ams available, and we're dealing your way. Peterson has the low rates. Choose your Sunbird with 2.9% for 48 months. But the choice won't be easy because Peterson has over 25 Sunbirds available. The best selection of world-class Bonnevilles is at Peterson with 4.8% for 48 months on now. No one has the selection like Peterson Pontiac GMC Truck in Valparaiso, where we're always dealing your way.
The South Shore commuter line is vital to the economic growth of northern Indiana. And soon, thanks to 14 new passenger cars that Hoosier Lottery funds help purchase, the commuters who rely on this line won't be left standing. For 10 years, the Rehabilitation Center in Vanderburgh County has had a waiting list. But now, thanks to Hoosier Lottery funds, they'll be able to expand their facilities and make this special place available to more of the people who need it.
Thank you. ESPN's cooking up a Tuesday night special of Surf and Turf. A sizzling serving of hot summer nights is a tasty appetizer. Then move on to the main course, a hefty portion of America's favorite pastime. ESPN's Tuesday night special, Surf and Turf. Just make sure you clean your plate.
Back at the NFL draft, a team we have yet to hear from today is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They do not have a first-round pick. Their second-round choice is now on the clock. They have about 6 minutes to make it. But the Indianapolis Colts have already picked 3 times. The first 2 picks in the draft, Entman and Coriat, and now Ashley Ambrose, 1 in each slot for defense. Ted Marchibroda, certainly, he's taken over as head coach of the Colts and has gone after defense right away. He's with Chris Mortensen now. Chris?
That's right, Chris. Ted Marchibroda is here with me, and Ted, you've taken care of defense today with your first 3 of your first 29 picks. But you passed on Desmond Howard. You couldn't trade up to get Von Dunbar. You've traded Eric Dickerson today. Do you have a secret deal for Thurman Thomas, and what have you done for Jeff George lately?
Well, at this particular time, Chris, our thought going into the draft would that we would draft the best athletes available, and to this time of the draft really has been 3 defensive players in our estimation, and we're very happy with them.
As far as Dickerson went, were you planning on Eric Dickerson this year?
Not really going in. When I first arrived here in Indianapolis, I gave Eric a call, and Eric didn't answer my call. He had his attorney answer it, so I thought maybe he was telling me something right to begin with.
I mean, how do you help this offense at this point? I mean, you do not have a third-round pick, and you are sitting there with a quarterback with little weapons, especially in the backfield.
Well, I think, number one, we helped ourselves in Plan B in picking up Ron Salt from Philadelphia, and also Reggie Langhorn from Cleveland, where we picked up an outstanding receiver. And I think with Donaldson healthy again and Irv Pankey being healthy, in addition of Salt, that we have a solid offensive line.
With Entman, will you go to a 4-man defensive front, and will you use Coriat inside or outside? He played inside at Texas A&M.
Presently, what we anticipate, Chris, is to keep Coriat inside, where he feel more comfortable, because that's what he did at Texas A&M. And as far as the structure of the alignment is concerned, we will both play the 3 and the 4-man line.
Pretty much the 4-man with Entman, though.
Well, I shouldn't say pretty much. We'll have the capability of doing both.
Okay, that's it, Chris. Back to you in New York.
All right, Mort, thank you very much. And I think I speak for everybody here. A nicer man there isn't in football than Ted Marchibroda. He's done a nice job with his defense. We'll be back.
There's change in the air. Big change. Fares with savings up to 50% in the U.S. United Airlines announces fare fares for business travelers, first-class flyers, and vacationers, too. Now when you fly, you'll find dramatic savings and exchangeable, more flexible tickets. It's our economic plan to lift the nation from the airline that's uniting the world. United. Come fly the friendly skies.
If you've looked at the high prices of luxury sports sedans, you're no doubt thinking maybe I should lower my expectations. Well, considering the Nissan Maxima SE has more power than a BMW 525i and more room than a Mercedes-Benz 300e, yet you pay thousands less than either of them, maybe you should keep your expectations high and just lower your payments. See your Nissan dealer for details, because right now you can lease a Maxima for as little as $279 a month.
Shirts. Beware the man who says, I'll give you the shirt off my back. Chances are it's not a Docker's shirt, and therefore of no great loss to him, nor of any particular gain to you. Nobody does shirts like Docker's.
A mistake was made. Okay, we forgot.
We overlooked it.
Say you need something sent overnight. There are a few companies you can call. But say you need it Saturday morning, guaranteed. There are two. But only one is so efficient.
Bobby, just give me a couple of minutes.
They get it there on time for far less, which is why to some, there is only one. UPS.
12. Who's 12? 40. Yeah, let's go get him on.
Hi again, everybody. I'm Jim Kelly out in San Diego. Our ESPN sailing team with a lot to tell you about and an awful lot to explain. Live racing to boot. At issue, Bowsprit Gate has raised its ugly head yet again. A Kiwi victory yesterday taken away. The race annulled, standings as they were when yesterday dawned. Kiwis 3, Italy 1. And for the defenders, you bet, Dennis Conner and Stars and Stripes still very much alive and closing the gap over A3. Live racing coming up right after the NFL draft. Right now, let's go back to New York and Chris.
It's fitting that Jim Kelly would throw to the football draft. Of course, a different Jim Kelly, but we will, during the America's Cup race, we will continue. As soon as any pick is made, we will keep it chroma key. We will have it underneath. We will crawl and give you the picks, and we'll be back live for some periodic updates. So football fans, stay with the America's Cup. Tampa was next on the board, but they made a trade with the Raiders. Let's go to the podium.
Los Angeles Raiders, on this choice obtained from Tampa Bay, have selected Greg Skrepanek, tackle, Michigan. San Diego is up, followed by Phoenix.
Remember that unbalanced line that the Raiders ran at some point last year, Tommy? What, they had like 5 guys to the left of center?
Yeah.
Well, with Skrepanek, that makes 6.
I like this choice, though, because these are the Raiders that I played against. This is the Al Davis that I know, who goes big up front. Skrepanek is a big, wide body. Not a whole lot of movement in the Raider line as far as their blocking schemes. Skrepanek, a great blocker straight ahead. I think he'll fit right in there. I like this pick for the Raiders.
All right, so the Raiders made a move. The Cincinnati Bengals made perhaps the most intriguing moves today, and their new head coach, young man, David Chula, is on the phone with us. David, it seemed to take everybody by surprise when you chose the quarterback, David Klingler, that high up. I mean, was this something that was in your plans all along? How'd this come about?
Well, Chris, it wasn't something that it was in our plans all along. I think once we made the Washington trade and were able to pick up another pick toward the end of the first round, that gave it some steam. And David is somebody that, we felt all along was, by far the best rated quarterback in this draft, and probably in next year's draft, and then probably in last year's draft. And having the quarterback position solidified on your football team is something that a lot of teams wish they could say. In my background, having coached in Miami and then in Dallas, to be very strong at the quarterback position, and I'm thankful in that I think we're going to be in that position here in Cincinnati for the 90s and beyond.
David, this is Joe Theismann. I have made the comment that I thought possibly you might take David to try and fill some of the other voids and use him as trade. Obviously, you didn't do it. I know Kansas City was very interested. As far as the other needs of your football team, would it be possible to say that David Klingler could be traded later on, or you've taken him because you want him?
Well, anything's possible, Joe, as you well know, and certainly as the people in Cincinnati know, and they expected us to take defensive players. But what it does is it gives us strength at a position that's crucial to winning in the National Football League. And as a player, he would be productive for us in the long term. As potential trade, that's something that we'll have to see what unfolds here.
Coach Shula, this is Tom Jackson. When we spoke last week, you said that you had your mind on the defensive side of the football, but you've gone kind of the other way now with the Carl Pickens and with the Klingler draft. Did your thinking change before you got to draft day?
No, it didn't, Tom. You were there Thursday as I got up before the meeting and talked about our needs, and our needs are still the same. We have major needs on the defensive side of the ball, but we got into a position where we felt that passing up the quarterback at that point in the draft was too hard to do. And then as you look at the 28th and the 31st pick that we made, taking the safety, Darrell Williams, over a cornerback is something we felt was reflective of taking the best player available. And likewise with the 31st pick, we didn't feel that there was a defensive player on the board that was was higher rated or would help us in the long term more than Carl Pickens can. And that's why we made the moves that we did.
All right, Coach, you've been very busy, and I think when you picked Klingler that maybe your dad smiled a little bit at Miami because he got a defensive player that he liked, although you probably weren't that concerned about it. Best of luck in your first year, and my goodness, there's a head coach younger than us. We love it.
Thanks, Chris.
All right, David, thank you very much. The Bengals big players here on draft day. We'll be back with more in a moment with the Chargers pick.
Fill you up and never let you down. Bud Light delivers.
In a year when the world will watch records fall in the 100, the 400, and the 800, we at Federal Express said, hey, let's go for the 4,312, the 6,702, and to top it off, the 8,003.6. So we created Express Freighter, the only service that races from the world's trading centers to every corner of the U.S. by 10:30 next day. In a year of world records, why not set a few of our own? Express Freighter, the fastest thing on Earth.
Driving a top fuel car is basically the feel of being shot out of a cannon. The acceleration is very great, and the slowdown period is very great. When the parachute comes out in a car, it pulls another 4 Gs just stopping the opposite direction. Many of the drivers that come out of these cars at the end of the day, when they look at their body at night, they're black and blue from the harness being around them. The level of speed we operate in, normally around 290 miles an hour, your level of concentration has to be there. So you better have it all together.
The Phoenix Cardinals select Eric Swan.
Well, first year in the NFL was kind of hard the first year. I had to overcome a lot of adversity in the first year, like dealing with the knee, the bad press, and hope just being a status not coming from college. I think the Cardinals, they bought a very good product, and it's producing right now, and in years to come, it's going to produce. And, hey, let's look forward into the future there and have a good defensive lineman.
Eric's got a lot of drive, a lot of want-to, and you just don't put that in people. It's the ingrained part of a person. He wants to be a good football player. He wants to be a great one. In my mind, Eric is going to be one of the real dominant defensive linemen in this league.
So the saga of Eric Swan last year, which provided a little bit of debate at this table. He came on a little bit at the latter portion of the season. You can tell it's been long. We're having trouble speaking in complete sentences. The Phoenix Cardinals are now up for the first time today. They did not have a first-round pick. That pick going to Miami in the Randall Hill deal last year. So Phoenix now with the 34th overall selection is up. And the Cardinals are on the clock. You never know what they're going to do, Mel. They are always the curveball of the draft.
They usually have been. They settled down a little bit of late, last year taking Swan and doing some good drafting in the third round with Aeneas Williams from Southern, who started all year. But really, when you look at the Phoenix Cardinals, they have a quarterback need. Rosenball, they don't know how good he's going to be coming back from that injury. Chris Chandler, they're not sure about as a long-term solution, certainly a stopgap measure as the backup. And they certainly, if you look at that Phoenix Cardinal football team, have major needs on the offensive line. I know Joe thinks Malamala is going to be the pick, and you can expound on that, but they also need a quarterback at some point.
Thank you, Mel. I will expound on that. I think that when you take a look, first
First of all, Joe Bugle's an offensive line coach. If anybody's going to evaluate offensive linemen, he certainly is the best at it. With the guys left on the board, Malamala looks like he's the best choice. Went out and made a deal for Mark May in the offseason with San Diego. Tried to get Joe Jacoby to come to the Phoenix Cardinals, offered him in excess of $1 million. Joe had already made a deal with the Redskins and said he was going to stay. There's no question that the Phoenix Cardinals need offensive linemen. Coach Bugle's gone out to look for them. He realized that the string is starting to run close for him. They expect Rosenbaugh to be back healthy. I think it's going to be Malamala. I think they've got to go into the offensive line and get some help there.
While we were away for a moment, the San Diego Chargers made their pick in the second round. Marquez Pope, safety corner, either one, from Fresno State, which means in the second round we've seen a Pope and an Israel go already. And a note on the Raiders. Between Chester McLaughlin and Greg Skrepenak, their 2 picks thus far, they combined the 2 of them for about 660 pounds. So the Raiders certainly getting some beef in the draft thus far in New York. We'll be back.
Who wears Team NFL clothing?
Line renowned for trouble-free driving announces lowest financing rates. As low as 2.9% GMAC financing on every new Buick, which means you can save up to $2,900 on the luxurious new 1992 Buick Park Avenue and save up to $1,900 on the completely redesigned Buick Skylark. Get proven Buick quality now at lowest financing rates. But you'd better hurry. See your better Buick dealer. Do it today.
The South Shore commuter line is vital to the economic growth of northern Indiana. And soon, thanks to 14 new passenger cars that Hoosier Lottery funds help purchase, the commuters who rely on this line won't be left standing. For 10 years, the Rehabilitation Center in Vanderburgh County has had a waiting list. But now, thanks to Hoosier Lottery funds, they'll be able to expand their facilities and make this special place available to more of the people who need it.
If it's a money deal, then fine. Make the statement that we're trying to unload X amount of dollars, et cetera, so on. But don't insult our intelligence.
I mean, I don't know of any other business where you have to pay your employees based upon what your dumbest competitor pays.
I think there's just much too much whining on the part of people in ownership.
Baseball's a lot like democracy. Democracies have to get in trouble before they act.
It's a whole new ballgame Tuesday night on ESPN.
We're back at the draft waiting for the Phoenix Cardinals pick in the second round, but with us live now from Newport Beach, California, the first-round pick of the Cincinnati Bengals, David Klingler, which I guess it's a tale of 2 cities here for you, David. You went with the 6th overall pick, which is pretty high and maybe higher than you might have thought, but you went with a team that you're certainly surprised at being drafted by. You heard Coach Shula. Do you believe you'll be a Bengal?
I have every indication that I will. We'll just have to wait and see. You know, time will tell.
What your thought when it came down to Cincinnati? I mean, you know that Boomer Esiason is there. You'd like to come in, I assume, and battle for a starting role wherever you were drafted. That's probably not going to happen in Cincinnati. What have the Bengals told you thus far today?
Well, I think when we were sitting here, we were talking about them probably maybe drafting Troy Vincent, and we were kind of stunned when the name came up, David Klingler. But I just approach it as a great opportunity to go and learn from one of the best players in the league.
David, hi, this is Joe Theismann. Some of the things that people have talked about in the run-and-shoot offense, do you feel yourself that there will be any problem for you to adjust to the professional game, going to a more classic-style drop-back type offense, adjusting from the run-and-shoot?
I don't think so. You know, in just talking to Warren Moon in the last couple of weeks, I think we kind of came up with a conclusion that the run-shoot asks you to do so many things off balance and kind of out of position that it's just the nature of the offense. But when you drop back, and it's going to be adjustment, but I don't think it's going to be a major adjustment.
It'd almost be a positive adjustment as opposed to a negative one, I guess, right?
Oh, absolutely. You get to kind of be thrown from the same position, and you know, the offensive linemen know where you're supposed to be, and you're supposed to be there. It's just going to be a lot more consistent and a lot easier to be successful in that type of offense.
One of the other things that's been mentioned about you from the quarterback position is your release. You seem to carry the ball a little bit low. I know when I came out, everybody called me a 3/4 sidearm thrower. The size of the players have changed. Of course, you're a lot bigger. Does anybody talk to you about trying to do something with your delivery or your release of the ball?
I think my junior year I carried the ball a lot higher. I think it might be as a result of scrambling so much that the ball gets lower and lower and you get one hand on it so you can get out of there a little bit quicker. But I don't see that a problem. I think I just got to get back to sound mechanics and really, just work on a little bit. But it's not a big concern.
Well, I don't think it's going to be a problem for you at all anywhere, David. Good luck.
Thanks a lot.
All right, David, thanks very much for joining us. Good luck with your future NFL career as a Cincinnati Bengals. See, you two quarterbacks get going and you don't stop. Good luck.
Thanks.
See, you guys have a lingo all of your own.
But you know, it scares me. He didn't have the hat on, Chris. I'm a little nervous.
Yeah, but he has the hat.
No, but the banner's hanging behind
You're
him.
right.
The hat's
Maddox
not on
had
his head.
both the hat and the jacket.
That's right.
In the
hat
room
and the
there.
jacket
Right.
were on there. A little scary.
The clock has run down, and here's Phoenix's pick. We may have a trade. You're wondering, that's the official voice of the second round, Don Weiss, the planning director of the NFL. The commissioner handles it through the first, and then Don is the official voice of the second round.
Green Bay selection. Phoenix passed.
Oh, they passed.
Well,
Well,
Green
there's
Bay
the Cardinals.
selection is Mark
They passed,
Frio,
and it was incomplete.
linebacker from Penn State.
Well, all that means is they don't lose. Let me explain to the fans at home. All it means is they drop one spot. It's not like they lose the entire pick. But now Green Bay is on the clock.
Expired, completed a trade with Phoenix, obtained this choice, and with this choice, selected Rodney Smith, defensive back from Notre Dame.
All right, now let me get that again.
From Phoenix.
Oh, no, Phoenix did not pass.
Rodney Smith, defensive back, Notre Dame.
New England. And I tell you what, they got a good player. Rodney's New England now making a trade, and we'll get the details in a moment on the trade. New England, with the 6th pick of the second round, 34 overall, takes Rod Smith, DB, Notre Dame. And so he becomes a Patriot. And, of course, the Patriots have been active today. They've already drafted, they moved down to get extra picks. They've drafted Eugene Chung, guard on the offensive line. Now they've taken a DB, which is certainly a need for the Patriots. Now the Packers, very quickly up, have picked Mark D'Onofrio, is that correct, of Penn State? And if so, that reminds me of a very steady linebacker they had there in the 80s named John Anderson. And if he can be that sort of player for the Packers, they got themselves a good one. We'll straighten you up on the trade, and we'll get you going in a moment with more.
In the war against termites, nobody packs more power than the exterminator, the Orkin Man. And now his newest weapon makes him more powerful than ever, the exclusive Orkin Foam system. Orkin Foam reaches vulnerable areas more effectively than other methods. It penetrates more completely to stop termites cold, guaranteed. And only the exterminator has it, the Orkin Man. One call destroys them all.
All right, let's clarify what happened, and we're still waiting on the official word of the trade. The time did run out on Phoenix. Green Bay moved in like a rocket and took D'Onofrio, linebacker of Penn State. Then in the trade after that, New England took Rod Smith. So I guess if you're scoring at home, D'Onofrio went ahead of Smith, and you can be sure that his agent knows that. But the next up, the Dallas Cowboys have the next 2 picks. So the Cowboys, this year picks 3 and 4 of their 5 in the top 40. Both of these players, Mel, your comment, and also Pope to San Diego. We've seen a run here on DBs and defensive players.
We really have, Chris. And what Phoenix accomplished here was they moved down 11 spots in the second round, and they picked up a 4th round pick, which is the 100th player overall. So they feel that they'll still get one of the guys they want, probably a quarterback, the way it looks now, I guess, Joe, or Malamalo, the offensive tackle. But they pick up an extra 4th round pick. So for Phoenix, passing and then making the deal, not a bad move. Rod Smith was a highly regarded player come draft day. Today, he moved up the last 2 weeks, running well. Teams now project him to cornerback and safety, but a guy who started the year and played the first 5 games more like a 6th, 7th round pick. So he was the fast risers in the last month and a half.
Here he is, Rod Smith, played both corner and strong safety since moving over to D in '89. He's a sprinter, so you know he can move.
Here he was, Chris, in coverage. Now, this is playing a safety spot. Of course, he played some corner as well and also did a heck of a job down at the Senior Bowl, really impressing the scouts down there with his tenacity. Here it was in the mud at the Senior Bowl, coming up aggressively, forcing the run in coverage here against USC, making the play. A guy that really came on late. From maybe the 6th game on, he was playing as well as any defensive back and made that monumental leap up the charts. Like I said, Chris, early in the year, he was regarded as more of a 5 or 6. Now you're talking about an early 2nd-round pick.
So he goes up to New England, where they've had an early history of some impressive blue chip round picks since back in the Fairbanks with Haynes and Tim Fox and guys that could stay there. Freddie Marion's been a good player a long time. He came a little bit later on. They hope Rod Smith now can be a real contributor to the Patriots team that's on its way. When we come back, Dallas is on its way with the next couple of picks. Oh my goodness, ESPN Radio is here.
Around the world or down the street, there's a place where people like to eat. Oh, yeah. McDonald's knows that you need a break, especially in times like these. See what you want and what you get. What you need will make over. We will. What you want is what you get. Yes.
And Daryl, where can I see you buddies belting curves?
In your face.
ESPN is the one network where great sports are always
in your face. ESPN, ESPN, your face.
Welcome back to New York City. Already the junior achievers have made their impact. Juniors taken today. This is a total of 11 underclassmen anyway in the first round, 10 juniors as well as Tommy Maddox, the sophomore out of UCLA. Right away, they made their impact. Picks number 1, 3, 4, and 5. So 4 out of the top 5 are juniors. Certainly, if you're sitting out there and you're a college sophomore and you're thinking about what you might want to do a year from now, whether or not you should enter into the draft, taking a look at this has to give you pause as we continue on with the juniors already taken. Darrell Williams taken by Cincinnati in the last pick of the first round, and then Carl Pickens taken number 31 by Cincinnati in the second round. Mike Gottfried, this is an issue that's of great concern to the college community, seeing the number of underclassmen that are jumping out early.
Well, I think when you look at juniors eligible, 90-91, there were 67, and 36 are still active. That means 31 are out. I think in talking to the college football coaches, I talked to Tom Osborne this week, I talked to Chuck Ninus. I think for the first time, the football coaches are kind of getting united a little bit. They'd like to see, first of all, the draft moved up. They'd like to see if a player's going to declare in December sometime early. They would also like to see a little less travel out of the college players in the spring of the year. And so those are important things to them. And they also don't want a player drafted if he has a year of eligibility or more than a year of eligibility remaining. Now, I think what they feel like in talking to them is that the commissioner and the NFL have given lip service and have really not shown anything to try to help college football. I know when I was coaching, I felt like when Paul Brown, Tex Schramm, Pete Rozelle, those type of people were very concerned about college football. I don't know if that same concern's right there now from some of the leadership people. That's the question the college coaches are asking.
It's tough to tell those guys used to stay in, though. David Klingler maybe would have been number 1 overall if he'd come out as a junior. Goes high anyway, but a guy like Ken Swilling at Georgia Tech also waits and it hurts him.
The biggest concern is the 31 guys. You know, that Charles Gladman, I had him back in '87, and he's not playing football today, and he's a talented player. But that's another story. But I think there is a concern, and maybe there's a workable position, hopefully. But I think moving the draft up would help. Now, whether that happens or not, I don't know.
Well, one guy can maybe answer that question who's going to have to work toward a solution. Standing by over with Chris Berman.
All right, Chris. Well, I can't answer the questions, but certainly the commissioner of the National Football League, Paul Tagliabue, can. And we just heard Mike Gottfried and Chris Fowler discussing colleges, that they really, fed up isn't the word, that disappointed, maybe feel that the NFL, you or the NFL thus far paid kind of lip service to try and smoothing over relations between the NFL and the college ranks. How do you respond to charges, if you may want to call them that, Paul?
Well, I think they're really off base, frankly, because the only thing that's changed is that more young football players, such as Barry Sanders, have shown that they can play in the National Football League without using up all of their college eligibility. We're bound by the law of the land. The law of the land is that a young man has the right, some people call it self-determination, to come and play professional football when he chooses to do that. We've encouraged the college students to stay in school, but when you have the talent of a Barry Sanders or a Keith McCants, it's hard to persuade him to stay in college.
The Maddox situation and those sort of things with 2 years left, I know you would love for them to stay in school. The colleges say, no, the NFL has to do something about that. I guess they've resigned the fact that 1 year eligibility left, that can happen. But a Maddox situation, maybe moving up the time of the draft, maybe moving up the time of declaring. Lee, considering any moves like this, Paul?
We've been talking to some of the college people about some changes that might help them and be consistent with the athlete's own opportunities, but it's a difficult thing. A player like Tommy Maddox, you saw him today here on camera. He thinks he's ready to play. And the fact that they chose to keep him out 1 year at UCLA is really not something that gives him an extra year in college under the law. So again, it's going to be up to Congress to do something if this turns out to be a problem. We're going to work with the colleges, but there's a limit to what we can do.
Speaking of limit of what you can do, you wrote an intriguing article late last week in USA Today saying that the golden age is really upon us for football, that you really are almost a crossroads. I don't know if you wanted to describe it as that, but if labor peace could be at hand, or then both management, players together could take off. If it's not at hand, you really have trouble. Do you think that with the McNeil case coming in June, that there's any olive branch, there's any chance to getting any bargaining agreement done by that time, by the time that goes to court?
Well, I think there is. I think that it's more than the McNeil case, frankly. I think people see that we've had a civil war going on within the league with the union suing players, the union suing the teams suing the players and the union. And this is not where we should be as a sport. So I think a growing number of people, agents, players, owners, people in the sport realize that if we work together, we can move ahead and build it in the best interest of everybody. And I think there's a chance of getting that done before we get to court in June.
How do you improve, if you do, the free agent opportunities for players? I mean, Plan B is just part way. They obviously want a lot more, if not total free agency, which I don't think will happen. You talked about it in the article. Do you see a plan that the players would accept?
I think there are plans. I think it really focuses on two groups of players. Number one is the rookies, the players coming in through the draft. I think there has to be a better system for paying them and getting them to prove that they can play in the NFL before they get the big dollars. In turn, some of that money can go over to the veteran players, which could be part of an improved free agency system. And that's where we are now. I think those two things are critical. How do the rookies get paid, and how do the veterans get a fairer slice of the revenue since they're doing the playing?
Wage scale for rookies?
I don't think so. No one is really looking at a wage scale. People are looking at a couple of different types of systems. One would be what we call a pay for performance. The other would be maybe some modification of the NBA system where you have to sign your rookies under a cap, and in turn, the veterans tend to get a bigger slice of the revenue.
There are two things tied into a new bargaining agreement. Well, there's more than two things, but one might be expansion. If nothing happens, can you go ahead and pick two new cities to start a year from now?
Well, I think expansion is jeopardized. I said that last week without a labor agreement, because the more we talk to prospective cities and owners in those cities, the tougher it is to see how they can come up with their business plan if you don't have some arrangements in place for getting the players and keeping them with the team. At the same time, I think that putting a price on the franchise is tough unless you can know what your labor situation is. So I think the two are hand in glove. We can add 100 jobs if we can expand. That should be part of a labor agreement too.
Of course, certainly something involved with a new labor agreement is the future of what we're sitting at today. You say there will be a draft next year. There's no question. It may not be in exactly the same form. Why are you so confident, but you say not exactly the same form? What reforms might have to happen?
Well, I think the draft could come about in one of two ways. I'm optimistic, and I'm going to be working hard to get an agreement done with the players. If we do that, I'm confident a draft will be part of it, maybe with some new wrinkles. If we don't get an agreement with the players, we're confident that the law will allow us to have an allocation system, either such as we have now or some modified system.
It would be strange not to have a draft. I mean, what's the mood of the players now? Do you find that they're more receptive than they were a year ago?
I think they are. I've been hearing that from Chicago Bears players, 49ers players, Houston Oilers players, and others. And I think people feel, again, we don't want to have a civil war. We want to have cooperation. We're all in this together. Let's make the sport greater. And I think we can do that with a labor agreement, hopefully in the next 2 months.
All right, you got your work cut out for you, but I know you're ready for it.
That's for sure.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, the official voice of the first round, Commissioner Paul Tagliabue. Don Weiss has the microphone now. We'll return. Let's go to Don Weiss. Dallas has got a couple of picks. Here's your successor. Well, I shouldn't say that.
Dallas, on its choice obtained from Cleveland, has selected Jimmy Smith, wide receiver, Jackson State. Dallas remains on the clock with its second choice.
All right, so there's that pick by the Dallas Cowboys. The commission wanted to analyze a couple of picks, but he's got to work on a labor agreement. We'll be back in a moment.
Shine a light on you, shine a light on me. Keep your Bud Light shining for everyone to see. Cuts clean through your thirst, never leaves you flat. Outshining all the others at Bud Light. Yeah.
If you're into looking good, get into Bud Light. Clean, fresh taste won't fill you up, never let you down.
And you can taste it, you can feel it, you know you got it right. Everything else is just a light. Keep your Bud Light shining. Everything else is just a light.
Blue. A color that reached for the sky and got it. Dignified. Versatile. Always proper. Blue. The color of choice for every ocean and Royal Navy. And nobody does blue like Dockers.
There's a way to virtually guarantee a safer suspension system. A way to eliminate pulling, shaking, and loss of control. It's the suspension technology of Midas. Diagnostic tools so advanced, they can...
Their series coming up from San Diego live at the bottom of the hour. Is this the final draft? We just heard Commissioner Paul Tagliabue say with guarded optimism he doesn't think so. Fred Edelstein joins me now. If there is no collective bargaining agreement, what do you think is going to happen a year from now?
Well, Tagliabue says there'll be a draft. The owners say there'll be some kind of a selection process, but the Players Association says that they will go and try and get an injunction if the league tries to unilaterally impose a draft. And I think when you take a look at the situation, every time the league has been sued on the draft, it's been declared an antitrust violation unless it's part of a collectively bargained deal. So if there is no settlement before this McNeil case this summer or after, I think the real deadline for a settlement will be the draft, because I have a hard time seeing the league go into the draft next year and try to unilaterally impose it. And one interesting thing, I noticed that there haven't been any trades this year for picks in the first round next year, and every year there are a couple of those. Last year we had a couple for this year, so I think the fact that there are no trades for first-round picks next year is an indication that the owners aren't totally confident that there'll be a draft.
So teams are hedging their bets. What's your bet? Make a quick prediction on what's going to happen.
I think there'll be a deal before the draft, and there will be a draft, albeit maybe a 6-round draft.
Okay, it would be a shame to break up this little party altogether. Let's go back across the ballroom now, Chris Berman.
All right, guys, thank you. Let's update that trade, because there was some confusion when the Raiders-Tampa Bay trade came down. That they picked that the Raiders used to pick a big offensive tackle, Greg Skripnik of Michigan. So to get that pick and move up for Tampa, Tampa dropped down and got the Raiders' second-round pick 12 picks later, also picking up a 3 and a 7. So Skripnik, a large individual, and it cost 3 picks to get the one guy. So they obviously like him. And Tommy, you said between he and McLaughlin, these are the Raiders that they used to be when you played against them. Size and speed, which they already have. So that trade has been made. Dallas's second pick is up. Jimmy Smith becomes the 4th Smith drafted today. 2 in the first round, and now 2 in the second round. Jimmy Smith, wide receiver. Jackson State goes to Dallas. Now, you would think that Dallas has skilled players, but yet talk about him, Mel, from Jackson State.
He'll fit in very well with Dallas. Of course, Michael Irvin and Alvin Harper are the two prime guys, but Alexander Wright has not developed into the kind of speed receiver they had hoped, which makes Jimmy Smith out of Jackson State a very integral part, possibly, of their offense this year, taking some of that pressure off Irvin and Harper. You see him here, getting down the field, making the catch, and then watch him in the open field. I can break some tackles, the elusiveness, and here's a kid that's got pretty good size for a wide receiver. Very good hands, concentrates on the football in a crowd, and really a guy that stood out down at those Senior Bowl practices, and I thought would have been maybe a late first-round pick, but at this point, the Cowboys, who I really thought needed another wide receiver to go along with what they have, give Aikman another weapon, now have that guy in Jimmy Smith. Of course, Jackson State produced a player last year, Timmy Barnett, who went in the third round to Kansas City and had a heck of a year, and Smith probably has more raw ability.
So Jimmy Smith goes to Dallas with one of their 3 second-round picks. Here's another one of Dallas's. Don Weiss at the podium. And there's War Room.
Dallas's selection on a choice from New England is Darren Woodson, defensive back, Arizona State. Pittsburgh is up.
That's a good pick, Chris.
Now comes the part of the draft when we say, Mel?
That's a good pick. I think Darren Woodson was a guy that a lot of people, when we talk about those pure football players, Chuck Smith's still there, but Darren Woodson was a guy, played kind of that banded gator back of Godfrey Miles that we see in vogue now in college football, outside linebacker, strong safety, and at 6'1", 215 with great speed and a tremendous tackler, most people viewed him as a solid second-round pick. He's somewhat of a projection, which moved him down, but as a pure football player, he's one heck of an outstanding talent and will fit in very well as a safety with the Dallas Cowboys, and some people even viewed him as maybe a weak side outside linebacker prospect.
Well, if you don't think that you're getting enough second-round picks from Dallas, stick around a while, because in 3 more picks, Dallas gets another one. Pittsburgh is next up. We'll be back. We hit. So you can go with Gilad and Joe and Bodies in Motion and still keep up in the NFL draft with the crawl right underneath there. And I always wanted to do one of the America's Cup highlights. Tack, 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 tack. I always wanted to do that when I do the highlights. But at any rate, let's go back. Chris Fowler. My goodness, guys, we've been having fun, and we're almost out of time. Some thoughts?
Yeah, no Bodies in Motion over here as the clock winds down. Some parting shots from this end of the ballroom. First of all, Freddie, you have had your eye on the Colts, as you have had so often in this draft day.
Well, Chris, I think that they're going to have a real problem now with Jeff George. I talked to Lee Steinberg earlier. I think Jeff George is livid about what the Colts did today. Yeah, they drafted defense, but they lack creativity. Hey, they could have had Steve Entman and traded that pick and picked up an offensive lineman or a wide receiver or a running back. They trade Eric Dickerson. They have no speed at wide receiver to speak of. They have no blocking. They have no running backs. And I think that Jeff George came into this draft feeling he had already given one body for his franchise. And now I think that Lee Steinberg and Jeff George are going to have some serious discussions with the Ursays.
But they're going to be punishing other people's quarterbacks with the defensive players they've got. Mike, we talked about the depth of the draft coming in. Guys you've seen past couple of years as great college players still out there.
Well, as Mel said, this is a deep draft, and there's a lot of good players. I wrote down Chuck Smith, Keith Hamilton, Mario Bailey, Ricardo McDonald, Patrick Rowe, an outstanding receiver, Shane Dronette. Just a few that I think are really going to help some teams.
I'll tell you, it's interesting to watch this from a college perspective. We see the changing in pecking order. Guys like Casey Weldon, Ty Detmer, we've talked about them for the past couple of years as college superstars. Nowhere to be seen on days like this. Guys like Ashley Ambrose and Dana Hall are on the...
But that doesn't mean they won't make it in the NFL. I mean, they'll get a shot, and they'll have a good shot at it.
Certainly. Also about L.A., we've got we talked about Skrepanak, we talked about Chester McLaughlin, Sean Gilbert, all that beef. Look out, L.A., save a table at Spagos. Let's go back across the ballroom now.
Making reservations already, are you guys? That was, of course, that's Mike Godfrey making reservation on Joe's dinner bet, but we'll be back with some final thoughts as we're midway through the second round here at the NFL Draft. Stay with us. 8 Eastern time from Skydome, the Hour Sports Center following baseball. Well, we did pretty well here. We got to midway through the second round in the draft. Levon Kirkland, a linebacker from Clemson, has just gone to Pittsburgh. Not the song Levon by Elton John, but Levon Kirkland goes linebacker to Pittsburgh. Some thoughts, guys? I mean, it's too early to really sum up everything, but Joe, do you think some teams really scored?
I think they did. First of all, I think Freddie Edelstein is out to lunch as far as Jeff George goes. If you're a quarterback, you definitely want a team to be good on the defensive side of the football, especially when you got a guy like Ted Marchibroda taking over. Give me a great defense and give me anything on offense. That'll work out great. Jeff George has got to be delighted. One team I thought did very well, and that was the Los Angeles Rams. Chuck Knox has made a really conscientious and excellent decision. They draft Israel in the second round. They draft Gilbert in the first first round. They realize that they have to get some more bodies, defensive bodies on the side of the football to help them out. Obviously, Indianapolis and the Rams, I think, did very well.
Tommy?
Well, I think the Dallas, because of the numbers, obviously had a good draft. They got the 2 defensive backs. It was painfully obvious last year that they needed to fill those positions at the DB. And I think the Indianapolis Colts, they took somebody at every position, Entman, Ashley Ambrose in that defensive backfield, and Quentin Coriat in that linebacking core. So they solidified themselves in each of the 3 defensive areas.
Mel, your thoughts?
I like Green Bay and I like Miami. They went for defense along with Indianapolis. I loved Indianapolis' draft. But Green Bay with Buckley, D'Onofrio, Miami with Vincent Coleman. Hated the Denver draft. Tommy Maddox made no sense. They should have taken Carl Pickens. The 2 players that had question marks surrounding them, their names that going in, Bill Johnson, defense line, Michigan State still there. Ed Blake, guard, Auburn, still on the board.
You know, Miami, everything fell right for them, Mel. Getting Vincent and Coleman, I agree. The Jets also in the East, it's only 1 pick, but Mitchell, the tight end, I really think that's a superb selection. Indy, we talked about. So Buffalo knows they got some teams that know what's going on in that division. Whether they'll be good enough to catch the team with the best personnel in the AFC, we will find. And Seattle and the moves they made yesterday. If Millard can play, they've got a defense. For Mel, for Joe, for Tommy, for all of us at the draft, thanks for watching. Here's what's happened thus far at the draft in New York. Thanks for watching.